Jordan Clark, right-handed, of course, waits again. He's forward and pushing this one down towards backward point. And
Also,
there's no run.
The importance of early wickets, especially on a hot day when you've got some tired bodies out there. Otherwise, you can drift very quickly. So it keeps everyone up there. It keeps all the fielders that are tired bodies. It keeps them going.
As Kerrigan's in again to Jordan Clark. Clark's forward, plays this one back up the pitch. And there's no run. Well, the other thing with that is the Surrey bowlers would have wanted a morning with their feet up. But Jordan Clark's out there already. Ricky Clark's still got to go out there and do some batting. Gus Atkinson, Reece Topley, Amar Verdi. Jax's role becomes a bit different now as this one's cut by Jordan Clark very nicely. And it's our first runs of the day. He'll get a couple. It took a funny old bounce there on Emilio Gay. I think it hit the green matting that's covering one of the pitches. And sort of funny bounce for Emilio Gay. But a very good first over from Kerrigan. Amla going for 26, didn't add to his overnight 26, caught behind second ball. And Surrey 104 for 5, so that's a lead now of 185.
Yeah, and you've got two positive players now at the crease, haven't you? It'll be interesting to see how they go about their business. I think when Amla was there, it was going to be about soaking it up, wasn't it? Batting for as long as possible. But these two, by nature, both want bat on ball. It'll be interesting. I think both of them will obviously try and play themselves in, and then I think you might see some positive cricket.
It's going to be Ben Sanderson who's going to continue from this David Capel end. New batsman at the non-strikers end. Jordan Clark bowling at the moment to Will Jacks after that terrific start to the day as far as Northamptonshire are concerned. Courtesy of Simon Kerrigan. 2 slips in place as Sanderson comes in. Bowls to Jacks. He's very solidly in behind that, playing it back down the pitch. Sanderson fields and there's no run. We were talking the back end of yesterday about Northamptonshire seamers, and in particular Ben Sanderson and Tom Taylor, just looking a little bit fatigued. But you called it absolutely right, Wakers, and you said that often Ben Sanderson will look a bit tated, and then he'll sort of bowl himself back into the game, back into a bit of enthusiasm, and that was exactly what happened yesterday. Here's Sanderson again, bowls to Jacks, plays that up to mid-wicket where Emilio Gay fields and there's no run.
I think it's a bit of that old seaman mentality. You go back through the last couple of decades, that's how bowlers warmed up. They didn't do any of the prehab, the rolling in the morning. It was just bowling, give yourself an over to get going. And nowadays, that's not what coaches want. Coaches want you hitting the straps from ball one. But don't get me wrong, Ben still does the things, but it does still take him a bit of time to wind up the cogs.
Well, I think he's wound them up now. He certainly wound them up last night. And here he is, running in again to bowl to Jacks. Outside the off stump, Jacks not to be tempted. Shoulders, arms, goes into the gloves of Adam Rossington. Again, there's a smattering of spectators this morning, but those out in the sun, if they're out there for any length of time, are going to get very, very hot indeed. Long day here, actually, because it's the Northamptonshire's AGM tonight, straight after the close of play. So I've got the camper van in the car park. I think it could be a long day.
What's your involvement tonight, Radders? What do you?
I'm just listening. I would imagine. I don't think I've got anything else to do, but doubtless somebody will tell me if I have. Here's Sanderson bowls short to Jacks, who pulls out to deep mid-wicket. But Harry Goulston is out there grazing in front of the main scoreboard. And they come through for a single. 21 to Jacks, 105 for 5.
I must admit, I got here about 8:15 this morning and went and sat in the stand to our left with the white seats. Woke up about an hour later.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah, it's lovely. Having a chat.
Early morning
woke up
sun.
with the health and safety gentleman doing his checks. And I was very snoring.
Specifically about you?
Yeah, well, I think I was the only person sat there, but snoring away I was. And it was lovely. Wake up in the sun, but it was genuinely hot down there at 8:15 this morning. So by midday today,
it's going to be a hot one.
It was warm in the garden at about 7 o'clock this morning. It felt quite warm. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Jordan Clark, who's playing that up towards mid-off. It's fielded there by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. I had to do a bit of impromptu photography this morning. I was on the way here for the George Thompson book I'm doing. Wanted to do a couple of shots of the street he was born in Northampton, not too far away from here. So
good morning for a photo.
Well, that was why I decided to do it this morning, because it's not often you get beautiful cloudless skies. And although he was born the sort of back end of October, so perhaps I could have done with a few autumnal leaden skies, but no, it doesn't come out quite as well. Outside the off stump, that ball from Sanderson to finish the over. Jordan Clark watches it go through to Rossington. End of the over, 105 for 5. Jacks is 21, Clark is 2. Northamptonshire haven't picked up just the 1 wicket this morning already. Hashim Amla, the big one, caught Rossington, bowled Kerrigan for 26. At that stage, 102 for 5, now 105 for 5.
Yeah, and Surrey here, having lost Amla, as you say, these two very positive, might change things a touch. I don't know what you think, Mr. Wakely, but with Jordan Clark as well, we're talking about Tommy Maynard. The way he sets up when he bats.
Very similar.
Oh,
I've always thought that from the first time I saw Jordan.
It's extraordinary, isn't it?
They even use the same kit.
Yeah,
actually.
absolutely. Yeah, but the way they stand at the crease,
yeah,
it's uncanny.
It looks like they just want to hit the ball,
every
doesn't
ball
it?
out the
It's
ground.
an aggressive stance.
Absolutely. It's Kerrigan. First time he's bowled to Will Jacks today, and he's forward. Jacks, that's nicely played. Just pushes this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. They'll stroll a single.
I mean, Tom was a big, strong man. He was built. I think he played rugby for Wales. I think at a junior level. He was that size at 15.
But it's just that aggressive stance. As forward he goes, Jordan Clark, and pushes this one down to backward point, and there's no run.
It's almost a surprise when he plays a solid forward defence, isn't it? It's not quite what you're expecting.
Well, he's made a couple of 50s this season for Surrey, Jordan Clark. He's had a very good season in the Championship as Kerrigan's into him, tosses this one up. Oh, he's looking to cut. And then beats the outside edge and it's taken by Rossington. This is the way he'll play, though. This is what Jordan Clark does. He will play some shots. Ricky Clark, that sort of safety valve to come in next.
But it's the kind of game where you get 10, 15 off one over. That can be vital.
Yeah, absolutely.
And then crucial runs.
In again comes Kerrigan. Forward goes Jordan Clark. Pushes this one down to backward point. There's no run. Well, again, going back to last night, that period of Jacks against Sanderson, and then Taylor came, and I think 14 came off the over, and all of that sudden you just thought, well, that could be quite an important over. As in again comes Kerrigan.
Changed the whole momentum,
It did of that evening session. As forward again goes Jordan Clark, just pushes this one back up the pitch. Yes, down there in front of the cricket centre, there's already some unshirted bodies as quicker one, and Jordan Clark stabs the bat down on this. Kerrigan thought he was through there for a second. That's well bowled again by Kerrigan. So 106 for 5 here on BBC Radio Northampton, BBC Radio London on this third day. That's the other thing. It's only day 3. It's sort of, there is a lot of cricket still to come, isn't there?
Yeah, there is no time pressure for anyone here.
None at all.
Which just makes it, I don't know, in some sense, even more fascinating. I was just wondering, we'll be aware that a number of our colleagues around the country have their own pet names for their grounds, particularly when the weather's nice. We have Scarbados, of course, for Scarborough, and the Roca Riviera for...
Ah, yes, the Roca Riviera.
For Riverside Ground. I don't know, what do you call Wantage Road on a day like this? I'll have to try and...
It's a good one to think about.
Paradise.
Well, there's that,
Yes.
but yeah, give us a... Well, drop us a text or a Twitter. Here's Ben Sanderson in bowling the start of a fresh over to Will Jacks, who's in behind that, playing it up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, it's at back and across for Mark. It's at Old Man Rad for me, 2 Ds, and it's at Alex Wakely 1 for Alex. So by all means, tweet us. Let us know what you think about that, about anything else, about this match, about life, the universe, or anything else. Very, very good to hear from you. Lots of messages through yesterday. Keep them coming today. Here's Sanderson with 2 slips in place, running away from us. Bowls to Jacks, who drops that down on the offside. They go for a quick single as Safe Save comes in for backward point. Shies at the stumps at the striker's end, doesn't hit them, and Jordan Clark is safely home. So good cricket there from Jackson Clark, just looking to rotate the strike, not let themselves get bogged down. Jack's up to 23 and Surrey to 107 for 5.
I think it's one of the only times in the game for both teams where the bowlers bowl without an extra cover, actually. Probably we haven't seen too many drop and runners. Those singles haven't been available already, have they?
Absolutely not.
Here's Sanderson bowling now to Jordan Clark. He's hit on the pad. Appeal for LBW, not out, says umpire Martin Saggers. First thought with that was it maybe inclining maybe down the leg side. Again, a little bit of movement, I think, off the seam. It looked to nip back. We were talking about the one that dismissed Ryan Patel last night, wasn't it? That we weren't
kept a bit low. I
yeah,
think,
it kept a bit low, and it just nipped back, and it nipped back so much I couldn't quite believe what I was seeing. I thought it might just have swung or shaped back in, but I think it did actually go off the seam. But that one certainly moved off the seam, just nipped back in, but maybe, as I say, did a little bit too much. Haven't seen the replay. Have you had a chance of that?
Fairly
Look at that,
close, but I
Lakers?
think it is a bit too high.
Here's Sanderson in again, and nudged down into the slip cordon, where it's fielded on the bounce by Ricardo Vasconcelos. 2 slips in place. Vasconcelos is at first. Taylor is at second. Then backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket. 2 men out on the leg side. There's a deep square just in front of the main scoreboard. And a long leg as well on the boundary. Glorious sunshine here at Montage Road for the 3rd day of this match. And here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Clark outside the off stump. Clark lets it go through to Rossington.
And I woke up this morning, I said good morning to Martin Sagan.
Did
He
you?
said, very good to see you.
In your hotel, was it?
No, well, I think that was when I woke up.
Oh, down.
No, yes,
I was
didn't
thinking.
wake
I
up
was
in
trying
the
to.
same room.
Yes, I was waiting for you to
Although
explain the
I
story.
have got two double beds in my room, so obviously if he had been struggling, he could have done. No, when I woke up in the stand this morning.
Oh, right, yes, of course, yes.
That'd have been a shock if I'd woken up Martin Saggers had been in my room. Wow.
I mean, it wouldn't surprise me in this game so
Wow,
far.
dearie me.
I was just thinking, isn't there a great Cardiff story? I'll come back to that. Here's Sanderson bowling outside the off stump, and Jordan Clark lets it go through to Rossington, end of the over. Clark is 2. Jacks is 23, Surrey 107 for 5, which means they lead by 188. Isn't there a great, I seem to remember one of Cardiff's essays about falling asleep at the Oval ahead of a test match, looking at the players in practice and dreaming about the 1882, the Ashes test, the test that started the whole Ashes thing when Australia bowled out England to win by 7 runs, Spofford the Demon and all that, and he describes, sort of talking to people in the crowd and the rest of it. Are you following in the Cardiff's footsteps?
Well, I don't know.
Mark?
One of the strangest ones I ever had, and I don't think I'm giving anything away here, was a Surrey pre-season weekend. As in round the wicket comes Simon Kerrigan, forward goes Will Jacks, plays this one out to cover point.
Sounds
and
promising.
No run.
Sounds promising already.
And all it was that Ian Salisbury came back as assistant coach halfway through the day, if that makes sense, and came to the dinner in the evening, but I didn't see him, and I went to bed early. As round the wicket once again comes Kerrigan, and this is pushed by Jacks out into the offside, and there's no run. So I knew he'd rejoined the club, but I hadn't seen him, and I'd left the dinner to go to bed. Woke up the next morning and he was in the bed next to me in the room because they'd put him in that room. Forward goes Jacks, plays this one down to backward point, and there's no run. So it was really a case of sort of, oh, morning, welcome back. He sort of crept in at midnight and the spare bed in the one room that had a spare bed. But yes, I was asleep in the stand when I saw Martin Saggers this morning. Said it was very nice to see him here. As round the wicket once again goes Kerrigan and punched off the back foot down to backward point, and there's no run. As I understand it, he was just down in Canterbury, and all sort of reserve umpires, etc., are all busy because there's under-19s cricket and full round of championship packed schedule. So he was sort of having a day off in Canterbury. As round the wicket once again is Kerrigan. This is punched by Will Jacks off the back foot out there to the sweeper on the cover rope, and they'll pick up a single.
Oh, talking of going to sleep, John Sadler, our batting coach, over the winter was commuting from home up north, and he used to leave really early, come down and park up outside. There was a tree in the park that he used to park on, and he used to go to sleep for an hour and a half. It was his routine.
Absolutely.
He said he'd rather get here and then fall asleep.
Definitely. Well, we mentioned service stations yesterday, but I've done that an awful lot. Got to the ground, left early, had about an hour and a half in a service station, and then come onto the ground. As round the wicket once again goes Kerrigan. This one's left alone by Jordan Clark outside his off stump. So tidy over again from Kerrigan. Interesting start this morning. And Surrey have added 6, but they've lost Hashim Amla. And that lead for Surrey at the moment is 189.
It's a bit like the start we've had in every day, isn't it? Each session really has started like this. It's not the easiest wicket to score on, I don't think. Having brief chats with the players, it's a little bit on the slow side. And if you set those ring fields that we've seen throughout the game, it's difficult. And I think the bowlers have actually bowled well. I think it's been one of the most impressive things for me from both bowling units is the way they've started each session. They haven't had any freebies, which can set the tone for that particular session. And the same thing's happened here. So, no, very, very interesting.
Sanderson starting his 16th over of the innings, but still the 2 slips in place. Bowls to Will Jacks, who plays that away, coming quite a long way across his stumps, which had the first and second slip interested, but he just played it away into mid-wicket, fielded there by Emilio Gay, and there's no run. The thought that occurs to me about the Martin Saggers situation is that he did very well to get here as quickly as he did from Canterbury, because Canterbury, especially if the Dartford crossing's a bit busy, can be quite a long old trek. I speak from experience this year. But he did very well to get here as quickly as he did. Otherwise, David Ripley might have been on for a bit longer. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls to Jacks, who's using his height well, just steers it down to backward point where Kerrigan is fielding, and there's no run. Third man in now, which is probably pretty sensible given that Northamptonshire don't really want to give Surrey easy runs given the match situation.
Well, I can exclusively report that AJ Stewart really enjoyed being
Did
out
he?
there
Brilliant.
umpiring. Yes, very much.
Did
so.
the novelty wear off though? We just felt yesterday that
I think he was a bit disappointed when he came off.
he did a whole session, didn't he, between lunch and tea. Here's Ben Sanderson in again, bowls, and that's a lovely shot from Will Jacks, who had said about using his height the previous ball. There he used it again, stand up tall, punch it away through extra cover for 4. Beautiful stroke. Takes Jacks to 28 and Surrey to 112 for 5, the lead 193, and Will Jacks has looked hugely impressive in this game.
Yeah, that's a lovely shot from Will Jacks. And again, what he's done this morning is he's done his hard work this morning, and then he's unveiled that shot.
Just soaked it up, isn't he? He's prepared to soak up a bit of pressure. It was very impressive in the first thing. It was a surprise that he got out the way he did, having worked so hard to get to 60. And just had a little bit of a hack at Simon Kerrigan, but looking good here now. That ball he just plays up to mid-wicket. The odd one, I just wonder if that stayed in the pitch just a touch.
It did.
He played it up to mid-wicket.
End of his bat,
he is, and it went up to mid-wicket where it's fielded by Emilio Gay and prompted Adam Rossington to run all the way from his position behind the stumps up to have a chat with Ben Sanderson, with Luke Proctor joining in the Council of War. The only thing with having a keeper as captain is it can slow things down a little bit. Generally, Northampton's over rate hasn't been a problem this year, largely down to S. Kerrigan, who just gets through his overs so quickly. But they're having an animated conversation now, and Martin Saggers looks so he's either auditioning for a chorus line or Chicago with his jazz hands, or I think he's suggesting it might be an idea for the sanitisation break after this. It is going to be Sanderson again, infused with all the information and knowledge of Adam Rossington and Luke Proctor. Running in again to bowl to Jacks, who runs that down nicely towards third man. Having said they got a third man, they pulled him round to deep backward point, and as a result, instead of getting a single, he gets 4, because it was a long chase round there for Safe Zabe.
Did you see that? That was a bit of a disagreement there between captain and bowler.
Well, Sanderson's immediately gone, can we go back to what we were after that ball?
Well, Sanderson's uttered the 3 of the most frustrating words in the language. Told you so. 32 to Jacks, 116 for 5. The lead approaching 200.
I just wonder whether it's because that one kept a bit low, leave that gap and look to try and get him playing on.
Here's Sanderson again, and that's edged by Jacks, looking for a forcing stroke off the back foot. It runs down towards third man, and this time there is a third man because they've moved him back again. So this time it is just a single, fielded by Safe Zabe. Jacks up to 33, and Surrey up to 117 for 5. That's the end of the over. It is going to be a sanitisation break. 117 for 5 it is, so Surrey has scored 15 runs this morning for the loss of Hashim Amla. The lead is 198.
Yeah, it's interesting. This is that period now where it's hard to know what field to set. Everyone's got their opinion. But for me, how many balls have gone to fine leg in this game with this wicket?
None.
And we've got on the leg side, when Ben Sanderson was bowling, you had both the deep square leg, behind square, and a fine leg. Possibly, do you need them both? You might have the ability to bring one across, bring the fine leg squarer. Generally, if the ball goes, if you bowl a bad ball and it goes very fine off your legs, generally it's 4 anyway. Just it's an easy game up here though.
Oh, absolutely. Do you want another exclusive, gentlemen,
Oi.
about the AJ Stewart umpiring?
Is this a world exclusive?
I think it might be.
Go
Oh
on
no,
then.
because I think it was on my interview with Ricky Clark last night. But he didn't have 6 coins. He had 6 of Ricky Clark's spare studs. Ah, you see.
It's very typically resourceful from,
very
from
resourceful.
Alex Stewart, isn't it?
Absolutely. Oh, I thought it was typically resourceful of me with my hard-hitting interviews. Again, Rathers, pulling out the information that everybody needs
You
to know.
name the guilty man,
Yes.
spare no one.
No, exactly. So there we are.
I think talking of resourcefulness, there's a rumour that he went to the shop on the first day as well to buy some keeping pads for the because Surrey forgot to bring the short leg pads. Now that's just a rumour, so
Wow.
I can't confirm this, but
Wow, there you are, you see. That is resourceful, isn't it?
I mean, to be fair,
You'd think
Northampton, we've done that a lot as well.
Yeah. Those are the things that tend to get left behind. Is Kerrigan comes left arm round the wicket to Will Jacks, who's forward, playing this one back up the pitch. and
Generally
there's no
by
run.
the person that is going to be short legged, just in the hope that you don't actually have to be in there if you don't have the equipment.
As Kerrigan's in again. Forward goes Jacks, turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run.
Fail to prepare to fail, as they
Yes.
say.
That was David Capel who used to
Yes.
draw that one home to us in the academy days.
And the wicket once again goes Kerrigan. Forward goes Jacks, plays this one out towards backward point. And the worst one, he ended up one season basically driving the Surrey kit van as well. yeah, because there was no one else to do it. And had a shocker at Grace Road as in round the wicket once again goes Kerrigan. Forward goes Will Jacks. A dear friend of mine, Steve Rudkin, who's the analyst. And Ian O'Brien was playing for Leicester, but he was injured. And Grant Elliott was playing for Surrey. So we were packing up the kit van. And there was a one-day game on the Monday, and this was the Saturday, as quicker ball forward goes the right-handed Jacks, pushes this one out into the offside, and there's no run. And we were packing the van and just saw a New Zealand cricket bag, so just assumed Grant Elliott's cricket bag, obviously. Bunged it in, drove all the way back to London, then got a phone call, as this one's left alone outside the off-stump from Leicestershire, saying, could you bring back Ian O'Brien's bag and we'll give you back Grant Elliott's? Had to turn around and go all the way back
Really?
again.
Brilliant.
You had to swap them over. Yeah,
I love stories like that. I love
it can happen.
I love all the stories within cricket that aren't actually directly related to the cricket. It's all the things behind the scenes that
Yeah, absolutely.
you think professional sport, none of that can go on.
No. Well, you were saying with Jimmy Anderson wandering across to get coffee.
Doing the coffee run.
Amazing.
Yeah, it was great to see, and I think that was the extent of his involvement in the game, because Lancashire's top order had a little knock, but we only had about 40 overs in the whole match, and so yeah, that was the nearest we saw him to actually taking the field in that match. He still did it very well, as you would expect. Here's Sanderson running into bowl again to Jordan Clark. No third man in place. Bowls to Clark, who's chipped that to mid-wicket, and he's caught at short mid-wicket by Emilio Gay. Chipped it up, it went low to Gay, took a good catch. Second wicket for Northamptonshire this morning, and, well, whatever your allegiance, I think you have to say Ben Sanderson's probably deserved that. His figures are pretty remarkable, and 16 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 21 now. Clark goes for 2, and Surrey 117 for 6, leading by 198.
Could it just every time the game looks like it's just drifting one way, going in favour of one of the teams, it just sways slightly. But I still think Surrey in a very strong position here, best part of 200 lead. But it was a good plan, I think. It's throughout this whole game, actually, from both teams. The straighter you bowl, the more reward you get. And I think that was a clear plan. They kept the catching mid wicket in there. I think very early on they were trying to target Jordan Clark's pads, constantly trying to make him play. Whereas it looks to Will Jacks like they're trying to go slightly wider. It's the most frustrating way to get out of that.
Oh.
You feel cheated.
Yeah.
You feel like you shouldn't be walking off the middle of the bat, chipping it straight to mid wicket.
Well, I think, again, even with that one, and we talked about it in the last time, I think it just possibly held up a touch on him. He threw it a little bit early. So, interesting. That position could come in more and more, I think, during the afternoon.
Yeah, absolutely right.
Catches in front of the wicket, I think, will be key, especially if there's a partnership.
Yeah.
Yes, it is interesting. I was looking down the number of slip catches we've seen in the match, and I think it's just 2, I reckon.
Really? Yeah, would be.
Yep.
We had one in
Jacks took
Reece
one.
Topley was caught at slip, and then Will Jacks caught Luke Proctor
That's right.
at slip off Topley. So one to each side, and we're deep into the third innings of the match. In contrast to Bristol, where slip catches on both sides were kept very busy indeed, with varying degrees of success, it's probably fair to say. 117 for 6. Ricky Clark is the new batsman, bringing all his experience to bear on the situation. Only the 17 years difference between the two batsmen out there now.
Yeah.
Will Jacks 22, Ricky Clark 39, pushing 40. And he's going to face his first ball from Ben Sanderson, and he cuts that away, forces it away off the back foot, away out towards extra cover. Half stopped by Kerrigan. They're coming back for a second, and Will Jacks really had to put the hammer down there to get home. In fact, in the end, Kerrigan's throw at the stumps didn't make contact.
I think that might have been pretty close.
It would have been very close, I think, but it was a tight 2, but they came back for it. And they're obviously going to be purposeful and busy. 2 to Clark, 119 for 6. And they're just having a little chat now, the two batsmen. What do you reckon Ricky's saying?
Yeah, I think that was tight.
Steady on, yes. Steady on, Chief. 200 is the lead for Surrey, so another little psychological milestone reached for the visitors. Still the 2 slips in place as Sanderson comes in and bowls to Clark. Plays that up to mid-wicket. Gay Fields updating BBC Radio Northampton now. Decent start to the third day's play for Northamptonshire. Have already picked up a couple of wickets. Surrey 119 for 6, so the lead is exactly 200. And a big breakthrough very early on this morning when Hashim Amla, a great South African batsman, caught behind by Alan Rossington off the bowling of Simon Kerrigan for 26. That was 102 for 5. And then just a moment or two ago, Surrey also losing Jordan Clark, who was caught low down at mid-wicket by Emilio Gay off the bowling of Ben Sanderson for 2. In there at the moment, Will Jacks is playing nicely. He's on 33. Ricky Clark's just gone in on 2. Surrey 119 for 6. They lead by exactly 200. So that's updated BBC Radio Northampton for their 11 o'clock news. And Sanderson back at the end of his mark at the David Capel end. 2 slips. And then ring of 5 looking to save 1. 2 on the offside, 3 on the on. And that's pulled away by Clark down towards deep backward square. A joint effort, joint enterprise between Harry Goulston, who did the stopping, James Sales, who did the throwing. And the result is keeps it down to just a single. 1 to Clark, 3 to him. And Surrey up to 120 for 6.
We're thinking 250, and that's another 49 from here. Surrey this morning are 18 for 2. So it's not straightforward, this, to get to that 250 for Surrey.
Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Jacks, plays that up to Proctor at mid-on. End of the over, and finally a wicket for Ben Sanderson, who's bowled 17 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 24, and Surrey 120 for 6. Jacks is 33. Ricky Clark is 3. They lead by 201, 4 wickets in hand. All results possible. It's a thriller. It's just been a cracking game, hasn't it? It's gone one way and then t'other. I still think Surrey are in a very strong position with, and you made the point yesterday, Mark, with runs in the bank.
Yeah, I think that's always the thing, isn't it? With runs on the board, that's the thing. And it's that again, that whole adage of, can you make them score the highest number of runs in the game last to win the game?
Always felt like Northamptonshire have just been chasing the game all the time, just behind. Can't seem to get themselves into that stronger position.
I think it's sort of hanging in there at the moment.
Very much so.
And that's sort of been the way of the game. As Ricky Clark on strike then, as Simon Kerrigan comes around the wicket to him, tosses this one up, and Clark is forward. Bowled very nicely yesterday, Ricky Clark, just popping this one out into the offside. You feel he'd have a lot of bowling to do today as well, Ricky Clark. Got to do a bit of batting first as Kerrigan's in. Ricky Clark's forward, thickish edge. They've got 2 in there in that sort of slip cord, and they'll pick up a couple. Oh no, just a single, apologies, as Kay comes round to do the fielding. So 1 more to Ricky Clark. He moves on to 4. 121 for 6.
Still feel like just waiting is for someone to play positively, and the game could be taken away very, very quickly. No one's really looked to take the initiative, have they, in the whole game, actually?
Well, in the chase, the two names that sort of stand out for me are Vasconcelos and Rosington. They're the two. As in again comes Kerrigan, forward goes Jacks, plays this one out into the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, I'd say the same. It's in between. I mean, Keogh as well.
Yeah.
Keogh's been one of our key players, but one of those, the top three, have got to bat through for me.
Around the wicket again goes Kerrigan, gives this some air, and forward goes Will Jacks, pushes this one out into the offside. Good stuff this from Will Jacks. He moves on to 34. Surrey move on to 122 for 6.
Yeah, you'd want Rossington coming in with not too much to do. You want him to be in a position where he can just bat rather than having to chase the game.
As well, Kerrigan was about to let go of the ball, but Ricky Clark wasn't quite ready. So slow motion. It's almost like a slow motion replay of him bowling there, and he never let go of the ball. We'll try again now to Ricky Clark, and Clark's letting this one go outside his off stump. Again, a little bit of turn there, I think, for Kerrigan, taken to his right by Rosington. And now a deep mid wicket goes out for Ricky Clark as he's in again. Kerrigan and Clark again. Late leave from Ricky Clark and taken by Rosington once more. Another tidy over from Kerrigan. 122 for 6 then Surrey. Lead by 203 on this third morning on an absolute scorcher here in North. I think it's a bit like this across the country today, from what I can gather.
It looks roasting out there. It
Sadly,
really does.
Yeah, and sadly, no cricket at Scarborough, of course,
I
because
know,
the game
2 day.
finished in 2 days with Yorkshire trouncing Somerset. I have to say, we didn't really see that coming. The start that Somerset have made in Division 1. I thought they would be right up there, but they've had a couple of absolute horror shows so far in Division 1. Yorkshire winning there by an awful lot in 2 days. So down to the beach and the fish and chip shop for anybody who's planning to watch the cricket. Here's Sanderson running into bowl to Jacks, who lets that go through outside the off stump, and there's no run. Yeah, I mean it really has been a fascinating start to the various divisions. Obviously, we'll keep you up to date with what's happening. The other Division 1 games that are still on at Trent Bridge. Nottinghamshire are 160 for 5 in their second innings against Lancashire, so that's a lead of 264. And at Edgbaston, Hampshire 273 for 8 in their second innings against Warwickshire. That's a lead of 246. That's boiling up beautifully, that one, with a couple of wickets in hand. Yorkshire winning by an innings and 33 against Somerset at Scarborough yesterday. Keeper standing up, Adam Rossington, and then obligingly... That'll improve captain-bowler relations. And decided to stand up. Sanderson fires one down the leg side. It's a good stop rather than a take by Adam Rossington. That really will go down well, won't it?
I find it an amazing skill, though, to be able to stand up to seamers as a keeper. I think it's an incredible art. It looks so easy keeping him. When as a batter, it's, it must be easy. You just got to stand there and catch it. When you have a go, it's so difficult.
Sanderson often stands up to Ben Sanderson. Here's Sanderson in again. Bowls again down the leg side. This time, Will Jacks plays it down to long leg, and they're able to come through for a single. Goes down there to Harry Goulston, down on the boundary. Jacks up to 35 and Surrey to 123 for 6.
I was lucky enough that Jack Russell's joined us a couple of times when he's been at the ground doing his amazing painting. But one of my favourite ever moments in cricket was he leg side stumping off Gladstone Small in a test match, Dean Jones.
I think they've seen some clips of this.
Unbelievable bit of keeping.
Yeah.
Here's Sanderson in again with Rossington now standing back with Ricky Clark on strike, and Clark playing that one down to backward point, Zabe Fields.
Yeah, you can find it on YouTube. So the late great Dean Jones. But when Jack came on once, I said, "Can I just ask you seriously? Was that pre-planned?" He said, "No. For that ball, I just thought I'm going to go up to the stumps." And it is an unbelievable bit of keeping. Off Gladstone Small,
it is worth a watch.
Who's quick in those days, of course, just straight down the leg side, bails are off, and unbelievable.
Sanderson running in again to bowl to Ricky Clark, who's watchfully, defensively forward. Plays it back to Sanderson, who does a few little silky footballing skills that may or may not get him a contract at Rotherham. Knocks it up from boot to hand.
That was very good.
It was very impressive, wasn't it? Yes, he's...
It he'll be hoping everyone's seen it, but no one doesn't look like anyone's giving him any time of day there.
The scouts aren't in today. 123 for 6 it stays. 204 the lead, 4 wickets in hand. There's your money. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Clark, who steers that down to backward point, fielded by Zabe, and there's no run. That finishes the over. 18 overs, 7 maidens, 1 for 25. Ben Sanderson now, it's 123 for 6. The lead is 204. Will Jacks has made 35. Ricky Clark on 4.
I think going back to keepers standing up, I think in a modern game, it's become every day, really, isn't it? You look at the likes of Ben Folkes, who's brilliant at it, and I can one that springs to mind for me was David Murphy during the 2013 season where we won the T20, and he stood up to everybody, and it just changed. It changes the dynamic of the game, especially in T20. He was standing up to pretty much everybody, and it makes the batsman think. You're not used to it.
It's incredible skill. It really is. Plus, you're in the batsman's face as well. That's the other thing. Because Jack was telling me as well, he didn't brush his teeth.
Yeah, the smell
especially during that Gloucestershire, you know, when they were sort of the fielding, as forward goes, Will Jackson drives this one down towards long off, and they'll pick up a single. Because I remember that Gloucestershire side were really the first ones in the field to be whizzing balls straight back into Jack's gloves. Over. I remember Mark Ramprakash in a final, the whiz one, and he caught it and threw it back. But they were literally on top of you from ball one. But Jack was the main one of that, and he said he didn't brush his teeth. As forward goes Ricky Clark, plays this one up to Kerrigan, and there's no run.
I was talking to somebody about this in the previous match down at Bristol. What did it call it? The space invaders.
Yeah, literally. It was
they were invading the space.
Windows, Harvey, and they were on top of you from ball one. This one's tossed up by Kerrigan, plays this one out into the offside, and then Jack would be up to the stumps to John Lewis and Harvey and Mark Lane, and you'd knock the ball out to cover, and it would come flying straight back in and straight into Jack's gloves. And as cutting is Ricky Clark out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total.
But the smell is not just from the breath, from the kit. I mean, keepers' gloves stink.
Absolutely.
Nowadays, they rotate and they go through them, but go back a few years and they kept the gloves. Like Rips kept the gloves for his whole career, and they stank. They were horrendous.
And Jack's hat as well. As forward goes Will Jacks and pushes this one down to backward point, and there's no run.
Poor Jack must have been a smelly man all round during that time then.
I think he had his cup of tea, didn't he? Which he had to have in a particular way. The number of times the tea bag was dunked. As forward goes Will Jacks, pushes this one out into the offside. He only ate, sort of on tour, I think he said it was only baked beans, so he'd take a whole load of baked beans with him as well. And he had to have them at a particular time in the day. And he's caught, that was it. Number of tea bags dunked, and then his cornflakes at a certain time. Yeah, so amazing, really. But God, he was good behind the stumps. He was
absolutely wonderful. Yes, talk to some of the old wicket keepers. Of course, in the old days when the gloves probably didn't afford the sort of protection that they do now with modern equipment, and the whole business about putting a stake in the gloves and leaving it there for overnight, or indeed in the dressing room from September to the following April, letting it smack into the gloves with a bit of stake to cushion the impact.
Well, Dave Murphy's space in the dressing room at one point was cordoned off with the caution tape that the police use after they've had the crime investigations,
really?
Because it was that bad. It was mess everywhere, but it stank. It was everything. He was such a sweaty person, lovely guy. I mean, he cleaned his teeth, he looked after his personal hygiene, but he couldn't. He just sweated so much.
Yes, well, there's a hint of too much information there, but no, I can well imagine that we've all known it in club cricket, haven't we? That keepers aren't always the most popular in the dressing room. For Ranger bowling, Tom Taylor coming into the attack from this David Capel end in place of Ben Sanderson. Taylor bowled 6 overs, 0 for 28 yesterday. We said just a little bit tired. First ball finds Ricky Clark just pushing into the offside, and there's no run, fielded by Kerrigan at extra cover. 2 sun hats out there this morning, Kerrigan and Ben Sanderson. It's extraordinary. I suppose it sort of sums up the way that this rather odd weather we're having at the moment, in that we've got glorious baking sunshine, not a cloud in the sky, as Taylor comes in and bowls beautifully driven, but straight to extra cover by Ricky Clark, and there's no run. And yet you look over to the trees over to our right, just at the back of the scoreboard, and there's just a few little hints of autumn there, a few golden leaves instead of green ones. And during the previous over I was watching, and a few of them were sort of fluttering down.
I went for a run last night and ran past conkers that had come off the tree. And I thought, oh, here we go.
Pick any up. You could have had a game. World Conker Championships, of course, here in Northamptonshire every year. Here's Taylor playing that out to extra cover again. Can somebody else cheat?
I used to bake mine.
Bake.
Yeah, or in vinegar. Yes.
Shocking.
Yes. I had a friend at school as well who thought he could get away with it. He had a big stone that he painted brown and thought nobody would notice. He was smashing everybody's conkers up.
Well, for years, the World Conker Championships used to be held on the green at Ashton, up near Oundle. I think now it's moved to Southwick, but obviously the last couple of years I'm not sure it's happened because of COVID. Here's Taylor in again, and that's an absolute beauty, and Clark is caught behind. And that again has just seemed like a fast leg break, and well, Ricky Clark's done quite well to get a nick on that. He's gone through to Rossington, another dismissal for him. Clark goes for 5. Northamptonshire's good start to the day continues. Taylor strikes, and Surrey 125 for 7.
It's just the same pattern again, isn't it? Nothing really happens for a few overs. We're just chatting away. It's nice and calm out there, and then out of absolutely nowhere, there's an absolute jaffer. Just what you want. I think both bowlers, both Ben Sanderson and Tom Taylor, striking early in their spells with their tails up here. And yeah, Northamptonshire are making a good go of this. As we've said, they're right up against it, but it's still a very interesting game of cricket on our hands.
Yeah. 125 for 7. The lead is 206. Ricky Clark walks off, having been caught behind off Tom Taylor as he was in the first innings.
I suppose the other thing
Rossington
is
bowled Taylor both times.
Surrey won't mind seeing that either in a way, will they?
No,
the fact that has done that it won't worry Surrey too much, and that's that whole thing about having runs on the board again, isn't it? But exactly what we talked about this morning, from a Northamptonshire point of view, still in this, still hanging on in there. It's going to make this afternoon absolutely fascinating.
It is. I have a funny feeling, and I may be proved completely wrong, because Will Jacks is still out there, and there's still some batting to come, but I'm not sure those that were planning to come tomorrow are going to have a lot, if anything, to watch, but one way or the other. But we shall see. Will Jacks is still there, plenty of power to add, played really well this morning. Again, as we've been saying, he's been prepared to soak up a bit of pressure, but Taylor has now picked up his first wicket of the innings, having taken a 5 for in the first. 2 slips in place, he bowls to the new batsman Gus Atkinson, who lets that first ball go by outside the off stump. 125 for 7, the lead 206. Surrey resuming this morning on 102 for 4. They've lost Hashim Amla, caught Rossington, bowled Kerrigan for 26. That was 102 for 5. Jordan Clark caught Gay at mid-wicket off Sanderson for 2. That was 117 for 6. And then Ricky Clark caught Rossington, bowled Taylor for 5 at 125 for 7. Here's Tom Taylor running in away from us, bowling to Atkinson, who drives back down the ground. It's fielded by Luke Proctor, and no ball called by umpire Martin Saggers, so 2 more onto the total, 127 for 7.
Got to get in the game, Sags, haven't he? I'd be interested to see what effect the roller has as well, actually. Because as we said before, as Radders was alluding to with that chase early on in the season against Glamorgan, you never quite know what the wicket's going to be like, and depending on what bowler goes on, it could make a difference.
Here's Taylor running in again to bowl to Gus Atkinson. Good ball, just on the line of middle and off. Plays it up to mid-off where Sanderson fields end of the over. And successful one for Tom Taylor, who's bowled 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 30. Applause for Taylor from around the ground. 127 for 7. Jacks is 36. Atkinson yet to get off the mark. The lead is 208, and we just had a brief visit from Northamptonshire cricket chairman Nigel Felton, former opening batsman here, of course, for many years. Part of Northamptonshire's F plan with Alan Fordham. Good player.
Yeah, very good player.
Nuggety player.
Just asked me to give him a call, and I'm never quite sure if that's a good or a bad thing.
Wait until lunch.
Yeah.
It's ahead of the AGM tonight.
Yes, wait till lunch. Well, I think we 11 overs this morning. That's 25 for 3 in 11 overs this morning, which shows sort of how tricky it is at the minute. As Kerrigan will continue down there in the distance.
The one observation I would make, as we've been saying, we did mention it yesterday, that this has been the first time in 6 years that these two sides have met in the championship. It was worth waiting for, wasn't it?
Absolutely. As Jax is forward and turning this one down towards a deepish mid on. They've got deepish mid on, long off, and 2 back on the leg side rope, and the sweeper to give him the single if he wants it to get Gus Atkinson on to strike.
I'm not sure this is the right way to go this, though.
Kerrigan comes in round the wicket and forward goes. Well, Jax plays this one out into the offside, and there's no. The only thing I thought is sort of every run here could be absolutely crucial.
It could, but he hasn't done anything yet.
No.
At least, I mean, Keggs is a very experienced bowler. He knows what he wants.
And again comes Kerrigan. That's just nudged into the leg side by Will Jax. Won't get a run here because Rosington comes out to do the fielding.
But this, it generally, sending a message that it's a bit more of a defensive field, whereas Will Jack hasn't really played a shot in anger. At least make him have a go before you do this, especially the deep mid wicket there.
Kerrigan's in again, in his sunglasses today, driving. Jax will take his single down towards long off. Sensibly played by Will Jax, moves on to 37. 128 for 7. Well, it's hot enough today. I've noticed Tom Taylor's got the old zinc on his nose today. Donald-esque out there in the middle today. 128 for 7. That lead moves on to 209 for Surrey. It's been a great game of cricket, this. It really has. Whatever happens. We were saying it's a slow burner and it's bubbling up very, very nicely at the moment as Kerrigan's into Gus Atkinson, and Atkinson's forward just prods this one back up the pitch. Knows what his role here is. Gus Atkinson, just keep Will Jack's company. But as Laurie Evans was saying, he's christened him MS Dhoni, Atkinson, because he's so cool, calm and collected. As forward goes Gus Atkinson, pushes this one out towards extra cover, and there's no run. End of the over, 128 for 7 then. Jack's 37. Gus Atkinson is yet to get off the mark. Bit of a breeze today as well. That's a good thing with the heat.
Definitely. There's nothing worse when you're out there all day and it's just sapping heat. If you get a bit of a breeze, at least you can feel, especially when you get a bit of a sweat on and then you get that breeze on you. So is Atkinson got a bit of pedigree with the bat?
Well, one thing he did was in a 2020 game, and Laurie was talking about it at Chelmsford, went out there and Laurie was 80 odd not out, and sort of Gus came in with 3 balls left, 4 need, and Laurie was stuck at the non-strikers end. The first ball, Gus just backed away and smashed it over extra cover and walked off. So, as Laurie said, he called him MS Dhoni Atkinson because he was just so cool about it.
Brilliant.
It's Jack's on strike now with 37 to his name, and Taylor coming in to bowl to him, and he's just running that one down to third man and takes the single. So clearly trusts his partner. Save comes in off the boundary to field. One more to Jack's, 38 to him, 129 for 7, and the lead 210.
But as you've noticed with Gus, when he's bowling, there's no great histrionics with anything Gus does.
No.
He just turns around, walks back and does it again.
It does look like that. His body language is just so calm.
Yeah,
I mean,
no, he's a lovely lad. But he's just very laid back,
Brilliant.
very calm about everything.
Martin Saggers just having a little word with Tom Taylor about where his feet are landing, whether it's a sort of just one of those little gentle advisories. And they would say in a driving test that he's getting a little bit close to that line. This ball finds Atkinson playing very cool, calm and collected indeed, out to extra cover where Kerrigan fields. And there's no run. Still the 2 slips, been 2 slips in place pretty much all morning. And for Atkinson, backward point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, all saving 1, and then 2 men out on the leg side, one just in front of square, and a long leg. Here's Taylor from the David Capel ends in bowling to Atkinson, who plays that up to mid-wicket, where it's fielded there by Rob Keogh, and enough time for them to come through for a single, one more to for Atkinson off the mark with a single, 130 for 7. Jack's up to 38. They're now taking his run away from him. No, they've put it back again. That's right, the scoreboards. The heat has obviously got into the scoreboard this morning because he went from 1 to 0 to 1 to 0 to 1. He is 130 for 7. Here's Taylor. 1 wicket already this morning, running in and bowling to Will Jacks, who steers that to backward point, where Emilio Gay fields, and there's no run. Hopefully, at least we're going to see the same 2 umpires with us for all day today. It was an interesting day yesterday with 5 umpires at various times on the field. Which must be some sort of record.
Yeah, well, fingers crossed Russell Warren's feeling a bit
Yeah,
better.
yes. Obviously, I hope he's thoughts with Rab. I hope he's much better, Nick. Here's Taylor in, and that's gone straight up in the... I thought he'd gone up in the air. In fact, he didn't. He just dropped it down, I think, off the pad, and it rolled down towards Adam Rossington behind the stumps. I thought for a minute he just got a little bit of bat and pad. It had gone straight up, but it didn't. Played it safely enough down there on the offside. Field changing with 1 ball to go in the over. And obviously, to try and prevent Will Jacks from getting the single. They've got a man back there on the cover boundary now, which is Simon Kerrigan. And then they've got 4 looking to save 1. A backward point, wideish extra, straightish extra cover, a mid-on and a mid-wicket. And that's driven up to the man at straightish extra cover, Brandon Glover, who finds himself on the field. And that's the end of the over. And they have succeeded at least in keeping Will Jacks at that end. So Gus Atkinson's going to have to face the first ball of the next over. Jacks is 38, Atkinson is 1, and Surrey 130 for 7. They're leading by 211.
I just find this all very interesting, really. Every run absolutely vital.
It's amazing, isn't it? Because the last 2 overs, nothing's happened. Hasn't moved off the straight. Hasn't really spun.
No.
Batsmen don't look in any trouble.
No. And then all of a
sudden it comes out of nowhere. It's a very strange game.
Ben Sanderson's gone off for a little refresher or something, or a quick rub down, because Brandon Glover's on the field at the moment in place of Sanderson.
They're getting the short leg in as well, so all the bits and pieces being brought out.
Who is it? Young Harry Gold.
Yeah, with pads going on now, wicket keeping pads, and then the helmet will go on as well for young Mr. Goldston, and he'll drop in there with the helmet on.
It's nice knowing when you've got an experienced bowler in there. When you have the youngsters that are learning their trade, it's a horrible position to be when you get the odd drag down and things. Whereas by someone of Simon Kerrigan's experience, at least it makes it slightly more enjoyable.
Well, he's in there at City Point, right in front of Gus Atkinson, as Atkinson backs away, cuts this one. That gets him ducking and touching there at City Point.
Famous last words,
out there to cover, and there's no run. Yeah, Gus Atkinson just lay back and cut that one. As Kerrigan in again to him, forward and pushing out into the offside. Taylor comes across to do the fielding. Vasconcelos in there at slip, clapping away. Rosington behind the stumps, of course. As Kerrigan's in again to Atkinson, forward he goes, pushes it again out towards Taylor. And the covers.
I remember being in at short leg on my debut, and Ian Blackwell was batting.
Ugh. As in, round the wicket once again goes Kerrigan, and this one's pushed once more by Atkinson.
It was a funny character, and he walked past me, he was tapping away. I said, "Don't want to be in there, son."
That's one bloke. Oh dear. As Kerrigan's in again, and this is left alone by Atkinson outside his off stump. Taken by Rosington, moving away to his right hand side.
It is a position that's fun though. If you've got people that you trust, we had Monty, Nicky Boyer, and Jason Brown.
Yeah,
it was good fun.
Forward again goes Atkinson, pushes this one down towards backward point. End of the over, 130 for 7, so a maiden over from Kerrigan. Jacks 38, Atkinson 1. And sort of the practice for that, it's become a specialised position now, hasn't it? Because years ago it used to be sort of the oldest bloke who couldn't be bothered, just got the helmet on and went in. But now...
Yeah, they practice that as much as you would your bowling, your fielding, your forward defence, and your slower balls. You do the same thing with the same as slip catching. Whereas for me though, it's massive on you've got to want to be in there. You've got to want the ball. As soon as you're scared, you're never going to catch anything because you're always thinking about getting out of the way. And that's where it is a trust thing. You need to trust your bowlers. The worst thing is being in there in those times where you're in there as a token fielder when it's flat and not doing anything. It's nice when it's spinning and it's fun and you're going to get chances.
Tom Taylor with just one slip in place, bowling to Will Jacks, who drives nicely out to deep extra, where Kerrigan comes in off the boundary in front of the West Stand to field. And there's a single, one more to Jacks, who's 39, 131 for 7. We were talking yesterday when Alex Stewart was out there doing his umpiring duties in the afternoon session about whether he was actually sort of moving the field around. I gather this was suggested by one or two in the West Stand.
To him, he said he had some advice.
Yeah, well, the West Stand was down to our left, had the reputation for many years of being one of the sort of places that spectators would let you know what they thought. Let's put it that way. Here's Taylor with an extra slip in now for Atkinson, but Atkinson letting that one go through outside the off stump. Going way back, well over 100 years, you reports of the West Stand. Gilbert Jessup got some fearful stick from the West Stand in 1907.
Wow.
They were complaining that he was holding the game up, and then there was a run out that they didn't like. And
I didn't know you were allowed to do that then.
Oh, they did, absolutely.
Gentlemen's game.
Yeah,
No, it's not here at Northampton. There's a great line in one of the reports. So he went over to say what was in his mind. Here's Taylor bowling to Atkinson, who plays that cleverly, just steers it away wide of second slip, perfectly safely, down to third man. There is no third man, and Gus Atkinson benefits to the tune of 4 runs, 5 to Atkinson, and 135 for 7, the lead up to 216. I probably did know this, but I'd forgotten. You're talking about your debut, Wakers, against Somerset back in 2007. You got wickets in that game.
I did, yeah. I could actually bowl then.
Must have. One of them. I mean, there's a couple of decent players there. M. Trescothick and J. Hildreth.
I mean, I didn't get many wickets, but I've got a few good names in. I've got Hussey in there.
Oh right. Okay.
Hodge.
Not
I've got a few good ones.
Here's Taylor in again, bowling to Gus Atkinson, who plays that very calmly out towards the cover boundary. They come through for 1, think about 2, but safe save. A is quick to the ball, B has got a good arm, and there's absolutely no reason for Surrey to take an unnecessary risk at the moment, so they settle for the single, 6 to Atkinson. And Surrey up to 136 for 7, the lead up to 217. Caught by Ricky Vessels. Trescothick caught Vessels, bowled Wakely 146.
It says caught behind, but he actually tried to reverse sweep and it hit his glove and looped up in the air to the keeper.
Here's Taylor in again, bowls down the leg side. That's a very good take by Adam Rossington, diving away to his left. That's the radar letting Tom Taylor down a wee bit there. Will Jack shaping to play it, doesn't make contact, and Adam Rossington having to fling himself away to his left. Very good take. Stays at 136 for 7. And then James Hildreth caught by Buck Rogers, bowled Wakely 51.
I remember the conversation. David Sales was captain and we were getting smashed around everywhere, and he just threw me the ball and said good luck.
Here's Taylor in, bowls to Will Jacks, plays it down to backward point where Emilio Gay fields. End of the over, 39 to Jacks, 6 to Atkinson, 136 for 7. Taylor's bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 38, 136 for 7 it is. So Surrey lead by 217.
Yeah, I can remember that really, really clearly actually, and I don't think any of the team had actually ever seen me bowl, because in those days you didn't really do much with the first team, so a majority of those players hadn't got a clue what was going on. I don't think I did, to be honest, either.
A decent game actually, looking at it.
You had a good game. I'm just looking. They're 38 and 66 as well. Did you remember who bowled you your first ball in first class cricket?
Caddick.
Was it
Andy
Caddick?
Caddick. Nick threw third slip on the floor. And he was like, he grunted something under
So
his...
off the mark straight away?
Oh, no.
Stopped.
I couldn't tell you that, actually,
right.
but I don't think it was straight away.
Yeah, there you go.
I can remember those nerves being... I was petrified. Andy Caddick, it was... Langer was playing, Trescothick. I was petrified.
As round the wicket comes Kerrigan, and this one, Gus Atkinson pushes away into the offside. I'll tell you what, it was a heck of an attack. Caddick, Willoughby, Stefan Jones, Blackwell, Cameron White and Peter Trigo was the Somerset attack. As this one's tossed up by Kerrigan, thick inside edge, and
I
there's
didn't
no
know
run.
that. Did Cameron White play?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
16.1 overs, 2 maidens, 2 for 55.
Wow.
There you
I
go.
did not know that.
Yep. There you are. You probably hit him for 6 or something, can't remember. As in round the wicket once more is Kerrigan, and forward goes Gus Atkinson, plays this one out to backward point, and there's no
I do
run.
remember getting an absolute barrage of abuse. It was back in the days when that was the way things were.
Right.
You got some real stick, and it was sink or swim pretty quickly.
Yeah. Well, Yeah, there were some names that probably could do it in the Somerset side, as this one just straightens up a touch on Gus Atkinson. Trescothick Edwards, Langer, captain, Hildreth, Cameron White, Ian Blackwell, Peter Trigo, Craig Keysvetter, Stefan Jones, Andy Caddick, Charles Willoughby. It's a pretty good team, that, isn't it? As in round the wicket once again goes Kerrigan, forward goes Atkinson.
I think I remember right in one of the innings I walked out to play. It might have been the first on debut, and Lance Klusener was batting. I think it was. I think this is right, and he.
In comes Kerrigan once for Atkinson. Oh, now he's looked to work it leg side, thickish edge. It flies away down towards that third man region. Good stop by Gay, but Vasconcelos was moving to his right at slip. So good over again from Kerrigan. Sorry, 136 for 7. They lead by 217.
You're walking out to bat, and you've got some superstar internationals that you've seen, and I didn't say a word throughout the whole 4 days. I was just in awe. And you're walking out to bat, and hopefully he'll give you some words of advice to calm me down. And he just walked up and he gave me a fist pump and he said, "Good luck. He's bowling really fast." And then just walked off.
Well, it looks as though he gave it a bit of brigadier block in the first innings, 38 off 88 balls.
Yeah, it was a...
Batted a couple of hours, but Northamptonshire were in trouble, so Stephen Crook got 60 down the order.
Yeah, I remember it was a very entertaining game. All sorts of different things happened within the game. Usman Afzal came off saying he was poorly, and then decided to eat all the tea. And then at tea, there was a huge argument.
Here's Taylor in again, starting another over to Jacks, who just runs that down to backward point Gay Fields, and there's no run.
I can remember it all kicking off, because he obviously had a lot of international superstars there, a lot of people. You had Chris Rogers, David Sales, Usman Afzal. And it all got very, very, very heated.
Is he amazing? When he was at Surrey. One of my favourite moments ever of Usman's career at Surrey was Mark Butcher's reaction when he had to bring him on to bowl. There was a massive partnership, Dipanar and...
Taylor in again, bowls to Jacks, who just turns that away down towards long leg, then a comeback for 2. Good running. As Rob Keogh finds himself down there at fine leg, which is not terribly usual, but he's obviously having a little graze down in the outfield, but they come back for 2. Jack's up to 41, 138 for 7, the lead 219.
It was at Grace Road, Dipanar scored 180 or something, and nothing was happening, and you could see Usman desperately trying to get into the attack, and Butcher refusing, and then finally first ball, massive full toss. Dipanar launched it straight down long on's throat, ran off as if he'd just scored the winning goal in the World Cup.
Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Jacks. I think was looking to play that around for extra cover. It went off an inside edge, and he picks up a single on the onside. Nevertheless, all runs count in this situation, as we've been saying. 42 to Jacks, 139 for 7.
And Butcher was still at slip, and on the replay, all you could see was just his hands on his knees and his head go down, didn't move, did not move. And Usman was waiting for everyone to come to him. Not one person moved.
Incredible player, though.
Oh,
so much talent. The wrists he had.
Unbelievable player.
I saw him play some ridiculous knocks. Yeah, I think he got a double 100 here for Surrey against us, where David Willey dropped him at extra cover.
That's right.
On 2 or something.
That's right, and then he got the double 100.
Something like that, yeah. And it was spinning, and he against the spin, and his wrists to drive the ball out of the rough were just phenomenal.
Wonderful player, certainly was. Played Test cricket, of course. Here's Taylor in again, bowling to Atkinson. Plays it up to mid-off. Sanderson fields, and there's no run.
Well, there was an interview with Mark Butcher talking about how when Usman came to Surrey, Butch went down to the indoor school and Usman was just smashing balls. And he said, "What are you doing?" Because this wasn't the way that Butch had ever practiced. And he said, "I'm just hitting balls. That's all I'm just going to smash everything." And then Butch said he went in and did it, and he'd never done it before. And he said it completely sort of, even with his career and experience, changed the way he went about it.
Liberating experience, was it? Is Atkinson facing this ball from Taylor, who's again pushing it up to mid-off, where Sanderson fields and there's no run, stays at 139 for 7. His record for Northamptonshire, he was here, 4 seasons, but only I think played sort of 3 and a bit. 59 first-class matches, 4,437 runs, averaging just a touch under 50. With he got a lot of hundreds as well, because he was one of Kepler Vessel's early signings here as director of cricket.
He was a beautiful player when he was going.
Here's Taylor. And again, bowling to Atkinson. Again, pushing forward out into the covers. It's fielded there by Harry Goulston. An extra cover, end of the over. 139 for 7. Atkinson 6, Jacks 42. The lead is up to 220. Yeah, he was basically Northampton's got him in because Hussey and Jakes had both gone after 2003, and they needed a sort of a good solid batsman. So he'd already played Test cricket by then in the 2001 series. Yeah, first season. Welcome to the club. 1,365 runs with 4 championship centuries, and that was in a side that was relegated because they went down in 2004. And then the following year, he got 500s, including 4 in 4 games.
Right.
So he made a big impact here at Northamptonshire in a relatively short space of time. But
I mean, I'm hesitant to say someone that didn't fulfil their potential with statistics like that, but he's the kind of player you look at and think, how did he not play more Test cricket? I mean, I don't know what his overall statistics are, but I think they'll be pretty good.
well, it's interesting because he had 3 very good years, 04, 05, 06 here when Kepler Vessels was here, and then he I don't know whether the face didn't quite fit as well. I seem to remember when David Capel took over as director of cricket, and he left actually at the end of 2007.
Did he play the 5 tests of that series in 01? And that was it? Because I remember he went on tour after that. May have played in Pakistan after that.
He made a 50 on the last test at the Oval,
that's
didn't
right.
he?
Yeah, that's right.
That series. Fine player.
Oh, brilliant player. Good fella as well. Lovely chap. Great entertainment.
Yeah, that's one thing I would always describe. That always something was happening.
Oh, absolutely, yeah.
Whether it was on or off the field, you were always entertained.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's a difficult time here because obviously Kepler Vessel's going mid-season after a sort of certain amount of unrest in the dressing room, and one or two that had come in under Vessels. Obviously, there was an element of, well, you're his signing, and I think it was a difficult time all round. And I was glad he managed to find somewhere else. And obviously, Northamptonshire's loss was very much Surrey's gain for a few years.
He played 3 tests in that series and scored that 50 in the last test as Manaf. But yeah, well, his first class averaged 39, nearly 40 in first class cricket. Over 14,000 first class runs.
Is he? 14,000.
Punching off the back foot here is, well, Jack's off Kerrigan for a single after a little drinks break, and Jack's moves on to 43, 140 for 7.
I think while we've been talking and reminiscing, I think it's Surrey have
Just
kind of quietly gone about their business, and they've got themselves into a very good position here. Sort of 221 runs ahead.
Very good innings from Will Jacks.
Yeah, it is. Again, it's always nice when you look up at the scoreboard and the scoreboard's kept ticking without really realising it. He's got himself to 43 without really doing anything.
Absolutely, and he's played very sensibly this morning as Kerrigan. Round the wicket he comes to Gus Atkinson. Quicker one. Atkinson turns it into the leg side, and there's no run. But yeah, 60 in the first innings, thought he played really well. It's interesting, I think I've seen every one of his innings for Surrey. I'd put this one right up there, actually. And I know it's 43, but it's in the circumstances. And when he came in last night, and what's happened this morning, is this one left by Gus Atkinson. Oh, that was very close to his stumps. Nice bit of bowling again from Kerrigan.
2 types. That's a good one.
That's a great leave. Great leave. Stumps are still there as he's in again, Kerrigan. Forward goes Atkinson, just pushes this one back up the pitch, and there's no run.
I've just seen that Middlesex are still going at 479 for 2. Oof. Sam Robson, 244 not out.
They were 400 for 2 at stumps last night, weren't they? As forward comes Gus Atkinson, pushes this one out into the offside. Yeah, that's...
At a good rate as well, 114 overs.
Yeah, so they picked up the maximum batting points.
Yeah, they did.
Can't be many games. If that kick goes on and they're just 2 down, can't be many games where one side's picked up maximum batting points and the opposition haven't got a bowling point. As this one's turned leg side by Gus Atkinson, and there's no run. So if they in the next 6 overs, or I think 140, another 6 overs, Oh no, they're past it, aren't? Is it 120 for bowling? No,
110.
110. So they are past
Yeah, they're
it.
past it.
So that's it.
110.
Yeah.
So they can't be that many games
No.
where he got maximum batting point and
No,
not a
like a
bowling
like a
point.
shutout, isn't it?
I'd say
Absolutely.
that'd be a good stat to find
Yeah,
out.
definitely.
I can't remember it happening.
It was the 120 overs I was thinking of was in the old Bob Willis Trophy
Yeah.
last year. You had that was the end of your innings, wasn't it?
I'd have to go back to that match we were talking about yesterday,
Yeah.
the 1995 one against Notts, when they were 353 for 1 at the close of the first day and lost by an innings, which is, as we were saying yesterday, I think the most extraordinary county championship match I've ever reported on. Certainly, there were a few that year though. 95, crumbs! There were some great games of cricket that summer. Here's Tom Taylor starting afresh over to Will Jacks, who's pushing that up towards mid-off, where Rob Keogh, just wondering what he was doing down there at long leg earlier on, whether he got some business to transact down there at long leg at the other end of the ground. He's up at mid-off now, no run there.
Sometimes you just need a bit of a change of scenery.
Yeah.
Bit of a graze on the boundary.
Somebody wanted to chat to him.
Yeah.
Got an order in at the shop or something. Just wanted to see if it was in or not. 140 for 7, 221 the lead. Here's Taylor in again. Bowls. That's a beautiful flowing drive by Will Jacks, but there is a man out there sweeping on the extra cover boundary. Safe save in front of the West Stand. And they come through for a single. 44 to Jacks, 141 for 7. The lead up to Richie Benno's favourite, 222.
Because 95 was that great series against the West Indies as well, wasn't it?
It was. Northamptonshire had an extraordinary season. I mean, it was Alan Lamb's last year. He was in sole charge of first team affairs. Brought out Anil Kumble over, who took 100 wickets in his only season. Short goes Taylor, and Atkinson ducks underneath it, goes through to Rossington. I mean, there was the game against Warwickshire, which Northamptonshire won by 7 runs, I think, which was, I think, widely regarded by everybody who played in it as probably the best championship match they'd ever seen. Lammy certainly says it's the best he ever played in. A wonderful game of cricket. There was the 30 wickets in the day at Luton. There was the 781 for 8 against Notts. Here's Taylor bowling to Atkinson, just plays slightly across his front pad. It goes up to mid-wicket where Gouldston fields and there's no run. And then, of course, Surrey came here and bowled Northamptonshire out for 59 and lost.
Wow.
It was a summer of quite bizarre, extraordinary games.
Cricket,
and Northamptonshire won a number of games that in almost any other season would have won them the championship, because you had Warwickshire then who were, despite the fact that Northamptonshire had beaten them at Edgbaston, it was such a strong side that year, and they won the title. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Atkinson, squeezes that out to the offside, and they pick up a nicely judged single. 2 fielders converge, but while they're converging, they're able to run through. 142 for 7, Atkinson up to 7, and I think they just ran out of, my recollection, they just ran out of steam a little bit at the very end of the season. They had to go down and play Middlesex, who were also up there, and it was a very, very dull draw. Game just never got going, and a draw wasn't a huge amount of good to either side, but that's what happened. But a wonderful season, and then Alan Lamb retired at the end of it. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Jacks, defensively forward, pushing up to Keogh at mid-off again, and there's no run. End of the over. Taylor, 11 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 43. Jacks is 44. Atkinson is 7. 142 for 7. We've got, around about 40 minutes to go until lunch. 142 for 7. The lead is 223.
Yeah, I remember that West Indies series that year as well, because it was Brian Charles Lara off the back of 94, the 375 and the 501. I think that was it. Dominic Cook took a hat-trick, and in the same test match, trod on his stumps, the bails came off, nobody noticed. He ran a couple, picked the bail up and put it back on, and just continued back.
Yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, amazing.
I didn't know that. That's
yeah.
brilliant.
Mike Watkinson as well. Mike Watkinson, that was the series he made his test debut in. Bowling his off spin, yeah. But it was just the fact that Lara was back after what he'd done in 94. Absolute box office, it really was. 142 for 7. Lead 2-2-3. Good partnership from Atkinson and Jacks here. Important one as Kerrigan's forward. And Atkinson, gets a single. A thickish inside edge. They came together when Ricky Clark went at 125 for 7. So Gus Atkinson's done a good job here. He's on to 8. Jack's back onto strike on 44. Every run crucial at the moment in the context of this game.
Get the feeling Northamptonshire need another breakthrough, don't they? Just drifting away slightly.
Around the wicket again comes Kerrigan. Tosses this one up to Jacks. Forward as he goes. Not tempted. Will Jacks, that was the tempter, but not tempted. Still got mid on up, long off back, 2 back on that leg side boundary rope. As Kerrigan, around the wicket he comes again to Jacks. Jacks forward. Nicely played again, just pushes it into a gap. Takes a single, moves on to 45. 144 for 7. Throw into the gloves of Rosington. Back onto strike comes Gus Atkinson. Still haven't had a chance to get down to the old bookstore yet.
Oh no!
At some point.
You might have to be quick.
Rush down there at some point today. Is Kerrigan then to the right-handed Atkinson. And Atkinson's forward, turns it into the leg side. And there is no run. Sort of said this morning that from a Surrey perspective, if he can still be batting at lunch, be in a good position. At one point, it didn't look like that would happen. It might not happen. There's still plenty of time to go until lunch with the way but we're in one of those quiet patches at the moment. And then the way the game's gone, in a minute, something will happen as Kerrigan's over the wicket now to Atkinson, who's forward. Plays it with soft hands down in front of him.
He's played very sensibly since he's come in, actually. Looks very solid.
No, he can bat, Gus Atkinson. He really can. Jacks' 45 is off 98 deliveries, which for Will Jacks is playing the situation here as Kerrigan's in and this one's just kicked away by Gus Atkinson outside his leg stump from over the wicket, so he can just kick that away. Can Atkinson, end of the over, 144 for 7.
Just by that tactic, you can see that Northamptonshire are just trying to manufacture something. They need something to happen here. They need a breakthrough just to give them another chance. Like we said, I think we started this at the start of the day. We said anything over 250 is going to be a tough ask. And these two have just quietly gone about their business. You look up at the scoreboard, and the game is drifting away from Northamptonshire without really any risk whatsoever.
Full of admiration for the way Will Jacks has played here. It really has been an innings of the highest skill and character, and he's doing a terrific job for his side, and he has done in both innings. Luke Proctor's having a little warm-up at mid-on, so it may be that he's going to come into the attack in the not-too-distant. For now, it's Taylor in again, starting his 12th over, and bowls to Jacks, who plays it up to Gouldston at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Just looking at that Surrey match here in 1995, Northamptonshire got 403 centuries for Lamb and Kevin Curran. Surrey bowled out for 263. Runs down the order, so good lead for Northamptonshire. With them bowled out for 59. With who has got the wickets? Joey Benjamin 5 and Tony Pike at 5. And Surrey needed exactly 200 to win. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Jacks, who drives nicely up to mid-off, fielded by Sanderson, and there's no run. There was 66 for no wicket, thanks to Darren Bicknell and AJ Stewart, who was captaining the side. Bowled out for 190, with Adam Hollyoake left high and dry, 54 not out, with David Capel 4 for 62, and 3 each for Paul Taylor and Anil Kumble. Finished on the Saturday, if I remember rightly. I remember covering it. Northamptonshire won by 9 runs. Here's Taylor in again, bowls to Jacks, plays it back down the pitch on the bounce, bowler fields, and no run.
I think I'm right in saying that Joey Benjamin made his Test debut in that series against the West Indies in '95. So he was obviously in cracking form with the ball.
Well, it was also 94. He actually
94,
made his debut. But one thing I remember about that match was it was the only first class appearance for Northamptonshire of Craig Atkins, left arm spinner, who's out in Australia now, still follows the club's fortunes very closely. His was a rare full shot there from Will Jacks. Taylor just putting that one outside off stump. Jacks looking to drive through extra cover. Just finishing up, going up off an inside edge up to mid-on, where Proctor fields as their own. Played very, very few full shots in this innings. That was one of them.
Just gistering, that bounced a little bit.
Yeah. There's still enough, as we've been saying, to keep bowlers on both sides interested, and Surrey will feel, let's say, with a lead of 2-2-5 already and power to add, still in a good position. That is driven up to mid-on crisply by Jacks. Tom Taylor, I think, was trying to suggest that he'd taken that off, I don't know, off stump or something, giving it a little head-in-hands job, fielded by Proctor, who is still going through his warming-up routine, so I imagine he'll be on fairly soon. Yeah, Craig Atkins, who played a lot of cricket up in the northwest, up in Cumbria. Let's say he still follows the club's fortunes very closely and may even be listening. I know he does listen on the stream, so if you are, Craig, at whatever time of night or day it is, you're still remembered fondly here. Lovely shot from Jacks, driven out through extra cover, but he's only going to get a single because Northamptonshire have got the man back there sweeping now. Safe Zabe on the extra cover boundary. Nevertheless, it's a single off the last ball of the over, which is just what Will Jacks would have wanted. He keeps the strike. 46 to Jacks, and Atkinson yet to get off them. He's made 8 rather. 145 for 7. Looking at the wrong bit of the scoreboard. Gus Atkinson is 8. 2-6 the lead with 3 wickets standing, and Will Jacks up to 46. And well, I'm not sure. I mean, you've seen, as you were saying, Mark, all of his innings for Surrey, and I just wonder if he's ever worked harder
this has been
for 46 than he has done here.
In this game, in terms of championship cricket, he's got 100 against Kent at Beckenham 3 years ago now, I think it was. But in terms of this game, the way he played in the first innings for 60, and then I think you could see his frustration when he got out to Kerrigan, but he worked hard for that 60 runs. But here in the second innings as well, over 100 runs in the context of this game, and the way he's batted in this second innings, he's manoeuvring Surrey into a good position here. And he's played really well, really, really well. I think this could be a big game for Will Jacks in terms of the longer form of the game.
Definitely, I totally agree with everything you said there.
As Kerrigan will come round the wicket then to Will Jacks, and it's turned leg side. Well, on TMS they get delivered cakes, don't they, and things like that.
Yes.
With Nathan, who I met last night actually, and Nathan said he was walking through the park listening to the commentary and talk of conkers, so here's some for the World Commentary Conker Championship, and he's got 3 out there.
Are we in the team?
Well,
let's get this going.
They look quite good ones to me.
They do.
And then there's 3 still in so it's that time of the year.
Early autumnal
weather. So there you are.
Well, I must look to see if the World Conker Championship is actually happening this year. So they certainly missed, I think, the last 2 years because of COVID.
Thank you, Nathan. There we are, you see.
I mean, I'm retired now. I'm open to all different
absolutely.
options.
As forward goes Atkinson, thickish edge, but it runs off down towards third man. Back goes Gay, and they'll pick up another single. Atkinson moves on to 9, 147 for Surrey. 147 for 7, sorry. Try saying that later on today. And Surrey lead by 228.
And the good news is, it is going ahead on the 10th of October.
Excellent. That gives us a chance here to get these.
Can we put a team in
the village of Southwark?
I'd love to do that.
Put on by the lovely pub, the Shuckborough Arms in Southwark is staging it.
I'd love to do that. I really would.
10th of October.
I'll just come and watch from the pub.
Cool. But you'd be so disappointed when you go out in the first round or the first swing of the opposition's conker and yours smashes to pieces. As over the wicket goes Kerrigan. This is turned leg side by Will Jacks, so he's going to come over the wicket outside that leg stump to Will Jacks at the moment. Simon Kerrigan.
And of course, you don't take your own conker. They provide the conker, so there's no question of vinegar or baking or anything.
This one is punched off the back foot by Will Jacks out there towards the sweeper on the cover rope. He'll pick up a single, 148 for 7.
It's an event that we cover every year on BBC Radio Northampton. As you may have noticed, hence it's probably far too much information.
I was thinking that you know a lot about
this. We do usually do an outside broadcast all there.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's quite a big event.
You choose your conker, do you?
No, they give you the conker. They give you the conker.
So I thought it'd be like Formula One, where you could adapt and tweak what you can do to your own advantage.
Or it might be like Jimmy Anderson choosing his new ball from the box of balls.
Yeah.
But no, I think I'm right in saying they actually give you a conker.
Interesting. Do you have to put your own bit of string in it?
No.
Is it all ready to go?
They do all that.
Cool. There's a lot of trust there, though.
Yeah, absolutely.
I can't imagine it's machine made.
No. I used to like putting a bit of string in. But I was always one of those cheaters who used to get caught up in the other conquerors. Forward goes Atkinson, turns this one into the leg side, and there's no run. And then I'd pull it as hard as I could to see if that would rip off the other person's conker.
All conkers and laces are supplied by the Ashton Conker Club with a new conker for each round. Laces must not be tampered with in any way.
Quite
I've got
right
the rules
too.
in front of me.
Quite right too.
The rules.
There are rules.
Oh yes, look at that.
Can
There
say,
they are.
yeah, brilliant.
This is magic. As Kerrigan's round the wicket once again. Forward goes Atkinson. Just plays it back up the pitch, and there's no run. End of the over. 148 for 7. 229 the lead.
Game will commence with the toss of a coin. The winner of the toss may elect to strike or receive. Distance of no less than 8 inches or 20 centimetres of lace must be between knuckle and nut.
Yes.
Obviously.
Yes, absolutely.
In turn, each player takes 3 strikes at the opponent's conker. Each attempted strike must be clearly aimed at the nut with no deliberate misses. The game will be decided once one of the conkers is smashed. If any conker remains on the lace, it will be judged playworthy or not by the stewards. If both nuts smash at the same time, then the match shall be replayed.
Ooh, bowl out.
Bowl out.
Any nut being knocked from the lace but not smashing may be rethreaded and the game continued. Wow. Well, I hope that's put you in the picture.
Yeah, well, I didn't realise that you got the conker and the lace given to you.
It's there is a 5-minute rule as well for a match that sort of takes too long, and then there will be each player will then take up to 9 further strikes at their opponent's nut.
Right.
And if no result has been reached at the end of that, then the player who strikes the nut the most times will be judged the
Quite
winner.
right too. I've heard that there's a new format coming, isn't there, where
Yes,
you're only allowed the one strike just to speed it all up.
Every strike counts.
Yes.
Here's Luke Proctor back into the attack, starting with a wide ball outside the off stump, which Will Jacks is able to leave, goes through to the gloves of Adam Rossington, and there's no run. Just the one slip in place now. Ricardo Vasconcelos as a third man, back on the boundary. Simon Kerrigan down there. Still the man sweeping on the extra cover boundary. Then a point, an extra cover, mid-on, mid-wicket, deep square, and a deep fine leg on the boundary. Proctor has bowled 5 overs so far in the innings, 2 for 24. It's going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton. That ball just dying in the pitch again. Goes through outside the off stump. Surrey 148 for 7. The match beautifully poised. They lead by 229. Will Jacks, who's played so well for Surrey here, is 48 not out. Gus Atkinson has made 9. Successes, 3 of them for Northamptonshire bowlers this morning, with Hashim Amla out for 26. With Jordan Clark following for 2, Ricky Clark for 5, wicket apiece for Kerrigan, Taylor and Sanderson. Maybe that Surrey have already got enough runs to win this match, but Northamptonshire, with the rest of today and all of tomorrow remaining, still very much in the game. Another single there takes the total on to 149 for 7. Surrey's lead up to 230. So, single off the last ball of the over, pushed up to extra cover. And Atkinson is 9, Jacks is 49, 149 for 7.
Just a thought for this year's World Championships.
Yes.
Rad Wakely commentary team would be absolutely magic. Be magic.
Get me in there.
I'd tune in for that.
Well,
that would be
there is
wonderful.
There is also the problem of snagging.
Yes.
Here's Proctor in outside the off stump. Atkinson lets it go through. A player causing a knotting of the laces
This
or
is
a
my
snag
tactic.
will be noted. 3 snags,
You're out.
and you're out.
Yeah. You see, that's why I wouldn't have got through, because that was always my tactic.
Well,
and then pull as hard as you could.
it's taken very, very seriously.
I'm sure it is.
But
I'm actually fascinated. I'd be intrigued to see it now.
Yeah.
it's a good event, very good event. Here's Proctor in, bowling on middle and off, and it's played up towards mid-on by Gus Atkinson. And Harry Goulston is in there at mid-wicket, just trots across, intercepts the ball before it reaches Ben Sanderson at mid-on. Stays on 149 for 7. The lead is 230. We have 25 minutes to go till lunch. And as Mark was saying earlier, if Surrey is still batting at lunch, I think they're going to be in a very, very strong position. Here's Proctor in again, bowls wide outside the off stump. Atkinson doesn't need to play it and doesn't. Lets it go through to Rossington. Atkinson 9, Jacks 49, 149 for 7. The lead is 230. Proctor's bowled 6 overs, No maidens, 2 for 25, having picked up the wickets of both the Surrey openers yesterday, Cameron Steele for 17 and Ryan Patel for 19. And I think we're going to have drinks, sanitisation, advice and much else.
Yeah, and again, just looking at Jack's stats here, 49 from 108 balls with 6 boundaries. But it's just the way he is manoeuvring Surrey with a bit of help here from Gus Atkinson into a really good position. And, you know, worth remembering that Hashim Amla went second ball this morning for 26. But I've certainly learned something there, because I always thought sort of the backstory to the conquer would be where you found it and how you nurtured it and then took it to the worlds and won. But
around the country, it'll be different.
Interesting.
The hardness, the texture.
Yeah, very interesting.
I tell you,
The research facilities.
Well,
where people are looking into it.
Yes.
I'm sure there are people that have probably got a sort of a formula that they reckon is going to work. But the fact that you actually get given the conkers and laces, it sort of takes that element out of it. To concentrate on cricket for a moment, the England head coach Chris Silver was named his squad for the fifth and final test against India. It starts at Old Trafford on Friday. England have named 16 with Jos Buttler and Jack Leach coming into the squad. So no surprise that they've named another spinner, I think, given the way that Old Trafford has tended to give the spinners a little bit of help. I think the disappointment, certainly up that part of the world, is going to be that it's not Matt Parkinson. But 16 players named.
Well, it's a big old test match now, isn't it, for England?
It is. Sam Billings, who was included in the fourth test squad, has gone back to Kent. And obviously Jos Buttler returns to the squad following the birth of his daughter during the Oval Test.
It's only, 3 days away. So
That's right.
I'll tell you what will be fascinating is, tends to turn at Old Trafford anyway, doesn't it? Now, if the weather stays like this as well,
I don't think it's going to, Mark.
Oh, is it not?
Forecast I saw was, I think we've got today, tomorrow,
and then
I think it's a bit of a breakdown tomorrow night. I don't think it's going to be that bad. I think it's just going to be a bit cooler and maybe a bit more cloud around, and possibly, I think Thursday's not a great day, but I think certainly Friday didn't look too bad. But I don't think it's going to be as hot as this.
Well, it'll be interesting, won't it? Because I know they've just won that test, India, but if Ashwin can't get in for that game,
I was going to say, surely.
There's something really has gone on. As Kerrigan then, after the drinks break, is into Will Jacks on 49, and Jacks is forward, pushing this one back down the pitch. Wasn't quite to the pitch of that again. He's got deep mid-wicket, deep backward square, long off, sweeper on the cover rope. As Kerrigan's into Jacks. Jacks drives, there's his 50. It's been a terrific innings this from Will Jacks. In the context of the game, it is right up there in the career of Will Jacks. Very well played. 50 from 110 deliveries with 6 fours. As announced round the ground there, but right up there, this knock from Will Jacks. As I say, this could be a game that in years to come, you look back at Will Jacks' 4-day and longer, maybe even test career, you never know. And you think that was the game where he really, really did play for the way he can. As forward goes Atkinson, plays this one back up.
That's when it's been innings that sort of exuberated maturity and concentration. Probably two things that some people might not say were attributes of young Will Jacks, but it's been fantastic.
Forward again goes Atkinson, plays this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. I might have said to him, whatever happens, we don't want to see you till lunchtime. Do not come back and see us till lunchtime. And he's 50 not out. As I say, big innings this in the context of the game. This is a really quick one from Kerrigan, and just waited on the stumps there. Gus Atkinson got bat on it. Good job he did, actually, as he pick up a single.
Decent pace,
yeah,
that.
It did.
He didn't hide it very well, did he? He just ran in like a seamer.
And jumped a lot higher, but Gus Atkinson still just stood there and dropped the bat on it. So Gus Atkinson's on to 10. Jack's on to strike on 50. That leads now 232 for Surrey. Again, it's going to be over the wicket from Kerrigan. Jacks just opens up his feet a touch as Kerrigan over the wicket he goes, outside that leg stump, and that's just pushed by Jacks out towards cover. End of the over, 151 for 7. Jacks has 50, Atkinson has 10. Surrey lead by 232.
Yeah, all batsmen want to score hundreds, but there are times within games where scoring a 50 can feel like 100, especially in low-scoring games. And that is a fantastic innings, as we said. He was really under the pump when he came out to bat last night. Ben Sanderson had his tail up, lots of playing and missing, and it would have been easy just to try and be positive and possibly forge a nick or miss one and get bowled early. But he got through it, he weathered the storm, and now he's cashing in. It's been, an innings full of maturity for a young player.
Brandon Glover is on the field as 12th man. He's fielding at mid-off at the moment. Luke Proctor is running in again to start his 7th over, 151 for 7. He's bowling to Gus Atkinson, who plays that very solidly. Bat making a nice resounding crack around the ground, and goes up to the aforementioned Glover at mid-off, and there's no run. Atkinson's done a very important role here. These two have put on 26 runs, and they've been together, 13 overs, so they've been very watchful. And Gus Atkinson's made 10, and again, in the context, very important contribution outside the off stump. Atkinson letting that go through to Rossington.
Well, it's only Gus Atkinson's 4th first-class game, this. So, to come out and do what he's doing is very impressive at the moment. He can bat, and he's showing that here in the way he's been playing.
23 years old, and yet playing a very important part here. Is, again, just indicative of how bright the future ought to be for Surrey, with Jacks 22, Atkinson 23. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Atkinson, who plays that up to Glover at mid-off, and there's no run. Somebody asked me the question yesterday, and it's one of those that I shall have to spend a little bit of time working out. When was the last time an 18-year-old took a first-class or a championship wicket for Northamptonshire? That'll be a little job for me.
Yeah,
maybe later on.
It'll only take you 10 minutes.
Well, I'm not sure it would, but
18.
I was wanting the safe save, possibly. Here's Proctor, and that's driven up crisply again by Atkinson. Lovely looking shot. Just didn't manage to beat Ben Sanderson. He's fairly wide there at mid-on. Dot ball, 151 for 7 it stays.
Yeah, I can only really think of Safe at 18. I was 18, but that's going back ages ago, isn't it? Years and years ago. And Safe would have definitely been 18 when he got a wicket. I would imagine.
Yeah, I would have thought so, because he played a first team game at 15, didn't he? So here's Proctor driven back to the bowler, who fields and is followed through, and there's no run. Yeah, Safe making a first team but not a first class appearance at 15 years old for Northamptonshire in a match against Durham University. But yes, I would imagine he would probably have done it. And then of course they'll turn around and say, yeah, we wanted to know who was the last seamer.
Yes, that'll
who
be
was the last seamer on debut at 18?
Yeah.
Oh dear.
Again, sorry.
Again. On Monday. Edged low, just drops in front of second slip. Emilio Gay diving across in front of Vasconcelos at first slip. It runs away for 4. I don't think that carried. It looked as though it just bounced in front of Emilio Gay. Both slip fielders still on the floor, but it's run away for 4. 14 to Atkinson. 4 more valuable runs on the Surrey total. 155 for 7. Lead 236. You're looking at the replay, Wakers.
I just think from the body language, it might have... it would have been a really, really good catch. It was a full-length dive in front of first slip. Yeah, it did carry, actually.
Did it? Fair enough. I first thought was that it just landed in front of him, but it. I think the thing was he had to go for it. Second slip. I'm not sure
it's right in the gap, and it's always going down, and they're very close. So it's a tough catch, but just seeing the slow motion replay. Oh, actually, yeah. It always looks easier in slow mo, but they are very close. It's worth saying that. Luke Proctor looks relatively tired, so he's not bowling with the pace that he has done before, and they are very, very close. I think it's worth saying here how well Simon Kerrigan's bowled. We sort of just drifted through without us saying much. He's doing a great job here for Northampton.
Certainly is, as he's in and kicking this one away is Jacks. Now Kerrigan's convinced there. He's come over the wicket, and he's convinced that hasn't pitched outside the leg stump, and it was kicked away by Will Jacks. So he's not offering any sort of shot, but Kerrigan's gone up and he's convinced that one has pitched on the line of leg stump rather than outside. I can't really tell from here, but just from Kerrigan's, it was a concerted appeal as he's in over the wicket once again, and Jacks uses the bat this time, just tucks it into the leg side. It was tight.
It was tightish, but it did pitch outside leg stump.
There we go. So
never believe a bowler when they're appealing, especially when they're tired and they bowl 22 overs.
Concerted appeal. as he's in again, Kerrigan. And again, just kicked away from outside the leg stump by Will Jacks.
You're right, this is Kerrigan's, 24th over. He's taken 2 for 32. This was the role that Northamptonshire, I think, just assumed he would play in that last innings at Bristol. And rarely does he let them down. On that occasion, he just went round the park a bit.
He's in again to Jacks. Oh, well, bold Will Jacks with one that he's tossed up. Will Jacks has seen it, thought I'll just whip this through the leg side, and it's dipped on him. That's a lovely bit of bowling, and it had to be to get rid of Will Jacks, who's played so well for these 50 runs. But that is a wonderful bit of bowling from Simon Kerrigan. It tossed up, looked like full toss, I'll whip this through the leg side. Last minute dips on him and bowls him. Well bowled Simon Kerrigan, but very well batted Will Jacks. Goes for 50, and Surrey are 155 for 8.
Yeah, as we said, that's a fantastic innings in the context of this game. He's got Surrey into a, who knows whether it'll be a winning position, but certainly a very positive position. But it was a fine bit of bowling actually. Two fairly quick deliveries into the rough, followed by a really slow loopy one, and he just did him in the flight. I'm just watching the replay now. It did actually. Yeah, it spun as well. So it looked like it was going to be a full toss, sort of pitched on leg stump, spun and did him in the air. But I think it's worth saying how good. Just once more, we'll say how good that innings was. I've been very, very impressed with both of Will Jack's innings in this game. Showed a lot of authority and maturity for a young player. I think that's the thing about lots of these Surrey youngsters. They all look so mature. They look like they've been here for years, and that's a great sign for the future of Surrey cricket. Yeah,
I'd say that's the best I've seen him play in terms of match situation, what the team needed in terms of championship cricket. I know he's got 100 before and 60 in the first innings here, but just in the match situation, on a pitch that's tricky, no one. We've had 100 from Jamie Smith, but he himself and Jacks played so well in that first innings to get through to a 145 run partnership. Really, the only partnership we've had in the game of note.
Yeah.
But that when he came in last night, and that whole spell from Sanderson, getting through that, coming back this morning, losing Amla, but just playing very sensibly. Right up there from Will Jacks. But good time for Kerrigan to get the wicket, because we've got about 15 minutes till lunch, and Reece Topley's out there and is bowled by Kerrigan first ball. So Kerrigan is on a hat-trick. Topley goes first ball, and 155 for 9, and it's exactly the same again. All of a sudden,
it really is,
wickets are tumbling. But he's on a hat-trick. Rather, you take the hat-trick delivery without a doubt. Wow. But well bowled, Simon Kerrigan. But Reece Topley just sort of wanders back towards the dressing room.
I think it's a wonderfully constructed over so far.
Yes.
Over the wicket, 2 balls fired into the rough, where he padded away with a bit of uncertainty. Then he's done him in the flight with a slower delivery, and that one he's bowled much quicker and straight, which is just what you don't want as a batsman first up. He's now, he's on 4 wickets, looking for his fifer and a hat-trick ball.
Brilliant.
I just say you watch Simon Kerrigan bowling day in, day out, which obviously we're very lucky to do, and I just find watching him it's one of those things where you wake up in the morning and you think, got a day's play, and you're always thinking about what's going to unfold. And if you know that you're going to see a lot of Simon Kerrigan, you're in a good mood, you've got a smile on your face, and you think, I'm really looking forward to getting to the ground, because he's just a joy to watch. He's such a skilled craftsman with a cricket ball in his hand. It's lovely to watch, and as you say, with somebody who's so dedicated to the game, you just feel that he deserves all the success. And of course, we've been talking about it just in this match a number of times, that what he's gone through in his career, you just feel that he does deserve a bit of success and things going his way. Well, he's on a hat trick here, 155 for 9.
Amar Verdi would have made some friends for this delivery, won't he?
Oh yes.
Well, this is the downside to having to have the helmet, because you can't just stick everyone in front of the wicket.
Yeah.
So it looks like they're not even going to bother. I'd have had. You've got to have a silly point and a short leg.
Well,
But
Adam Rossington's wandering across and having a chat with Martin Saggers. I wonder what he's going to be what he's talking about.
Could it be if a
It could
wicket
be,
goes? Do we get out there and bat, or?
Yeah,
they've got
because
1 minute, I think, from my.
I think we're waiting.
But of course, 9 wickets down, we could
then
be
go through.
Of course,
for
We could be as we had down at Bristol, where we had a 2-hour 40 session at one point.
Is that the same for lunch and tea?
Not tea.
No. I get so confused.
I do as well. I mean, I only
that
captained
makes me
for
feel
5
better.
or 6 years, but the rules do change every year. And in the rules meeting at the start of the year, I haven't got a clue what's going on.
No.
You play cricket, you do the same things, and if something comes up, you have to ask the umpires.
Well, Adam Rossington and Martin Saggers are still having a chat. So this is not doing.
We waiting for a helmet.
Must be a
I think it
helmet,
must be. He's not doing Amaverdi an awful lot of good.
No.
Who's been stuck out there for
Well,
forever.
it's building up the tension
Well, it
for
is.
Kerrigan's hat-trick delivery, isn't it?
It is, but I do feel for Amaverdi, who's gone out and is now standing looking as nonchalant as he can make out to be, with leaning on his bat, whilst the Northamptonshire fielders obviously preparing to congregate for the hat-trick ball.
Wow.
I wonder.
Is the dressing room locked? Can't find a helmet.
Kerrigan's taken 4 for 32 now. He's picked up 3 wickets this morning. Here we go. It's Emilio Gay, who's obviously got all the kit on, and he's coming on indeed with a helmet now. We've got Ricardo Vasconcelos is at slip. Tom Taylor is at second slip. They've got Harry Gouldston under the lid at silly point. Emilio Gay has also got the helmet out there. He's going in at forward short leg. They've also got James Sales on the drive at short extra. Hat-trick ball. Simon Kerrigan bowls to Amaverdi, who pushes it on the bounce to silly point, where it's fielded by Harry Gouldston. So no hat-trick for Simon Kerrigan, but 2 in 2. He's certainly kept Northamptonshire in the match here. 155 for 9, the lead, 236. Verdi yet to get off the mark, Atkinson 14.
Yeah, and the other thing you would say now is, if Surrey lose this wicket pretty quickly, this last one, 2 sessions to go, round about 2:36 at the moment, 2:40, we could be deep into this by we might not be here tomorrow. So it's set it up perfectly for this afternoon. It's going to be a fascinating afternoon.
I mean, it's just the game that keeps on giving, isn't it? It's been enthralling cricket all the way through, and I think as well from a Northamptonshire perspective, by taking a couple of wickets, by getting 2 in 2 balls, if we can finish this off quickly, the batsmen go into the next innings in a positive frame of mind. Whereas if they just drift through here and Surrey get an extra 20 runs, say, you're on the back foot already.
It's over now.
It's the old M word, isn't it? Momentum. And if Northamptonshire could polish this off quickly, as you say, they'll go in, I'm sure, with a lot more confidence. Here's Luke Proctor, who's going to running away from us, bowling to Gus Atkinson, who pushes that first ball up to mid-off, fielded by Harry Gouldston. There's no run, 2 slips in place.
The other thing I'm pleased about is I've always thought when Gus Atkinson sets up, now I'm not saying he bats like him, it's exactly like Michael Clarke. If you watch him on this delivery, and I'm sort of we're right behind the arm here, sets up, it's exactly like Michael Clarke used to do it.
Not a bad guy to imitate. That ball finds
the sort of crouchy lean
down with the bat up.
Atkinson pushed that ball up to extra cover. Gay fields, and there's no run.
Well, he's one away from his highest first-class score here as well. 15's his best. 14 not out. It's been good 14 runs from Gus Atkinson.
Yeah, it really has, actually. I've been really impressed with him. He hasn't in any trouble whatsoever.
Here's Proctor, in again, bowls to Atkinson, who steers that down towards deep backward point, and the fielder comes in off the boundary, safe save, and they're through for a single. So 15 to Gus Atkinson, 156 for 9, 3 balls left in the over for Amaverdi to negotiate.
Kerrigan's figures are outstanding now, though. They're 24-6, 4 for 32. Brilliant.
That's what he does, and that's the role that Northamptonshire have often looked to him to play. And as I say, that was why it was such a surprise down at Bristol, because on the last day he was one of the givens. You think, well, right, he'll block up an end, and it just didn't happen. Here's Proctor bowling first ball to Amaverdi, who's pushing that up to mid-on. Fielded by Sanderson, and there's no run.
Yeah, teams generally don't go after Southern very much. They generally look to just to see him out.
And to be fair to Gloucestershire, I say Lace and Van Buren just took it really deep, and they had wickets in hand, and they had licence in effect, and just picked one up over mid-wicket for 6, and it seemed to change the whole complexion. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Verdi, pushes up to extra cover, Gay fields, no run.
And we sort of talked about it on the first morning, didn't we? That's exactly what they did to Surrey in the opening game at Bristol, on what sounded like the same pitch at Bristol.
Yeah.
So Van Buren again, very impressive.
It was that one stroke, it was the 6 off Kerrigan that almost seemed to take all the wind out of Northamptonshire. Last ball of the over coming down, and Verdi aiming to play it away on the onside. Bounces off, I think off the pad. It runs out to just behind square on the onside for James Sales to field, but they think a bit, decide against going through for a single because obviously Atkinson would want to keep the strike for the start of the following over, which he has. 156 for 9, Atkinson 15, Verdi yet to get off the mark. 2-3-7 is the Surrey lead. We have, in theory, at least 5 minutes to go till lunch, but of course, with the 9th wicket pair in, we may have to wait.
Well, early this morning, sort of saying, Surrey were out sort of lunchtime for about 160, make it a very interesting afternoon. Well, we're 156 for 9 with 5 minutes till lunch.
Well, you must let us know what you've ordered for this afternoon, Mark.
But
we can write it up now.
It's going to set up this afternoon
really is,
perfectly. Yeah. It really is. Because, again, let's wait to see what happens. But Northamptonshire will still say in their mind, we bat well on this. We're still in the game here. And that I think, is what will make it very, very interesting.
You alluded to it earlier, it's partnership.
Yeah.
Partnerships will be key.
So Kerrigan is into Atkinson, and Atkinson's forward and pushes this one straight back up the pitch. Well, we've only had one partnership in the game, 145 between Jacks and Smith in that first innings. If Northamptonshire can find one of those, as in round the wicket once again comes Kerrigan, forward goes Atkinson.
Yeah, they'll be disappointed if there was a few soft dismissals in the first innings where a partnership was threatening to develop. And yes, it's going to come down to 2 or 3 batsmen really knuckling down.
Yep. Kerrigan's in again. This is the one he tosses up, which Atkinson waits for, and then just pushes coming round the wicket to Gus Atkinson, getting in play. But that last over he bowled, perfectly constructed over, really. As round the wicket he comes again, and Atkinson backs away and cuts, and this will be his highest first-class score now. Gus Atkinson moves on to 16. So they're good runs, these, from Gus Atkinson. And 157 for 9. I don't think it will stay as his highest first-class score because he's shown again he can bat the way he's gone about this. But here is Amar Verdi with all his mates around him.
He's shaped up. Atkinson's just shaped up like a batsman, actually.
He's not the worst. As silly point, short leg, couple, and that slip Corden. As forward goes Verdi, nicely played, just nudges this up towards mid-on. He does like to play the big shot, Amar Verdi.
I'd like to see one really slow tossed up.
That's the one he would be tempted. As Kerrigan's into him. It's quicker this time. Forward goes Verdi. Solid-looking defensive shot from Amar Verdi. Got everything behind it. Looked like he was walking off for lunch there, Amar Verdi. 157 for 9. Leads 238. Verdi yet to get off the mark, and Atkinson has 16.
Somebody else wasn't listening in the rules meeting, then obviously. But,
I've been in a few of those, and not many of the cricketers actually do listen.
Yeah. I can imagine. We've had another result in the Championship this morning down at Canterbury in Division 3. Kent have beaten Worcestershire by an innings and 56 runs. Bowled Worcestershire out for 204 in their second innings. And Essex have beaten Gloucestershire at Chelmsford by an innings as well. So there's not too many sort of. This is the standout match really. So far, I suppose the Hampshire one in the Hampshire Warwickshire in Division 1 is a good game as well, and certainly this one is. Here's Proctor starting another over, bowling to Atkinson, pushes it up to extra cover, where Emilio Gay fields and there's no run. He's got 2 slips. He's got a third man, Kerrigan, down there on the boundary. Also, deep backward point on the boundary. Extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, deep mid-wicket on the boundary, deep backward square on the boundary. Here's Proctor in his 9th over, running in and bowls to Atkinson. You won't get past that one, son. Very solidly behind it, and it rolls up towards the stumps at the non-striker's end. No run.
Not sure again, the same as I was saying earlier, I'm not sure we need the 2 out there. I mean, Atkinson's just looking really solid. He's not looking to take the game away.
What was I say? What are they there for?
Yeah, Rob Keogh's, I think he did touch the ball once, didn't he?
Yeah.
At fine leg there. I can't really see the point there.
Here's Proctor in again. Bowls short, and that's gone off some part of Gus Atkinson's anatomy for 4-leg buys.
I think that's straight off
the helmet.
the badge.
Yes, I think it has.
See the
He's
Surrey.
just having a little look. Yes, they are going to have to come on, of course, then and check the helmet.
Alex Tyso, fine figure of a man, will be out there in a moment, the Surrey physiotherapist. You'll know this, Mr. Wakely. I heard a story that they took out as the question from concussion protocol what day of the week it is, because no cricketer ever actually knows what day of the week of it is
That is
anyway.
true. But also, right, the concussion test is hard enough. If I gave you the test we had to do, you guess most of it.
Yeah.
So I kept saying, I said, what is the point? Because when I come in when I'm concussed, I'm going to be guessing again.
Yeah.
So actually, what is the basis? It's a lot of it's memory.
Right.
So it's how good you are at. You'll have 10. They'll say, repeat this after me. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Okay.
And then it gets harder and harder.
Right.
Then you'll see something on the screen, and there'll be some visual images.
Okay.
And then you have to remember them and click a box.
Yeah.
But by 2 or 3, because there's 10 or 15 you do, you're just guessing.
Yeah.
So I'm still not convinced it's the best way. There must be something more scientific that they can introduce that. I know, my medical knowledge is very limited, but for me it still seems quite erratic. And I know that a lot of the cricketers say the same. They're just pressing buttons.
Well, 4 more onto the total, which takes Surrey up to 161 for 9, courtesy of the Prince of Wales feathers on the front of Gus Atkinson's helmet. It rattled away down to third man. So I think it was by nature of a glancing blow, thankfully. He's having a drink out there, Atkinson, and just going through the required protocols. But 161 means that the lead is now up to 242. And again, it's one of those little psychological things. So you get over 250, then you're just thinking, yeah, okay, I think we're, I think they're in the driving seat anyway. But it's just one of those little psychological barriers that can be overcome. We should be taking lunch now, but we're not, because Surrey, of course, are 9 wickets down, so we could have up to half an hour. Yeah, it was 2 hours 40 because we had 9 wickets for a long time, and then wickets fell, and interval between, crikey, it went on and on and on. 2 hours 40.
It's not what we want here. I can smell the lunch in the back of the box here as well.
I was just about to start chewing my notebook actually by that stage down at.
There's conkers here as well.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure I'm quite that much into foraging, but nuts and berries. Well, the good news is that Gus Atkinson is okay, and he's going to be continuing against Luke Proctor, and Proctor bowling that one full, and Atkinson pushing it up to Harry Goulston at mid-off, and there's no run. Goulston there with the shin pads on, of course, for when Simon Kerrigan's bowling. And now Adam Rossington, and there's nothing subtle about it, has just waved the fielders in. So he was conducting the London Symphony Orchestra at the start of a Mahler Symphony. Pulls them all in to try and save the one. Here's Atkinson edged, and he's gone straight between Adam Rossington and Ricardo Vasconcelos at first step, who left it to each other, and it's run away for 4. 4 to Atkinson. 20, 165 for 9. The lead up to 246. And that's not a great bit of cricket.
No, they are. I mean, it's something I know that the coaches have worked very hard on, is the positioning. You got an inexperienced slipcordon in there who haven't done a lot of it. To me, from here, it looks a big gap, doesn't it?
It does.
It's easy to criticise from here, especially as they're standing so close. You need to be tight.
Well, again, it couldn't have bisected them more exactly if you'd got a protractor and a ruler out there. It went straight between the two. And that final ball of the over played defensively back down the pitch by Atkinson, fielded by Proctor. He will doubtless be feeling slightly less gruntled than he might, if not positively disgruntled. 20 to Atkinson. Verdi yet to get off the mark. 165 for 9, 246 is the lead.
Yeah, 4 away from that 250. But yeah, 20, these are a valuable 20 runs from Gus Atkinson.
Definitely.
They really are in the context of this game. 64 balls he's been out there for, 3 boundaries. Emma Verdi yet to get off the mark. So he started this morning 102 for 4. So shows what hard work it's been. 63 for 5. Surrey this morning.
But we haven't been able to take our eyes off it, have we? It's been
Absolutely
absorbing.
brilliant. And
Right.
I think there's, obviously this afternoon, there's more to come. And the rate we're going, whichever way it goes, we might not be here tomorrow. It's going to be 2 sessions this afternoon. Going to be very interesting indeed.
It's big moments like that, though, that have come back to bite Northamptonshire and haunt us over the last probably decade, actually. Little things like that which can turn a game.
Kerrigan comes round the wicket to Verdi. Verdi, little inside edge. They want the single. They'll get the single. And that means that Atkinson gets on to strike after 1 ball from Kerrigan to Verdi. And it means that Verdi is off the mark as well. And it means Surrey now have a lead of 247. Field completely changes. So, again, Gus Atkinson looks really unpopular compared to Amar Verdi as everyone drops away from him. As he'll wait over his bat on 20 as Kerrigan goes round the wicket to him and Atkinson forward. Plays this with soft hands down into the leg side. Rolls in there towards short mid-wicket and there's no run. So we're into overtime here, as Radders was saying, with Surrey 9 down as this one's tossed up by Kerrigan. Forward again goes the right-handed Atkinson, just playing it out towards extra cover. Settles again as Kerrigan is in. Quicker this time, and Atkinson just pushes off the back foot down towards Gay.
It's a quick over, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. He just gets through his over so quickly anyway.
Just constant commentary. They didn't get any time to get involved, did he?
That's it's sort of, again, sorry to mention Felix White's book, but in that chapter, that whole thing about I never really had a run up. I just walk back, go. Here he comes again, Kerrigan, and backing away as Atkinson cuts, and Gay will do the fielding. So now, with 1 ball left of the over, field will come up, I would have thought. Gives Atkinson an opportunity if he wanted to go down the ground. He's got one area deep mid-wicket still out there. As Kerrigan is in, tosses it up and he turns it leg side. Oh, and Verdi's thinking about the single, but there isn't one there. And Verdi's sent back by Gus Atkinson correctly. End of the over. 166 for 9. 247 the lead for Surrey.
Yeah, I mean, I think Surrey now got themselves into a very, very, very strong position. Anything over 250, we said it yesterday, we said it this morning. I think it's going to be a very tough chase for Northamptonshire. And I've been really impressed. This innings by Gus Atkinson has been superb, actually. He's not looked in any trouble whatsoever. He's just picked up his singles when they've been on offer to him. And when Will Jacks was with him, he let him take the majority of the strike. Been very, very impressive for a young man. I always think as well, whenever you see a bowler coming out in a sweatband, they can bat.
Yeah.
They're not going out there with the arm guard and the chest guards and things. The modern all-rounder, they go out with the sweat pads.
Well, he's faced 70 balls now, and again, a hugely valuable contribution. Brandon Glover is back on the field. He's in there at mid-off again as Proctor comes in and bowls to Verdi. He's pushing that out into the covers, fielded there by Harry Gouldston, and there's no run. I think envy is one of the deadly sins, isn't it, if I remember rightly? I was just looking at, just going to quickly run through the scores from the other games, and a lot of them are prefaced by lunch.
Right.
So there's just a bit of envy going on there. At Trent Bridge, Nottinghamshire, this is in Division 1 obviously, Nottinghamshire 230 for 5 in their second innings, leading Lancashire by 334 at lunch. Here's Proctor in bowls outside the off stump. I think just trying to dig it in a little bit, and Verdi swaying back and letting it go through to Rossington. At Edgbaston, where Hampshire have been bowled out for 322 in their second innings, it means Warwickshire need 296 to win. And at lunch, they're 10 for no wicket, so that's bubbled up really nicely as well. Up at Chesterley Street at Riverside, come on to that one in a second, as Proctor comes in, bowls to Verdi. He's playing it back down the pitch for Proctor to field, and there's no run. With Durham having declared on 503 for 8, Glamorgan in their second innings are 145 for 5. So they still trail by 261 with 5 wickets in hand. Shouldn't think there'll be much there for tomorrow there either. As at Chelmsford, they have had a result. Essex have beaten Gloucestershire by an innings and 3 runs. At Derby in Division 3, still all Leicestershire there. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Verdi again, defensively pushing it up to Sanderson at mid-on, and there's no run. Replying to Leicestershire's 528 all out, Derbyshire 108 for 5. at lunch, so they're still 420 adrift. Down at Canterbury, as I mentioned, that game is over. Kent have beaten Worcestershire by an innings and 56 runs. And down at Hove, Middlesex against Sussex, Middlesex 518 for 4 against Sussex. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Verdi, plays a nice looking shot off the back foot into the covers, fielded by Gouldston, and there's no run. Martin Anderson and Robbie White in there, and Sam Robinson was put on that record opening partnership with Mark Stoneman. Robson finally out for 253. Wow. So all Middlesex there. They must be gorgeous down by the south coast at Hove, sitting in a deck chair. And there's marvellous sausage rolls from the Tony Gregg Cafe. Fantastic. Here's Proctor. And again, bowling to Verdi. Again, very watchfully forward, pushing it up to Sanderson, who's deep at mid-on rather, because they were quite happy to give him the single, but he didn't take it. 166 for 9 at the end of the over, 247 the lead.
Gentlemen, I have a confession to make. It must be near lunchtime because I am desperate for a call of nature. So may I be?
Oh, I think we can.
Thank you very much indeed.
I think we can
want
go.
to thank you.
I think we can.
I think it's my age as much as anything these days.
I think we can. I think we can manage. Yes, I know the fate. These long sessions. I say 2 hours 40 down at Bristol, and this is going to be. This could potentially be 2.5 hours. These sessions are not designed for gentlemen who are of slightly advancing years.
I wouldn't say that. I'm just as bad. 2 or 3 coffees in the morning, and we've been reliably informed by Mikey that Safe was 18.
Yes, I would have thought he would have been when he got a championship wicket. So then we're talking about seamers. It just starts to get a little bit more difficult. We'll have a think. Here's Kerrigan starting another over, bowling round the wicket to Gus Atkinson, who patient vigil continues as he pushes it up to mid-off, fielded there by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. Both mid-off and mid-on are comfortably deep. There's obviously an easy single there, which Northamptonshire will be more than happy for Gus Atkinson to take. Is Kerrigan, flights that one up to Atkinson, not to be tempted, pushes out to short extra, fielded there by Harry Gouldston, and there's no run. Kerrigan into his 27th over, 4 for 34. Really terrific spell.
I wonder if he ever gets tired. He never seems to, does he? He just seems to keep going.
Battery's going well. Is Kerrigan fires that one in, quicker ball with the second slip in place, but again Atkinson's equal to it and plays it defensively back down the pitch. Kerrigan fields as a very poor spin bowler. I used to try every now and again to fire in a quicker one when you get a bit frustrated. The trouble is nobody could ever tell it was the quicker ball. Here's Kerrigan again flighting that one up, and Atkinson forward, playing it out to short extra. Gouldston fields, no run, and now of course the field starting to come in as they want to try and keep Atkinson at that end with 2 balls to go in the over, so that Luke Proctor or whoever can have a go at Amar Verdi. Here's Kerrigan bowling to Atkinson again, forward defensive up to short extra. Gouldston fields, last ball of the over coming down, over number 27 from Simon Kerrigan. And the last ball of the over is nudged into the onside. They think about a single, but it's not there because Safe Zabe is a live wire in the field, and Atkinson taking a couple of steps down the pitch, but sent back by Amar Verdi, and wisely so. End of the over, 166 for 9. Verdi is 1, Atkinson is 20. The lead, 247. Simon Kerrigan now 27 overs, 4 for 34.
And he's bounding off down to third man as if he's just bowled his first over. He just loves bowling. He's just in his element. I don't think you can actually get the ball out of his hand. I'm sure if he bowls 30, 40 overs, and as the captain you ask him if he wants to come off, he'll still be frustrated. And that's exactly what you want in your team. As a captain, he's a joy to have.
Well, he's been terrific this morning. He really has.
Lovely control.
Yeah, Proctor to continue down below us from the David Capel end, coming over the wicket to Amar Verdi, who's whipping this one into the leg side, rolls in there towards mid-wicket, and there's no run.
I think just stay in there to Verdi. I think just keep attacking the stumps. The old adage of if he misses, I'll hit.
Yes. Yep. At the moment, that lead, relative saying 247, the lead for Surrey. They're still out there because 9 down. We've had an extra 15 minutes now. Proctor over the wicket he comes. Forward goes Verdi. Good looking shot that from Amar Verdi. Very solid, playing that one straight back up the pitch.
Well, for the pure, there's something very pure about seeing a solid forward defence and then the pose held afterwards.
Best shot in the game. Best shot in the
There's
game.
an amazing photo of Steve Waugh playing one, side on, where he's so far forward. I'll see if I can find it. In over the wicket once again. Comes Proctor forward. Goes Amar Verdi. Plays this one straight back up the pitch. He had that magical Ashes series in '89, Steve Waugh. And I think it's from that. He's Gunnermore. He's got the baggy green on. And it's the perfect looking defensive shot from Steve Waugh. I'll see if I can find it on the old Google. Other what's-its are available. As in over the wicket comes Proctor and short ball and swaying inside it is Amar Verdi.
I spent my formative cricket watching years watching DS Steele come forward and play forward defensive, and it shaped me. I think it's probably fair to say. Still think it's the best shot in the game.
Yeah, I used to love
It's a rarity these days. That's the that's the problem.
See if I can find that photo from 1989. There's in over the wicket again goes Proctor, and this one's turned into the leg side by Verdi. And that runs up towards mid-on. And there is no run. There it is. There we are. Jack Russell's behind the stumps as well.
Oh yeah,
That photo of Steve Waugh.
it looks like a Dravid type
wonderful.
photo.
Look at that.
Wonderful.
Isn't it great? And Dicky at square leg.
Nothing's getting past that.
Nothing is getting past that. It is an absolutely terrific shot from Steve Waugh. As in over the wicket goes Proctor again. Oh, and Verdi beats the outside edge. Nicely bowled by Proctor, but Verdi gets through the over. 166 for 9 it remains. 13 minutes until we'll have lunch. And
Do you know has Verdi got any superstitions you know of? Because I've noticed that he walks around the stumps. So after each shot, he walks around the stumps and goes back to his
do you
crease.
know what? I've never noticed that, Mr. Wakely.
He's not done it every time, but he's done it 3 or 4 times now. And I don't know if it's a bit of nervous energy or. See if you notice it.
Yeah, interesting. I've never ever noticed that before. So I'll keep an eye out for that.
Well, Simon Kerrigan and Adam Rossington now engaged in conversation at the far end. Ben Sanderson inevitably is joining in. Rob Keogh likewise. Oh, it really is the brains trust up there at the moment, isn't it? The combined nous and know-how of the Northamptonshire senior players trying to decide what happens next. Carlo Vasconcelos and Tom Taylor having a chat in the slip cordon, and now it looks as though he's indicated to. I just think he may have just have said take a blow to Luke Proctor, and now Tom Taylor, having been in there at second slip, is now going to backward square on the 45, saving 1. Deep mid wicket has come in. That's safe Zabe, just onto the edge of the square. So saving 1 at mid wicket and
Bowling into the rough, I would imagine here.
just deep backward square out on the boundary. Here's Kerrigan in bowling to Atkinson. Again, he's massively forward, playing it back down the pitch for Kerrigan to field, and there's no run. Kerrigan into over number 28. For him. Here's Kerrigan again, bowling outside the leg stump. And in kicking that away from outside the leg stump, Gus Atkinson almost overbalanced. Finished up, he could easily finished up flat on his face there, but he didn't. Here's Kerrigan bowling over the wicket, very close to, almost coming right in front of the umpire.
It almost was, wasn't it?
It was.
He was going to suddenly
right
sit round the
right
back of
across.
Amar Verdi there.
He's had enough. He's going the other side.
He's driven up to mid-off where Keogh fields and there's no run. He's flighted up by Kerrigan, trying everything he knows to try and get through Gus Atkinson, but Atkinson's equal to it, plays that up to short extra where Harry Goulston fields and there's no run. The problem with that, of course, is if he does appeal for LBW, the umpire can quite reasonably say I didn't see it. Here's Kerrigan in again, bowls around leg stump, turned down to the man on the 45 saving 1, that's Tom Taylor. And there's no run. We could be on for another sub-minute over here from Simon Kerrigan. 1 ball to go. And Gus Atkinson just taking a moment, doesn't want to be rushed, and that's good thinking. Steps back, and now he's in his stance, and he plays the last ball back down the pitch for Kerrigan to field. End of the over. 28 overs for Simon Kerrigan now. He's taken 4 for 34, 166 for 9. Atkinson is 20, Verdi is 1. The lead is 247, and we have 10 minutes to go till lunch. And you can tell that lunch is approaching, because after mentioning that the hot sausage rolls, that they have very nice hot sausage rolls in the Tony Gregg Cafe down at Hove, I'm now thinking of all the other things on the menu as well that we had when we were down there, meat pies and...
Yeah, I had one of my... I was very calm and collected. That was generally my persona, but I've lost it a few times in my career over lack of lunches or when food... Yeah, it's one of the only things. David Ripley saw a very different side to me on pre-season in Barbados, where I had a bit of a paddy when we had no lunch provided. It wasn't my finest hour, I will admit, when I threw an onion ring in.
Really?
Yeah.
That was... Oh, dear. Here comes Proctor in over the wicket to Verdi. Just the one onion ring.
Well, the problem was there wasn't many of them, so in embarrassment when I had to go and pick it up because I wanted to eat it,
then
that made it even worse.
Wow, launching an onion ring. Oh dear. Well,
Mm.
It's appalling tantrums. You did that in league cricket now, you'd be banned.
It was one of those straight away. I was like, oh, I'm just sorry,
Yeah.
whoopsie.
Be a level 3 or something.
In over the wicket comes Proctor once again to Verdi, and Verdi's forward and turns this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
I do remember Nick Cook on a pre-season tour. I went with Northamptonshire to Grenada in 2001, so a little bit before your time, and Nick Cook moaning about the similarity of the menu every day. In fact, it was identical. It was the same menu for lunch every single day that we played at St George's Park in Grenada, but it was still quite nice.
Oh, as in over the wicket comes Proctor again, and forward once more goes Verdi. I think we've had about 5 overs now without a run. They're just
It's just the
blocking
nature of this
everything
game,
back.
hasn't it, though?
Yeah,
It's-
absolutely.
It's all been either all action
Yeah.
or very serene, sedate process.
Yep,
Progress.
absolutely. Well, 247 lead. We were saying the highest score in the last innings. Well, Surrey got 252 in the first innings. Can they get up to 253? As in over the wicket goes Proctor to Verdi. Runs here. Verdi just opening in the face of the bat, running this one off down to third man. And one more to the total. One more to Verdi. He moves on to 2. 167 for 9. Surrey.
Going back to our point earlier about momentum, this is a very frustrating period for Northamptonshire. The two openers, all they're really thinking about is getting their pads on, getting off the field and coming out and chasing a target. And this is the momentum that they carry on like this a little bit, and it swings back in Surrey's favour massively.
Proctor's in again, and forward goes Atkinson. But it's also leaving Northamptonshire out there.
Exactly.
That's the other thing at the
and
moment.
it's hot.
Hot
It is
day,
very
isn't
hot.
it? Hot day today.
Could be into the realms of second new ball, of course. It's only, 3 overs away.
Oh yeah, that snuck up on us.
Yeah.
Didn't really know. We didn't even notice that. actually.
Mr. Kerrigan whistled
True.
through some overs this morning. As Proctor in once again with a couple of slips to Gus Atkinson, and Atkinson's forward, smothering this really down towards backward point. But there is no run. That's the end of the over from Proctor. So 167 for 9, Verdi 2, Atkinson 20. Surrey have a lead of 248. And the other thing to remember is this is only day 3. There is a whole day to go tomorrow as well.
Yeah, well, if these two could see it through to lunch, and you just, again, it's, we're saying in cricket, don't they, is doing what the opposition least would want you to do. And the opposition, I think here, these bat till lunch, come out and bat again after lunch, just for, if only just for 20 minutes or so, quarter of an hour, 20 minutes. Again, it's like just openers with different things, different thoughts going through their minds. They've still got to concentrate on the fielding, especially Vasconcelos is in there at slip. But they've also got to think, focus on their batting. So that's just what Northamptonshire wouldn't want. Well, here's Verdi on strike to Simon Kerrigan with an attacking field. 2 slips and a silly point, but Verdi just smothering that one, pushing it out to Harry Goulston, who's under the helmet at silly point. There's Vasconcelos at slip, Tom Taylor at second slip, feet almost touching. Here's Verdi in again. Kerrigan in bowling to Verdi, rather. That will come later. And pushed out on the onside this time, with Goulston going across from silly point to forward short leg. Here's Kerrigan flighting that ball up to Verdi, who drives fluently, but only as far as Rob Keogh at extra cover, at mid-off. I did see Rob Keogh actually having a little limber up. I wonder if they might possibly give him an over before lunch. Might be a thought. Kerrigan in again, bowling to Verdi, who's absolutely behind that one, smothering it, making sure it won't get through, pushes it out to backward point where Emilio Gay fields. And there's no run. This is the 78th over, so 2 more overs. And Northamptonshire would have a second new ball available. Kerrigan in again, bowls, and nicely played by Verdi, who just waits on it, plays it out into the covers. Emilio Gay's back there sweeping on the cover boundary, but they're able to come through for 2. And that takes the lead to 250, which we've talked about as being one of those little psychological barriers that Surrey have gone through. So 169 for 9, the lead now exactly 250.
They've added 14, these two now, to get it up to that 250 lead.
Big run. 14 is a lot of runs in this game.
Verdi on 4, facing the last ball of the over from Kerrigan, who is Verdi almost exaggeratedly forward, and they talk about Steve Waugh coming right forward and smothering everything. Just pushes it out in the offside, and well negotiated by Verdi, who's on 4. Atkinson 20, 169 for 9, the lead 250.
It is a great spot from you, Alex Wakely.
I can't work. He doesn't do it all the time.
No, but
it's a bit
that
erratic.
one, he just did walk around the stumps at the end of the over.
I'm trying to work out the thought process. It might just be one of those things you do sometimes. If we all do funny things when we're out there, you're in your own little world, in your own little bubble. It's not a bad move, this. Rob Keogh coming on, possibly for 1 over before
Lunch.
Before lunch. What time? Yeah, maybe 1 over before lunch. Rob and Safe say both bowlers genuinely where you throw the ball to them to try and make things happen.
Absolutely. If Surrey is still batting at lunch, they'll come out again after lunch.
Oh, completely. I wouldn't, even if they come out for 1 ball.
Absolutely.
They would.
Absolutely.
As a captain, you'd never think of retiring, even if you had enough runs.
No.
Retiring, that's the wrong word, declaring.
Well, then, if that happens, Northamptonshire have the conundrum, do we take the new ball? There you are, you see. Because it's not exactly like this one's going around the park at the moment, so...
No, and it can go both ways. We've seen it many times floating the new ball.
Absolutely.
Couple of nicks of 4.
They're quite expensive things as well, new balls, aren't
Certainly,
they, for 1 ball of...
David Rip knows all about that. We did a T20 open net practice once here, and the £90 Kookaburra ball. We must have lost 20 of them.
Amazing.
Pitching them from the houses and the roofs. And
yeah. As Keogh then, with his off spin, is in, and forward goes Gus Atkinson. Pods this one out towards cover, and there's no... Yeah, they are expensive things.
They are. Both the red and white balls.
Yep. As over the wicket once again comes Keogh. Atkinson forward. And
yeah, I've always found that amazing that cricket clubs still buy their own cricket balls. In football, it would be sponsored. It'd be in a package. We still buy them all.
Yep. As Keogh's in again. Forward goes Atkinson, plays this one back up the pitch. Well, that's why sort of out grounds for one-day games, every time the ball disappears in a bush, you think, probably going to have to go and find that.
Yeah.
As over the wicket once again, Keogh, and Atkinson just looking to turn down the leg side, nicely taken by Rosington.
When Ian Botham hit all those 6s at Wellingborough School in 1986, they lost a few. I tell you. One went into the factory car park opposite.
It's an expensive.
Did it really? It's a big hit, that.
Forward goes Atkinson, nicely bowled by Keogh. Just pushed that one a little bit wider to Gus Atkinson. Yeah, well, it was the same with Graham Napier at Whitgift once in the first. I think it's the record. I think he hit 15 6s in his innings of. I can't remember what it was, but they all kept going up the Brighton Road and then get another ball. By the end of that's cost you a fortune.
Yeah.
That has turned from Keogh.
Big spin.
Hits the thigh guard of Atkinson as it jumps back at him, rolls into the leg side. It's maiden over from Keogh. I think we'll get 1 more in now then before lunch with Surrey leading by 250, 169 for 9.
So you'll be 30. You'll be very pleased to see that though. That's big spin and bounce. It's one thing having spin when you're a spin bowler, but if you've got it and it's spinning and bouncing at pace, he'll be licking his lips after seeing that one.
He gives it a rip, Rob Keogh, though, doesn't he?
Yeah, again, as I was saying in the first innings, he's an attacking spinner. He's the kind of the bowler when it's spinning, you want him on because he will get you wickets. Where he has struggled is just the holding role. Whereas Simon Kerrigan, that's the kind of thing he's done for us over and in his whole career actually for a long period.
Well, a brief mid-wicket chat by the 2 batsmen means that this will definitely be the last over before lunch as Kerrigan comes in, bowls to Verdi, who takes a step down the pitch, drives it back down the pitch. Kerrigan fields, and there's no run. This is the 80th over. Or 79th, beg pardon. 79th over. As Kerrigan comes in again, round the wicket, bowling to Verdi, who steps back, cuts, but only as far as Emilio Gay, who's in there at backward point. And there's no run, so 4 balls to go in this session. Surrey resuming on 102 for 4. They've lost 5 wickets. They've added 67 more runs. Their lead is 250. And this match fascinatingly, intriguingly poised. And safe Zabe.
I don't think it's the worst shout, to be fair.
No.
I think Kerrigan was ready to go
Yeah,
there.
he was.
He's not happy, is he?
No, he's not happy. He looks really cross that he's
not
been
happy
brought
at
out of the
all.
attack.
Here's safe Zabe. And bowling round the wicket, left arm spin. And that's pushed forward by Verdi.
And of
there's
course,
no
he's
run.
on 4 wickets.
Yes.
So
Well, that won't go down
That
well
won't
at
go
all,
down well,
will it?
actually. Maybe I said good shout. Maybe not. But
Here's Zabe in again. Bowls, and that's on driven by Verdi up towards
I suppose
mid-on,
the
and
thinking
there's no
might
run.
be that with Kerrigan, you know where the ball's going to be. Safe can be a bit more inconsistent, and actually to a number 11, that might not be the worst thing.
Here's Zabe firing that one in to Verdi, who's pushing forward. Goes out on the onside, fielded by Harry Gouldston, who's under the lid there at forward short leg, has to just trot back to field. Yeah, Kerrigan's just there at mid-wicket, just looks a tad out of sorts. Here's Zabin again, bowling to Verdi, pushes up towards mid-on. And that's the end of the session. And what a fascinating session it's been too. 169 for 9. And Verdi is 4. Atkinson is 20. And the lead is 250. Handshakes all round and high fives for Simon Kerrigan, who's been outstanding this morning. And Surrey having lost those 5 wickets, which will be updating BBC Radio Northampton in a second or two. But what an intriguing session it's been.
Very much so. I think Surrey have grasped control of the game. They're in the driving seat. I think Northamptonshire have bowled pretty well, actually, to be fair. They've controlled the scoring rate. A very, very nice innings there by Will Jacks has got Surrey up into a position where I think they'll feel like they can win the game from here.
169 for 9, it is at lunch. We have now had 80 overs, so the new ball would be due after lunch. Just update BBC Radio Northampton. Lunch here at Wantage Road, players just leaving the fields, and at the end of what's been an absorbing first session of this third day's play, Surrey are 169 for 9, which means they lead by 250. Gus Atkinson has made 20 of those. Amma Verdi on 4, and this last pair have put on 14 very useful runs for Surrey in the context of a low-scoring match. Could be very handy indeed. Pretty good session for Northamptonshire, with Simon Kerrigan picking up 3 wickets this morning, including Hashim Amla for 26 and Will Jacks for 50. Kerrigan's been outstanding this morning, basically blocking up one end. Success too for Sanderson and for Taylor. But Surrey, you would feel, in a pretty strong position, with Northamptonshire having to bat last and potentially having to score the highest total of the match to win. 169 for 9, it is at lunch. The lead, 250. So there we go. That's the end of the first session of the third day. 169 for 9, it is at lunch. The lead's 250. We're going to go off in search of our lunch, which hopefully nobody else has got to first. Suggest you go and have yours as well, and we'll be back with you in around about 35 minutes' time. Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to the county grounds at Northampton. We're just about to start the second session on the third day's play of the county championship match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. The situation here at Wantage Road, as the players came off for lunch, was that Surrey were 169 for 9 off 80 overs in this second innings. So the second new ball is due. It was due, the 80th over was the last one bowled in the session. And we've seen some excellent stuff here from Gus Atkinson, who's done a terrific job for his side. He's 20 not out. Amma Verdi is on 4. So the lead for Surrey is up to 250. And Mark, we were saying right the way through most of the morning, really, that I think if Surrey were to get a lead of around 240, 250, it was going to take a bit of getting. Well, they've got up to 250. They still have power to add.
They do, and I think a very fine 50 from Will Jacks this morning, and this 20 from Gus Atkinson's been absolutely critical from a Surrey point of view. Northamptonshire are going to take the new ball straight away, so I think they've had enough of all of this and want to get in and have a bat. So new ball taken straight away, but yeah, 250. We've still got 56 to go today. We'll obviously lose a couple for the change of innings. What can Surrey sort of eke out against this new ball? That's the other thing. All Northamptonshire will want Ben Sanderson to do is what he's done throughout the game, which is knock one of these two over quickly. Atkinson and Verdi will just think, well, can we sort of scramble another 10 here and get it up to a 260 run lead? Because the other thing is it's leaving Northamptonshire out there now after lunch in the sun.
Well, we were saying before lunch, weren't we, that in all of cricket you talk about the things that the opposition would least like, and on this occasion, certainly if you're one of the Northamptonshire openers, what you don't want is to be having to go back again on the field after lunch, come off at some point and start the innings. Anyway, here's Ben Sanderson, armed with the second new ball, is running in from the David Capel end, bowls outside the off stump to Gus Atkinson, who lets it go through to Adam Rossington. 3 slips in place. Simon Carrigan, who bowled beautifully this morning, is not on the field. He slightly caught us on the hop before lunch because he bowled the first 2 balls of the final over of the session, and then, as if by magic, Saif Zaib came on and completed it. We understand he's got a bit of a niggle of some sort. No official word from the Northampton dressing room yet. Doubtless we'll hear at some point, but he's not on the field at the moment. Brandon Glover is fielding at 12th man, down at 3rd man, and that first ball, or second ball of the over, just beats the outside edges. Atkinson pushes forward, and as you say, Ben Sanderson, who's bowled beautifully in this innings, 18 overs and 2 balls now, 7 maidens, 1 for 25, finally got a bit of tangible reward this morning. Think how well he bowled last night in that spell without taking a wicket, but he did nip one out this morning, perhaps not an entirely Sanderson-like dismissal. Was caught at mid-wicket, but that was Jordan Clark going for 2. 169 for 9. Sanderson in bowls outside the off-stump. Atkinson letting it go through. I just wonder whether, you talk about, obviously Ben Sanderson not quite warmed up yet, but the first 3 balls there have just died in the pitch. Yeah. It just as though the pitch might be just going to sleep a little bit. It happens here at Wantage Road. Sometimes the bounce will get lower and lower.
And I suppose from a Surrey perspective, with tall bowlers, it's not a bad thing, actually.
Not a bad thing at all. With runs on the board. Here's Sanderson from the David Capel end, running away from us. He's in bud to bowl to Gus Atkinson, who pushes it up to mid-off, where it's fielded there by Rob Keogh, and there's no run. 3 slips in place, then a 3rd man. Cover on the boundary is now, of course, coming in, because they'll want to try and stop the single, so they get to go at Amma Verdi at the other end. And then a mid-wicket, they tight in on the single there, and a long leg. And now Luke Proctor going in there at mid-on, so 2 balls to go in the over. Northamptonshire looking to stop the single if they can. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Atkinson. Resolutely forward once again, playing it up to Keogh at mid-off, and there's no run. A few matches already finished, of course, in this round. This is one of only a couple, I would think, that you would say were fairly close contests. Certainly the game, the Division 1 match at Edgbaston, it's boiled up very nicely indeed, with Hampshire chasing 296 to beat Warwickshire, chasing 296 to beat Hampshire, and are 26 for no wicket. Just underway after lunch there. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Atkinson. The push forward for a single. He's come a long way down. He could be in trouble, but the throw misses the stumps. It goes for an overthrow, And they get the single after all. Atkinson pushing that into the covers to Safe Sabe. Came a long way down, was sent back by Verdi. If Safe Sabe's throw had hit the stumps, he might have been in trouble. It didn't. Adam Rossington wasn't there to take the throw. It ran down to fine leg, and they were able to come through for an overthrow, and they get the single anyway. So one way or another, mission accomplished for Surrey. 170 for 9 at the end of the over. Atkinson's 21, Verdi is 4. And not the greatest bit of cricket to start the afternoon session from Northamptonshire.
Yeah, I don't think he was too far away from hitting the stumps.
No.
But the problem was, obviously, Adam Rosington had no time to get up to the stumps, which meant, all in all, Surrey got where they wanted to through an unconventional mean, because Gus Atkinson is still on strike to Tom Taylor from the Lynn Wilson centre end of the ground. So Surrey have added one more to that lead. 251 is the lead now. We've got through quite a few overs today already. So it's going to be very interesting to see what happens this afternoon. I'd be surprised if Atkinson and Verdi are still there at tea, if I'm honest. But at the moment, all these runs absolutely crucial. 170 for 9, 251 the lead. 2 slips, third man, sweeper on the cover rope for Atkinson. Cover, mid off, mid on. Deep mid wicket, out on the rope and the long leg. Tom Taylor comes in over the wicket to Atkinson, and Atkinson nudges leg side. Won't take the single. There's one there if he wants it, but he's not going to take it. And Verdi's just doing the job of sticking up one end with Gus Atkinson. This is Atkinson's highest first-class score, 21. But they've been really important runs. And these two together now have added 15 for this, the 10th wicket. But that has taken Surrey's lead up above that 250 mark. 251 the lead as Taylor's over the wicket to Atkinson. Forward he comes again, very solidly, playing this one out into the offside.
The great thing is how many deliveries Gus Atkinson's faced. 97 at time of writing, 98 I think now. So he's just done a great job, hasn't he?
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Talking about how good his temperament is, we were discussing that before lunch.
Yeah.
And can't fault it here.
No, not at all. Very cool, calm and collected at the moment is Gus Atkinson. Taylor runs towards us, comes over the wicket to Atkinson, who's driving, will get a single, takes the single, up towards a deepish mid-off, which brings Verdi on to strike for his first ball after lunch, and that lead now 252. Now, we've sort of been saying, make the opposition score the most runs in the last innings to win the game. That means now they would have to, Northamptonshire, because Surrey made 252 in their first innings. Northamptonshire 171, Surrey here 171. So they're going to have to get 253. Unless, of course, these two keep batting and go past 252. You never know. As over the wicket once again comes Taylor and driven down the ground by Verdi. Nice looking shot from Verdi. Little punch down the ground off the front foot, and he'll pick up 2 runs. And that will move Verdi on to 6 and 173 for 9. 3 slips in there for Verdi, but nicely played. Just pushed it straight back down the ground, and with the 3 close catches, mid on fairly deep, that meant that he was able to get back for 2 runs.
See, Harry Gouldston's managed to get himself into the slip cordon. He's in there at third slip with obviously Tom Taylor bowling, Vasconcelos at first and Gay at second.
Taylor over the wicket to Verdi. Verdi forcing off the back foot. Nicely timed again by Verdi away through the covers. This will be annoying Northamptonshire. Yes. Back for 2. Verdi moves on to 8 and Surrey move on to 175 for 9. You can hear that's the Surrey dressing room below us. So they know how important this is after lunch from Verdi and Atkinson. And this is as much about annoying Northamptonshire as anything.
Yeah, it's frustration time, and absolutely right. And I think these two have done a terrific job, haven't they? And as long as they can just keep Northamptonshire out there, it's a hot day. Just give the openers something else to think about.
Taylor's in again to Verdi. That's a short one. He plays that very uncomfortably. to Zamar Verdi. He was ducking, then decided he'd play it, but he's picked up a single.
Off the last ball.
Yes, and he's kept the strike because no one in there at mid-wicket, which meant that Taylor had to go around to do the fielding. So Verdi keeps the strike, 176 for 9, leads 257. Verdi 9 and Atkinson 22.
One bit of sad news that's broken during the lunch interval here at Wantage Road is the death of Northamptonshire's oldest surviving first-class cricketer. Peter Arnold has sadly passed away at the age of 94, would have been 95 next month. The flags have been lowered to half-mast on the scoreboard over to our right. A remarkable man. He came over to England, born in New Zealand, and came over to England on spec, really, in early in 1950, on the recommendation of another New Zealander who had played for Northamptonshire before the Second World War, and just paid his own way to come over and get a trial here and see how he got on. And he got on pretty well. They took him on the staff, and he played right the way through the 1950s for Northamptonshire, with a pretty solid record. Here's Sanderson in bowling to Verdi, who plays it up to mid-off, Keogh Fields, and there's no run. Yeah, made just over 7,000 first-class runs, 500s. And then after finishing his playing career, when he finished in 1960 to concentrate on a business career, he came back into the fold, as it were, as far as Northamptonshire were concerned. He was on the old selection committee, and then when it was changed to the cricket committee, the cricket subcommittee, in 1978, he chaired it for 17 years.
Wow.
And you think of all that happened between 1978 and 1995 in the game. Here's Sanderson in, and that's an absolute beauty to Amar Verdi. Don't know how you play that. It went like a fast leg break. It beat the outside edge. It goes through to Rossington. And then after finishing as cricket chairman, he was president of the club for 4 years. Stood down in 2000. And one of his, if you like, his lasting legacy was setting up the former players reunion day. The former players day here was one of the three former players who basically started it up and was attending here. Certainly a couple of years ago. His health wasn't too good, obviously, in recent years, but was always a very welcome visitor. Here's Sanderson in, bowls to Verdi, plays it up to Proctor at mid-on, and there's no run. So, yeah, I had a chat with him. He rang me up 3 or 4 weeks ago. He ran on BBC Radio Northampton's cricket show an old interview with Frank Tyson and Keith Andrew, who were both great friends of his, and he rang me up to say how much he'd enjoyed hearing it, which was nice to hear. And yeah, we had a chat about how the county were doing and who was doing what and what was like to happen in the rest of the season. But yeah, passed away yesterday, and a very sad loss. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls down the leg side to Verdi, who just shapes as though he might be thinking about trying to play it down to fine leg. Doesn't make contact, goes through to Adam Rossington, and it leaves, with the Surrey connection, it leaves the distinction of Northamptonshire's oldest surviving first-class player now with Harry Kelleher, who also played for Surrey, started at Surrey, then came to Northamptonshire. And Harry, who now lives in the States, was 92 early this year, so he's now Northamptonshire's oldest surviving first-class player. Here's Sanderson, driven nicely up to extra cover by Verdi. That wasn't the stroke of a number 11. Goes up to extra cover where it's fielded by Keogh, and there's no run. And I think I'm right in saying, and I haven't checked this, but I think third in the list now would be, or second in the list now, would be another former Surrey player, Raman Subbarao.
Oh, of course, yes.
Who was captain of Northamptonshire between 1958 and 61. I think turns 90 next year.
Right.
So a few Surrey connections knocking around, but yeah, very sad loss of Peter Arnold. Here's Sanderson running in away from us, bowls to Verdi, just sort of punch it away off the back foot, doesn't time it, goes back to Sanderson, who's got that rather hangdog, disgruntled air about him at the moment, as is often the case when things just get a little bit frustrating. He's had to bowl so many overs. I think it was Tom Taylor, Chris Liddle rather, was saying last night, the bowling coach, look at how many overs he's bowled in all competitions this year. Again, I don't think he's missed a match. At the end of that one anyway, 176 for 9. Verdi is 9, Atkinson's 22, and Surrey's lead up to 257. Sanderson's bowled 20 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 26.
Yeah, he's been outstanding in this game. He really has. He's sort of not really marching now, sort of slowly making his way out
trudge.
Backwards.
That's a trudge. Mark.
Because neither Taylor or him want to be bowling at the moment, but they've got to, because they've got to try and finish off this Surrey innings. As Atkinson waits on 22, Taylor's over the wicket to him. Atkinson's forward, playing this off a goodish length up towards mid-on, and there's no run. It's a warm old day today. Lots of people sat in, shirts off for some of the gentlemen, away to our left-hand side and down there in front of the Lynn Wilson Centre. As Pradas has been saying throughout this game, with the white wall, the sun reflects off that down there, so that will be hot down there. As Taylor, over the wicket he comes to Atkinson, who's forward again and pushing this one out into the offside, and there's no run. So we've been out there now for 15 minutes since lunch, 4th over since lunch. Surrey just adding a few more to that lead, moved on by 7 now to 57, the lead for Surrey. Gus Atkinson waits on 22. Taylor, straight approach, and then over the wicket he comes, right arm over, and forward again goes Atkinson, just pushes a good length ball out into the offside, and there's no run. I suppose the encouraging thing, we've sort of said this throughout the game really, the encouraging thing here for Northamptonshire is how happy Verdi and Atkinson are looking at the moment against the new ball.
Yeah, we were saying that, I think it was when, straight after lunch, wasn't it, when Ben Sanderson took the new ball, and the first 3 or 4 deliveries, admittedly, obviously hadn't sort of worked up to full steam, but it just looked as though they suddenly sort of died in the pitch and slightly dribbled through to Adam Rossington.
And again goes Taylor, driving his Atkinson. That's a lovely shot. Away through the covers, and that's going to race away for 4. It's been a lovely innings this from Gus Atkinson, and that's a super shot through the covers. 180 for 9. The lead goes on to 261, and Atkinson moves on to 26.
Now, see, this is a bit of a test for Northamptonshire, Mark, because obviously Alex Wakely will be back with us shortly. But one of the I think propensities that the Northamptonshire side has is to go very flat in the field and very quiet. And if you look at the body language out there at the moment, and this was what happened down at Bristol in the closing stages there. They do go a bit quiet, and I know the assistant coach Phil Rowe has often talked about this on commentary. But you look at the body language out there; they're just looking a bit. So they want to be somewhere else.
Well, they're looking like they want to be back in the dressing room. Actually, as in over the wicket once more comes Taylor. Forward goes Atkinson, plays this one up towards mid-off, and there's no run.
And it was noticeable down at Bristol that the player who more than any other was still trying to keep them G'd up, even when the game looked to be sort of drifting, was Simon Kerrigan.
Right.
Now, of course, with Kerrigan off the field. There's nobody else really out there. If you look around, who's sort of doing any of that? No. Ben Sanderson's down there with his towel, which somebody's kindly provided. I don't blame them. James Sale's having a limber up down at third man, so maybe he'll get a bowl.
Taylor's in again to Atkinson. Atkinson forward, pushes into the offside, and again there is no run. There's quickly round to do the fielding is Gouldston, but another good over for Surrey really with that boundary. 180 for 9 then Surrey, lead 261. So today it's 72 for 5 today, Surrey. So it shows how hard the runs have been to come by.
Well, Gus Atkinson may finish up as the freelancer's friend here.
Yes, take it into tomorrow.
Take it into tomorrow. I've told the story before. I remember Jason Lowry here from Sussex, who wasn't the greatest batsman in the world, but the match here against Sussex years ago, and it was looked for all the world as it was going to finish in 3 days. And they took the extra half hour, and he just managed to somehow cling on through the last half hour to come back the next morning. And he got a round of applause from 3 or 4 of the freelancers who went out of the press box up there and clapped him off. Here's Ben Sanderson running in bowling to Verdi. Again, there's no zip there from Sanderson. I can't really blame him, I suppose. He's into his 21st over now, but that was just short of a length, and Verdi able to just ride the bounce. There wasn't a lot of it, and play it down onto the offside. There's 3 slips in place. James Sales is limbering up, so maybe he's going to have a go with a chance to pick up his second first-class wicket.
Well, the first one was a good one to Laurie Evans last night.
Little Jaffa. It was Chris Liddle last night saying he's a seriously exciting young cricketer, which I wouldn't disagree with at all. Here's Sanderson bowls to Verdi. Full and straight, but driven back down the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. presumably. I'm just wondering who he would. Maybe Sales might come on for Taylor at the top end. Just hasn't looked. Did pick up the wicket of Ricky Clark, which was an important one to take, but Sanderson, I say, has been absolutely on the money throughout. 21 overs, or into his 21st over, 1 for 26. Taylor 14 overs, 1 for 54. Here's Sanderson in again, bowls to Verdi, who whips that away. Another run for him here as it goes down behind square on the leg side, and it's fielded by Harry Goulston, who was at third slip a minute ago, now finds himself down at deep backward square. Sends in his return, one more to Verdi into double figures, 10 to him, 181 for 9. The lead up to 262. Surrey resuming this morning on at 102 for 4. Losing the wickets this morning of Amla for 26, Jordan Clark for 2, Ricky Clark for 5, Will Jacks for a very good 50, and then Reece Topley, first ball for naught. Here's Sanderson in again, bowling to Atkinson, who's pushing forward, plays it up to mid-on. Luke Proctor fields, and there's no run again. 181 for 9, it stays.
You're not going to get through that defensive shot from
No, I was going to say
Atkinson.
that is seriously they shall not pass. Well, now Adam Rossington is coming down to have a little. Yes, the helmet's coming on, so he's going to stand up to Sanderson, which he tried just before lunch, didn't he? And Ben Sanderson obligingly, as soon as the keeper, his captain, stood up, he slipped a couple down the leg side, which would have pleased Adam Rossington very little. Nice to see that the flags now at the other end of the ground of the indoor centre have also been lowered to half-mast in memory of Peter Arnold. Here's Sanderson in again, keeper standing up, and that's whipped away down towards fine leg by Gus Atkinson. Good bit of fielding down there by Harry Goulston, but they're able to come through for a couple. 2 more to Atkinson, he goes to 28. Yes. 183 for 9.
Sanderson now looks like he might walk off in a minute. He's done so much in this game. The last thing he wants to be doing at the moment is having to bowl here.
Just imagine what his mood will be if, and it's one scenario, if Northamptonshire finish up batting, it doesn't go well for them, and he finishes having to go into bat
tonight.
that will not go down at all well. That's a long way in the future anyway. Here's Sanderson. Keeper standing up again, bowls to Atkinson, pushes out into the covers, fielded by Emilio Gay. Another over, safely negotiated by Surrey, and some runs on the board as well. 183 for 9. Atkinson 28, Verdi is 10. And that Surrey lead inching up now up to 264.
Well, 14 they've added now since lunch. So 264 the lead. Looks like James Sales is coming into the attack to replace Taylor from that Lynn Wilson centre end of the ground. So Adam Rossington's got a bit to think about. He's waiting for Sales. Just doing a few stretching exercises. So Vasconcelos and Gay. Vasconcelos at first slip. Gay is away in the gully. They've been thinking about batting for probably around about an hour now, before lunch and after lunch.
Oh yeah, 9th wicket fell at in the 68th over, and we're now in the 85th with lunch in between. So yeah, it's quite that, isn't it?
Yep. So with the 40 minutes break, at either side of that, we're looking at about an hour of being still out there for the 2 openers. Amar Verdi in his short sleeve sweater still on a day like today as Sales is over the wicket to him, and Verdi plays this one off the back foot out into the offside, and there is no run. I think Radders is about to do an update.
Yes, I shall have to update BBC Radio Northampton into the 2 o'clock news. Thanks, Mark. I shall hand back to you as soon as the little task is completed. 183 for 9 it is. Good news for all concerned. It's still just such a glorious afternoon. There is not a cloud in the sky here at Northampton. It's absolutely beautiful. 2 slips in place. Sale comes in, bowls to Amar Verdi. He plays it up to Keogh at mid-wicket. And there's no run. Stays on 183 for 9. Rossington having a chat with Tom Taylor. And Ricardo Vasconcelos, who'll be vice-captain in this side. Sales back at the end of his run. James Sales bowling from the far end, the indoor centre end, to Amir Verdi, with Northamptonshire enduring rather a frustrating period at the moment. Surrey have managed to negotiate it through to lunch with 9 wickets down, are still 9 wickets down into the afternoon session. 183 for 9, the visitors. That means they lead by 264. So Northamptonshire looking as though they're going to have to score the highest total of the match to win in the fourth innings. Gus Atkinson's done a terrific job for his side. He's 28 not out. Amir Verdi is on 10. Northamptonshire having a decent morning. Surrey resuming on 102 for 4, or 169 for 9 at the break, despite an excellent innings from Will Jacks. Good stuff from Simon Kerrigan, who's picked up 4 wickets in the innings so far, but he's off injured at the moment, as though Northamptonshire didn't have enough injury problems, and Surrey building a very substantial lead here. 183 for 9, Surrey lead by 264. So that's the situation. Here's Sales bowling again to Amir Verdi, who plays that up to mid-on. Yeah, there's no run.
They both look very comfy at the moment, don't they, against this new ball?
It's done, I mean, it hasn't really done anything, has it? And of course, again, the go-to in this sort of situation will be to say, OK, well, it's not doing much for the seamers, let's get Kerrigan on, but Kerrigan's off the field. I mean, Northamptonshire will be hoping against hope that it's nothing too serious. And I had a little bit of a side problem earlier on in the year. His Sales in, bowls to Verdi, just short of a length. Looks to try and crack it away off the back foot, doesn't really time it, goes out to Harry Gouldston in the covers. End of the over. Atkinson is 28, Verdi is 10, 183 for 9. In fact, I think it was in the match at Old Trafford when he bowled beautifully in the first innings and got through a lot of overs. Then he batted for quite a while and managed to pull himself some sort of little strain. Wasn't able to bowl in the second innings, which meant Rob Keogh had to bowl an awful lot of overs, which he wasn't really expecting. So Northamptonshire will be hoping against hope that, I say, it's nothing too serious. We were just discussing at lunchtime, if Kerrigan, heaven forbid, had to miss the next match against Durham, what would they do in terms of spin options? Obviously, you've got Keogh, you've got Zabe. I suppose the other ones is Freddie Heldrick, of course, the left-arm wrist spinner, who hasn't played Championship cricket yet, but has made quite a good impression in white ball. Or Graham White, who's, again, just really plays white ball these days and captains the second 11. But would the call go out possibly to him, I wonder?
It's interesting, isn't it? Still a couple of games to go this season. And well, the only other thing is, at the moment, this is the whole thing with Sanderson and Taylor. They just want to be with their feet up on the couch in the home team dressing room. But
absolutely, well, I mean, again, it's another little achievement, because they've got through to the first drinks break.
Absolutely,
the last pair since lunch. I had an email from Brian Cowley, who I know you know.
Yes, indeed.
Mark,
hello, Brian.
Surrey archives, and he was listening to us and heard us talking about the death of Peter Arnold and the fact that Harry Kelleher and Raman Subbarao, now Northamptonshire, 2 oldest surviving first-class players. He points out they're also Surrey's 2 oldest surviving players. So, yeah, well, let's say 2 great men of cricket. So I think Raman Subbarao, I'm pretty sure he turns 90 next year, and Harry Kelleher's been out in the States for a few years now. Worked, of course, with British Timkin,
right.
And his son Will works for them as well. So they've been out in the States for a few years. But I say he turned 92 in March, so he now has the distinction of certainly being both Northamptonshire and Surrey's oldest surviving first-class player.
Yes. Well, Peter Arnold, absolute great at the game. And you talk about how much he packed into his life. As Sanderson coming in over the wicket then to Gus Atkinson. Short one, and Atkinson, well, with Rosington up to the stumps, has hooked this top edge, and it flies down to the fine leg boundary rope for 4. So the surprise delivery from Sanderson, and away for 4 it goes. Rosington standing up to the stumps, and 187 for 9.
It's a free hit, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a free hit with the keeper standing up.
Absolutely, because even if he misses that, it's going to go straight over Rosington's head. But I think he was just hoping beyond hope that top edge might fly down towards fine leg. But as it was, got a fair amount of bat on that, did Gus Atkinson. He's on to 32 here. Gus Atkinson, as Sanderson is over the wicket to him. Atkinson's forward. Again, very solid looking defensive shot that from Gus Atkinson. Plays it straight back up the pitch, and there's no run. And yes, you can see Northamptonshire now, this really is beginning to annoy them. Out there after lunch again, in the sun. Surrey's already got the runs on the board. 268 run lead.
A few teapots, aren't there, out there at the moment? A few hands in pockets.
Arms folded as well. Sanderson. Over the wicket he comes to Atkinson. Atkinson's forward, plays round that front pad a touch. Nudging this into the leg side. Proctor's trying to give him a single. He's sort of ushering the ball further into the distance, but Atkinson's staying where he is.
That's fine, but to be fair, Amaverdi hasn't looked in any bother at all since lunch in particular, since they took the new ball.
Well, I think Amaverdi's just quite happy, blocking, and then if he can get it into a gap, just picking up the single or two, single especially, to get Atkinson onto strike, but he's not looked in too much trouble as Sanderson is over the wicket to Atkinson. Forward he goes again. Gus Atkinson plays this one up towards Keogh. Stood there at mid-off. There's no run. Crowd at the moment. The crowd are sort of quite quiet here as well at the moment because we're sort of waiting and manoeuvring ourselves to what will be the sort
event.
of box office this afternoon. Gus Atkinson and Amaverdi at the minute are waiting, making everybody wait for the big picture. As in over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. Forward goes Atkinson, because in the old days in the cinema I used to get a short film before the long film, didn't you?
Yeah, with the organ coming up through the floor as well, and then the large hot dogs and
in the foyer now.
Yes, that's dating me. Yeah, the old quota quickies, of course, the films that they used to have made in Britain in the 50s, when they had to try and not use just all American films. Some of them pop up on television now. Many are truly awful.
Yes, excellent.
But entertaining.
But brilliant in their own way.
Yeah, indeed. Classics of their kind.
Yeah, absolutely. Excellently awful.
Fire Maidens from Outer Space I was watching on Saturday morning.
Oh, marvellous.
It was shocking.
Was it awful?
But it was compulsive.
Yes, absolutely. Well, I used to be a massive fan of Flash Gordon,
yes.
TV series.
Yeah.
As over the wicket once again comes Sanderson. Forward goes the right-handed Atkinson. Plays this one into the offside. There is no run. 187 for 9. Verdi has 10. Atkinson has 32. Surrey lead by 268, but yeah, it wasn't great but I absolutely loved it.
Oh no, well it was
when you saw the spaceship on the piece of string. That was always
well, the great thing about this was I was sort of watching it, and it had got like obviously a spaceship, and they were just sort of sitting there, no space suits, no weightlessness, all having a smoke and the rest of it. And he thought, well, yeah, but fair enough. This is obviously it's a long time before actually people went into space. And you think this was made in 1956. Sputnik went up the following year, and 5 years later. Gagarin went up, and you just think, yeah, okay, they probably hadn't done a huge amount of research on this one, but it was, as I say, entertaining of its type. Here's James Sales running in, bowling to Amaverdi, who drives that up to mid-on, and there's no run. Alex Wakely back with us.
Sorry about that, gents.
That's all right. No, I know. People to see, things to do. Busy man.
Very busy man. Looking through your testimonial brochure again at lunchtime, Mr. Wakely. Very, very good.
No, they've done a nice job, actually.
Yeah, it's great. It's absolutely superb.
Nice memento for the kids.
Here's James Sales running in again to bowl to Amaverdi, who again goes on the back foot. Shot he seems to like, just sort of punching it away off the back foot. This time it just goes down to backward point where Emilio Gay fields, and there's no run.
Very quiet out there, I have to say. I've just walked up instead of the top of the stairs. There's not a lot of noise going on.
You anticipate we were just talking about that, and I said it's something we can ask Makers about when he comes back into the box, because it is so flat out there. It's not true amongst the Northamptonshire fielders. Here's Sales in, bowls to Amaverdi, comes across his stumps, pops it out on the onside, runs up to mid-wicket. Keogh fields, and there's no run. There's hands in pockets, there's double teapots, there's arms folded, avert their gaze, look at the floor, avoid eye contact.
Ben Sanderson as well, noticed very cleverly, he's standing in the shadow of the pylon of the floodlight.
Here's Sales in again, bowls to Verdi, who cracks that away off the back foot. We're saying that's the shot he likes to play, and he's got plenty of bat on that, and it's run away for 4. Away past cover. And these are such valuable runs now for Surrey. 14 to Verdi, 191 for 9. And the last wicket now put on 36.
Yeah, very good runs, these.
Why is it, Alex? To an extent, all counties can go a little bit flat in the field if things are not going their way. But having watched, a lot of counties this year, Northampton it seems to be more of a thing.
Yeah, I'll come back to that in a second.
Here's James Sales in again, bowls to Verdi, and again he cracks it away off the back foot. This time it goes up to, and they're at wide-ish mid-off, who's down like a sack of potatoes. But they keep it to a single. It's a safe Zabe out there. One more to Verdi, who's 15, 192 for 9.
I think it shows a little bit where they are as a squad at the moment. It's sort of going through a transitional stage. Lots of new additions, people finding their feet. They're finding a way to do it.
Here's James Sales in, bowls to Gus Atkinson, who plays it up to mid-off. Zabe fields again. End of the over, 192 for 9. Atkinson 32, Verdi is 15. The partnership is 37 now for the last wicket. And the lead, the all-important lead for Surrey, now up to 273.
Yeah, you mix that in with a lot of tired bodies. There's 2 or 3 players. We don't need to name names. 2 or 3 players that are carrying little niggles into this game, but it does happen. It happens in cricket. The most professional teams do it. International teams do it. You put so much mental energy and physical energy into every session that you go into. Sometimes you get to a point where you realise the game has shifted, and now what it looks like to me is it looks like everyone out there has got their heads on batting. They're not really focusing on what's going on here. And that can be dangerous, though, because before you know it, you look up, the team's got 40, 50 runs, and suddenly the game's completely taken away from you. It shouldn't happen, but unfortunately it does. And we've got to remember that sportsmen are just human beings, and cricket is a game that's played over a long period of time, and that is physically and mentally demanding.
Yeah, well, they've added 23 since lunch, have Messrs Verdi and Atkinson, and they are very good runs, these. Sanderson coming over the wicket to Verdi, or shout for we know it's going down, and rolls away into the covers. But yeah, the other thing here is what you'd say is we were sort of talking about being ruthless, weren't we? And Surrey here are being ruthless, absolutely giving Northamptonshire nothing here. They're not going to let them just go back into the shade now.
Verdi and Atkinson could have come out and played a few shots, just tried to be lucky, but they haven't. They've really applied themselves.
Sanderson's in. Verdi drives, thickish inside edge up towards mid-on. Quick single, Proctor with the throw hits, but Martin Saggers in excellent position there. Backing away, Martin Saggers, and Verdi's back for the single. It was a good bit of work from Proctor with the throw, but Martin Saggers was in a brilliant position there, running backwards, keeping his eyes on the crease. And 193 for 9, and I'm sure if we were on TV, we would have gone upstairs for a check, but very good stuff from Martin Saggers there. And Rosington's coming up to the stumps again to Gus Atkinson, because Atkinson's been batting out of his crease to Sanderson.
That shows he's a batsman. He's thinking about it, knows what he's doing.
As Sanderson over the wicket he comes to Atkinson. Atkinson's again forward, straight back up the pitch, hits the stumps at the bowler's end, and Amar Verdi very kindly wanders off to get a bail and hands it to Martin Saggers.
Yeah, I think Atkinson, I've been really impressed in his innings. I mean, if you walked in and didn't know anything about him, you'd think he's a batsman.
Yeah.
He hasn't put a foot wrong, has he?
Nope, he's played superbly well.
He's got a big future ahead of him. I was really impressed with the ball. He just looks effortless. It looks like nothing can go wrong with that action. And again, he's really applied himself well with the bat.
He's waiting again. 2 slips in there. Sanderson over the wicket to Atkinson's forward, and he'll take a single, just pushes this one out towards the sweeper on the cover boundary rope. One more to the total. 275 the lead now. So it's that old thing again about scoring the most in the last innings, as we were talking about. 194 for 9. Verdi 16. Atkinson 33. These two came together 155 for 9. So added 39 priceless runs at the moment from a Surrey perspective, as Sanderson is in over the wicket to Verdi. Oh, he's had a nibble at one, and was cross with himself as well, Amar Verdi. I think he's cross with himself because he didn't actually do anything there. He didn't try and lay back and smash it, or just sort of held the bat out there.
He looks like he's in that. He's trying to be really determined not to give his wicket away. He saw one short and wide, and he didn't quite know what to do. But I mean, it's interesting. Like you said, 275 for me is a lot of runs now. But with the roller on it, you never quite know.
And not a lot's happened since lunch.
Scores over 300 here have been chased. Morgan at the start of the year. It needs 2 or 3 big partnerships. Otherwise, we've got no chance.
Sanderson's in again. Verdi's forward. They want a quick single. They're going to take a quick single. Gay's coming around to his left. So one more to Amar Verdi. He's looking back towards the dressing room for something. Is Amar Verdi. Is he going to remove his short sleeve sweater, or he wants a towel, I think. He's going to just wipe some sweat from his brow. Is Amar Verdi. 195 for 9 then at the end of the over. Verdi 17. Atkinson 33.
If he starts calling for a fresh pair of gloves or a new bat, then Northamptonshire really will be backed off.
Yeah. Or
with the last pair.
You can see, by the way, I always think you can judge by the slips, the way the slips walk through. And Vasco, I mean, he doesn't move the fastest at the best of times, but that is not a fast movement from him.
taking a while. He's only just getting down there now.
Looks like he's going to fall asleep.
Well, that's the thing here as well. And you're saying that, but on a warm day like today, we always chat about spectators having a bit of a nap after lunch and all that good stuff. But for the players out there at the moment, Northampton, getting yourselves on the ball, difficult, especially after some lunch in the heat.
I tell you what, you always time at Lords. Always make sure you time getting out just before lunch. Just so you can enjoy the 3 courses.
You can enjoy your 3 courses at lunchtime.
That's a lesson I learnt playing for Northampton Amateurs years ago at Everton Hall, Captain Hawkins 11. You don't want to have to go straight out after lunch.
What a pitch that is, by the way. What was?
It's a wonderful place. Here's James Sales starting a fresh over to Amir Verdi, who's on the back foot, playing it defensively out into the covers, goes up to extra cover where Harry Gouldston fields and there's no run. For listeners maybe wondering what we're talking about, Everton Hall's was like a country house ground out towards the west of the county, out sort of Daventry way. The Hawkins family, Captain Hawkins, ran aside there for many years. It was a delight to go there. Here's Sales in, bowls much fuller to Verdi, who looks to drive, doesn't time it. Again, goes out to Gouldston, an extra cover, and there's no run.
I tell you what, the west of Northamptonshire is a hidden gem. It never really gets publicised too much, but anywhere that way, it's the early starts of the Cotswolds, really, isn't it? It's absolutely stunning. Some of the villages around there are just incredible. There's never any houses up for sale. There's probably reasons why.
Here's Sales in again, and Amar Verdi absolutely cracks that off the back foot out into the covers again. He doesn't quite get hold of it, and once again, 3rd ball in a row. Harry Gouldston does the fielding and extra cover. Yes, towards the west and southwest of the county, down towards Banbury, some beautiful villages. And my particular favourite part of this county is up towards the northeast, out towards Oundle Way, which is just absolutely beautiful. Here's Sales, on-driven by Amir Verdi. It's as though he's doing a sort of coaching video at the moment, isn't he? He's
what I would say,
forward defensive, backward defensive, back foot punch, on drive.
Could be a dangerous period for Amar Verdi here. It's just looking like he's beginning to enjoy himself now.
When he starts thinking, well, I'm the batsman now.
Well, he's done whatever. He's done an extremely good job for his side, but he's going through the full repertoire at the moment. Do the ramp or the reverse sweep or the switch hit or... Here's Sales in bowling. Well, again, he goes back to the tried and trusted sort of force off the back foot. Yet again, it goes out to extra cover where Harry Gouldston fields. And there's no run.
I had some communication with David Sales earlier.
Oh, right.
And we were talking about whether he'd be a nervous watcher or not, and he said he's terrible.
Yeah.
He's a really, really nervous watcher.
Yeah, he has mentioned this. I can imagine. Well, why wouldn't you be? Here's James Sales in, bowls a bit short of a length, and Amar Verdi just dropping that down on the onside. And James Sales was quickly to the ball. There might have been a single, but of course they don't really want it because they want Gus Atkinson to have as much of the strike as possible. I say I mean Surrey generally. Amar Verdi might possibly disagree with that.
Just look at his highest first-class score, Amar, is 21 not out. Here he is, 17 not out. He came out there before lunch, and he's out there still after lunch.
Could be both batsmen with their career best.
And here come the red arrows. You can see just over the indoor centre.
Yes.
I did see they were supposed to be coming over at about 20 past 2.
Wow, look at that.
There they come. They've had They're just going to be going over towards our left, so they're flying down towards the southwest in two formations.
Remarkable, isn't it?
That's what I always wanted to be, actually. Always wanted to be a pilot growing up.
Red Arrows pilot, or just
I wanted to be a fighter pilot.
Fighter
actually.
pilot.
Yeah.
Cool. Biggles.
Yes.
Yeah, Biggles.
New Top Gun's coming out soon.
Oh, I ain't looking forward to that.
It was meant to come out last summer, but of course didn't due to the pandemic. Maverick, it's called.
Tom Cruise was filming just down the road, actually, not long ago.
That's right.
I'm looking forward to that. Goose's son's in it. That's something. Yeah, sorry everybody.
Sorry, yeah.
Very cultural reference there.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to that as well.
Yeah, my sort of fighter pilot film is Angels 1-5.
It's a great film though.
Pops up every now and again.
Yeah,
Jack
yeah.
Hawkins, John Gregson, Michael Dennison.
Yeah, I watched the Dam Busters again a couple of weeks ago. What a great film that is.
Never watched that too often.
Yeah, Sanderson is in over the wicket to Gus Atkinson. He's driving up towards mid-off, and there's no run. That was great to see that on a day like today as well, with no clouds in the sky and the red arrows going across. Amazing.
Well, there's somebody certainly on social media that posts about these things, and I do follow them. And he said, I think it was 2:24. He said they were coming over, and it was 2:24.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. There's still Rosington up to the stumps here to Gus Atkinson. Atkinson turns this one off his pads into the leg side. Will take a single down there towards long leg. One more to the total. 196 for 9. Atkinson has moved on to 34. Back onto strike comes Verdi on 17. It looks like Rob Keogh's getting warmed up a touch up there at mid-off.
It's probably not a bad move, that, actually. If Verdi is, I'm not saying he's getting carried away at all, but he's looking to be more positive. Get the spinner on, get a couple above the eye line, put the man out there at the cow on the cow boundary, and see if he's willing to take it on.
Now Rosington goes back to an orthodox keeping position for Sanderson, and there is a short leg in there now. And Amar Verdi's playing this one. Short ball, very nicely down towards third man.
That's like Hashim Amla.
Who was? Gets another single, moves on to 18. 197 for 9. But yeah, they're playing this very sensibly at the moment. The other thing it means is, Atkinson will be one of those bowlers, but Topley and Clark, all still got their feet up at the moment.
Definitely. And crucially, the Northamptonshire openers are still grazing up there, thinking about their first balls.
It's Rosington back up to the stumps to Atkinson to keep him in the crease. Waits again. Forward he comes. Plays this one out into the offside.
I suppose no run. The only the positive for Northamptonshire is that they've seen that the tail enders have shown that it's a pitch that you can seriously bat on if you apply yourself.
And then after lunch, the new ball straight away as well. That's the other thing. So they've done this against the new ball.
Yeah, definitely. I think they've still got to just play it sensibly in terms of it's going to be tough to score. It's been a new ball wicket. Get through the new ball and then see what happens.
Sanderson over the wicket to Atkinson. Short one, and again with Rosington up to the stumps, it's almost like a free hit for Atkinson. He's pulling that one, and it's got over the boundary rope and away for 4 valuable runs for Gus Atkinson, and that brings the 200 up for Surrey. It takes Gus Atkinson on to 38. It moves that Surrey lead on to 282. 201 for 9 now, Surrey, and that's Emilio Gay down there, who's still thinking about opening the batting. I mean, sprint round and dive full length. Got something behind it, but it beat him over the rope for 4.
I said this morning. I said if Surrey could get to 200, I think that's very much a winning score, and they'll certainly feel that now.
Yep, well, worth another reminder when Topley went 2 in 2 balls, 155 for 9, Surrey were. As in over the wicket comes Sanderson. Gus Atkinson is forward again. Plays this one out towards cover. And there's no run. End of the over. 201 for 9 then. 282 runs the lead.
The other plus I would suspect for Surrey is obviously these two, as you say, could keep batting, but because this is going to be a relatively short session, because the first one was so long, were the wicket to fall sort of in the next 10-15 minutes or so, Surrey are going to have the opening bowler is going to have 2 nice bites with a new ball, because they're going to have a very short session up to tea, maybe 8,
Yeah.
9, 10 overs,
Yeah.
something like that, and then they're going to be straight back on it after tea. So it's another. Things are just stacking up nicely, and again, they've done that, and they've earned that because of the way the batsmen generally have played, but these two in particular.
Yeah, and also it's sort of worth reminding myself there is a whole day to go tomorrow.
Yes, there is
as
a whole
well.
day to go
so we
tomorrow, yeah.
we're not under any time pressure here.
46 these two have put on for the last wicket now, and well, just what a hugely important partnership this has been. I'll ask you in a second, Wakers, just for a thought about the passing of Peter Arnold that we've been talking about since lunch. He's broken during the lunch interval. Here's James Sales in bowling to Amaverdi, very full. He looks to try and drive it again. Doesn't really time it. Goes up to Zabe at mid-off, and there's no run. Obviously, he would finished as cricket chairman before you came on the scene, but was around the ground a lot. I'm sure you had conversations with him.
Yeah, he did, early on for me, he was always one of the most friendly faces around here. He's done so much for the club, and it's horrible news, isn't it?
Here's Sales in again, and well, Amaverdi, there's just a hint of Zorro about that one as he was looking to flay that away through extra cover. Doesn't make contact, goes to the Rossington. And just hope from his point of view that his ambition doesn't slightly get the better of him.
One of my favourite ever players was Carlisle Best. He used to play that shot down on one
We-
knee
yeah.
through cover point, and that was a very good impression of that from Amar there.
Here's James Sales, and again, bowls to Verdi, who's playing that up on the onside to Harry Goulston at forward short leg, and there's no run. Yeah, it's worth putting together a few words last night about Peter Arnold, and you realise that he was obviously cricket chairman through that period, 78 to 95. Mark and I were saying earlier, I mean, one of the most. Just think of all the changes in the game of cricket and domestic cricket in that sort of 17-year period. Here's. Oh, that's wide down the leg side by James Sales, and good take by Adam Rossington, tumbling away to his left, but didn't threaten Amar Verdi over much. And the fact that he was cricket chairman and managed Northamptonshire's first overseas tour as pre-season, and something that's sort of part and parcel now. That was 30 years ago,
Really?
1992. Here's Sales in, bowls to Verdi, drives crisply up to mid-off, fielded by Safe Zabe, and there's no run. Rob Keogh is going through the elaborate warm-up routine down at Deep Square.
Going back to Peter, am I right in saying, I have from memory, I remember him talking to me, being big into the discipline side of cricket. Was he involved with the ECB or with Northamptonshire and the
discipline
disciplinary
and
committee?
registration he's
That's
involved
it.
with.
Yeah, that rings a bell.
With both. Yeah, he was. Very short from James Sales. Balloons over the head of Amar Verdi, who doesn't need to play at that and doesn't. And the gesture from Mark Newell at the other end suggests that we're going to have a sanitisation break. End of the over, 201 for 9. Verdi is 18, Atkinson is 38. The lead is 282. And I suppose the most remarkable thing really about Peter Arnold, the circumstances of his coming to England in the first place, because Mark and I were saying earlier, he basically came over on spec.
From New Zealand?
From New Zealand, at the behest of Frank the General O'Brien, who's from Canterbury, who played for Canterbury and played for Northamptonshire before the war, and he sort of said, go over and have a look, and I presume he put in some sort of recommendation. But he paid his own way over here to come to a pre-season trial in April 1950 and see how he got on.
Really?
And he got on all right,
Yeah, brilliant.
and was here ever since.
Well, there's someone plucked from obscurity then. There's a name we didn't think about.
Absolutely. He was, he's great. I was talking to his son, and he was saying that his great regret was that he didn't actually play for New Zealand at a time when probably New Zealand's batting wasn't the strongest, and he did have one season playing domestic cricket in New Zealand for Canterbury in 53-54 and did pretty well, but didn't get an international call. I think he would have obviously dearly loved that, and he was known as Kiwi, wasn't he? And he was very extremely proud of his New Zealand roots, but became very much an adopted Northamptonian. And there's nobody more passionate about this club than Peter. You'd talk to him about it, and he would get emotional about it, seriously, and the chances he'd been given, and especially his old opening partner Dennis Brooks, who he was just always full of praise for. But yeah, great man of cricket, great man of Northamptonshire cricket, and sad to have had to report the loss of him yesterday, but age 94.
Yeah, and you hear that. I was saying, you hear those stories of and what he packed in 94 years, and you just think, oh dear,
absolutely.
what am I doing with my
Should
time?
very much be a celebration of his life. I mean, what that man achieved throughout his life is astonishing, really.
Yeah, unbelievable. Well, Rob Keogh's coming into the attack down below us from the David Capel end. So Rob Keogh into the attack. Proctor and Verdi are having a natter about something. I don't know, maybe Verdi and Proctor discussing the Verdi cover drive at the moment, but taking a while for Amar to put everything back on. So we're ready to go now with the off spin of Keogh.
Did you see that Richard has solved the Verdi walking around the stumps dilemma?
Oh, I didn't see that.
Yeah, I'll come back to that.
Oh, well done, Richard. As over the wicket then comes Keogh, and forward goes Gus Atkinson.
So Richard Dixon has said that after some extensive analysis over the lunch break, I can confirm the Verdi walks behind the stumps occurs if he faces the last ball of an over.
There we go. Very good. As forward goes Atkinson, turns this one down into the leg side, and there's no run.
Not heard that one before. I've seen
so there you
people
are.
walk down the other end and make sure they touch in the crease on the other end. I've never heard that one.
Over the wicket once again goes Keogh, and this one's turned by Gus Atkinson down into the leg side. He won't get a run this time. Whistled in over the top of the stumps by Taylor. Well, well done to Alex Wakely, because I've only been watching Amar Farrow over many years, never noticed that. And Richard for doing the research as well. Very good work as Keogh's in. Oh, and Gus Atkinson, it's one that's tossed up. He looks for the big drive, thick inside edge. Could have easily come back onto his stumps.
This is where Rob is good. When the ball is spinning, he's an attacking off spinner, and batsmen want to play shots against him.
Gives it a rip. He's in again. Forward goes Gus Atkinson.
I realise these two have now been out there for nearly an hour after lunch. What a terrific job they've done.
Very, very good. 46, the partnership. Oh, this will be an annoying Northamptonshire. An hour after lunch. This one is... Oh, they've gone for LBW shout, and then it was the ball looping towards short leg as well. Neither. So no glove on that, or bat, or anything from Gus Atkinson, and it was going down the leg side with the turn. So nothing there for Rob Keogh. End of the over. And Verdi 18, Atkinson 38. Surrey lead by 282.
More happened in that over though than's happened for a long time, didn't it? Things. So that is ominous signs though for Northamptonshire. If Verdi settles in from one end, I imagine they have a lot of bowling to do.
Captain Wakely, at which point does Captain Ambler think about, actually, let's get out there and have a bowl?
We've got 43 left in the day today. I don't think he does, actually.
No, just
Not
keep
at all.
going.
No,
Right,
I think
right.
given the fact it's one wicket,
Yep.
he just says just bat, and when that wicket falls,
It's just
we'll
that
go.
whole thing of doing the least that the opposition would expect you to do.
Here's James Sales running in with the indoor centre behind him. Down the leg side. It's taken by Adam Rossington. And there's a sort of strangled inquiry from first and second slip as to whether he might have got something on it. I think more in hope, nay desperation, than expectation. It's good take by Rossington, but he's not out. 201 for 9 it stays. I'll just have a look and see what's happening elsewhere, because Lancashire facing a very big chase at Trent Bridge. Here's Sales comes in, bowls to Amar Verdi, who goes for the on drive. And I was saying about batsmen, if he changes his bat, they'll be extremely hacked off. He's looking very ruefully at his bat as he aimed a powerful on drive, didn't really get hold of it, but I think it hit fairly low on the bat.
Not sure how many more he's got. To be
No,
honest
well,
with you.
he may have to borrow one from somebody. See if the Currans have got some to spare. Here's Sales in again with 2 slips, and Verdi it's down the leg side, and that's 4 somethings. Has he got a bat on it? Yes, he has. It was angling down the leg side. It was a dive by Adam Rossington, but enough of a bat on that, and that's the 50 partnership for the last wicket between these two. It takes Verdi up to 22, 205 for 9, and an unbroken 50 partnership for the last wicket. How frustrating is that for Northamptonshire? And the lead now 286, and Surrey we're thinking just keep going for a bit longer. They might be chasing 300.
Yeah, and that's his highest first-class score as well with that boundary. So he's 22 not out now.
Well played, Amar Verdi.
Amar Verdi.
2 CB rounds in one partnership.
Yes.
Here's Sales, and again bowls to Verdi, and that's a beautiful looking shot off the back foot, punched away. I say that's a bit of his trademark, that in this innings. It was hit as crisply as any, but it went straight to Emilio Gay at extra cover, who engages Luke Proctor in conversation.
The other thing I just mentioned with Amar here is we all know what a good spinner he is.
Here's Sales in bowls to Verdi, short, very short, balloons over his head, Rossington takes.
But what he's showing here is, and I've always, he can bat. Now we're just thinking England-wise and international-wise, and the more runs, the more times he can do this, then with England know about him because they've had him sort of in the bubbles.
Well, England want players now that can do everything.
Do a bit of batting,
You need to be able to do 2 disciplines as a minimum, really.
Multi-dimensional. Here's Sales in bowling to Amar Verdi. Again, he's on the back foot, dropping it down on the offside. Goulston comes across from short leg to field. End of another over. 205 for 9. Verdi 22. Atkinson 38. Just looking at the Surrey last wicket partnership record against Northamptonshire. Little way to go. 138. It was the last wicket record, or is the last wicket record for Surrey against Northamptonshire. That was at the county ground here in Northampton back in 1963. And the partners were Richard Jefferson, father of Will, and David Sydenham, put on 138 for the last wicket here in 1963.
Well, if these two go past that,
we should be here tomorrow.
Northamptonshire players lying down, I think.
I don't think they'll be out there, actually. There might be a few off the pitch.
Yes. So, here comes Keogh to Atkinson. And Atkinson is forward and playing this one away into the offside. No, the only reason I mentioned that about Amler was sort of by now Vasconcelos and Gay may have forgotten about batting. They've been out there for an hour after lunch now. As in over the wicket once again comes Keogh, and looking to have a cut as Gus Atkinson goes past his edge.
I suppose if he is looking at all, you could try and potentially manoeuvre it around the tea interval. You could have 2 spells with that new ball effectively. Your fresh bowlers just before and after. But I think he might just let it unfold naturally.
In over the wicket again goes Keogh. Forward goes Atkinson, just pushes this one straight back up the pitch. Keogh does the fielding off his own bowling. And there is no run because tea after this over on the board is 9 overs away, as this one is really tossed up by Keogh and looks to drive again, reaches across as Gus Atkinson, little inside edge back towards his stumps. Rossington picks the ball up. Keogh shorter this time, spins back at Gus Atkinson, turns it down towards mid-wicket, and there is no run. So yes, after this on the board, 9 till tea. So we're whipping through today, 205 for 9, Surrey. Atkinson waits again, Keogh's into him, and it's a full toss which is driven by Atkinson up to Sanderson at mid-off, and there is no run. So maiden over, 205 for 9, Verdi 22, Atkinson 38. But the other thing to mention as well, sort of from an Amler point of view, is the fact that new ball after lunch, nothing's happened at all. So he may also be sitting there thinking, we're going to need everyone we can now.
Yeah, I think spin will have a big factor to playing it. I think there'll be a period. Naturally, the new ball is always tough. Bearing in mind the Northamptonshire bowlers are tired, they were taking that. When they're already up against it, the Surrey bowlers are going to be fresh. They're going to come very hard at Northamptonshire batters. But there will be a period where it goes flat. There will be a partnership, you'd imagine, even if there's a flurry of wickets somewhere, and that's where I think spin will come into the game.
Yeah, the other name I'd mention from a Surrey perspective with spin is Will Jacks as well. Gives it a real rip from a great height as well. There's a lot of bowling in one-day cricket for Surrey.
Cameron Steele with his leggies as well, so plenty of options. There's James Sales about to start his 13th over. 4 maidens, 1 for 34 so far. Here's Sales in bowling to Amar Verdi, who forces it off the back foot straight back to the bowler, who doesn't stop it cleanly, but it just rolls up towards mid-off, and safe save completes the fielding. I did promise you to have a quick look at what's happening elsewhere, where Nottinghamshire have declared at Trent Bridge 339 for 8 in their second innings. It means that Lancashire need 444 to win that one, and they're 2 for no wicket, just started. Here's Sales into Verdi. Textbook backward defensive stroke, little bit ball just slightly short of a length. And right in behind it, and Sales fields off his own bowling. At Edgbaston, in the other Division 1 match still on, Warwickshire set 296 to win by Hampshire, are 43 for no wicket. So that's plenty of cricket left in that one. I think they'll certainly be there tomorrow. Look at Division 2 in a second. Here's Sales in bowling short down the leg side. Verdi having a swing at it, doesn't make contact. Rossington takes down the leg side, and there's no run. At Chesterley Street, Glamorgan just hanging in there. They are 200 for 6 in their second innings, but they're still 206 behind. So 206 away basically for making Durham bat again, 4 wickets in hand. Chelmsford already over, Essex winning against Gloucestershire by an innings. Here's Sales in again, bowls to Verdi, who's forced that up, back past the bowler, runs for him here. Goes up towards the boundary at long on, just a single, because, again, Safe is very, very quick across the ground. Keeps it to 1. But again, a crisp-looking shot, accomplished-looking stroke by Amar Verdi, who goes up to 23. And the total up to 206 for 9, and the lead up to 287. At Derby, Derbyshire, replying to Leicestershire's 528 all out, are 187 for 5. Kent have already beaten Worcestershire this morning by an innings and 56 runs, which leaves Hove. Well, Middlesex are cracking on. Here's Sales, a nice drive down to backward point on the bounce by Gus Atkinson, fielded there by Luke Proctor, and there's no run. So Middlesex against Sussex. Middlesex, I think they're going down the bat once route here. They are 634 for 4.
Cool.
And Jack Carson, who actually we were talking about this morning in off air as being one of the better young spinners around, Ireland spinner, of course, 43 overs, 2 for 171. Here's Sales, bowls to Atkinson, who on drives, up to mid-on, fielded by Sanderson. End of another over, 206 for 9. Verdi's 23, Atkinson 38. Partnership is up to 51, and Sales has bowled 13 overs, 4 maidens. 1 for 35 in there at the moment for Middlesex. Robbie White, who's made 83, recently got his maiden 100. Looking for another one. 83 not out to him, and Martin Anderson 79.
I see scores like that, I'm quite happy I'm retired. I don't want to be out on the field. They're the worst days to field.
Down at Hove as well. Cool, dear.
I was trying to think what the longest stint I've done in the field is, and I can't remember off the top of my head, but there's been some, when you're taking yourself out there almost for the 7th or 8th session, and you just think, well, I've got nothing left to give.
that is no fun. And well, Northamptonshire is still out there at the moment. 206 for 9, leads 287.
See, the editor of Wisden's getting restless.
Yes, I've just replied to that.
I did notice.
With a little, Keogh comes in over the wicket to Amar Verdi. Here he goes down the pitch and driving. Amar Verdi doesn't really get to that, and it's squirting out towards backward point, and there is no run.
We're talking about attritional cricket, and I've just noticed that Atkinson's faced 135 balls for his 38.
Well, I tell you, one person who'll be delighted with this is Vikram Solanki. As over the wicket once again comes Keogh. Here goes Amar Verdi down the ground, up and over the top. Not exactly where he intended, I don't think, but one bounce and away for 4. So that's woken the crowd up. Verdi's on to 27, 210 for 9. He's a very popular cricketer, is Amar Verdi.
I think you heard me talking about attritional cricket. I can do both. I'll show you.
It's exactly what you were saying with Rob Keogh, though. Toss a couple up and see what happens. And
things have happened since Rob's been on today, you know.
But Amar Verdi would have enjoyed that. He's leant on his bat now.
I mean, this is, you've got to talk about it from a Surrey point of view, and this is a time where you've got to enjoy yourself. They don't get too many times where their runs are crucial. They're the most important 2 people at the moment in this game. And
I think that's what will please Vikram Solanki so much, is that Jack's innings, this from Verdi and from Atkinson as well, they've actually at the time got their heads down and are manoeuvring Surrey into an excellent position. They're in a good position anyway. As Keogh comes over the wicket once more. Here he goes again, Amar Verdi. That's a better shot. It's all along the carpet this time. Using his feet and driving down the ground, Amar Verdi.
That's a lovely shot.
Nothing wrong with that. He's on to 31.
Any batsman would be happy with that one.
That'll be doing the rounds on social media.
From him.
The Verdi Masterclass. The Verdi Masterclass.
Well, it's about Gus Atkinson. It's worth noting that we're talking about that big last wicket partnership, the Surrey record, 138. In that match, Richard Jefferson made 136, batting at number 9.
Well, there you are. But Amar Verdi's going to go past Gus Atkinson at this rate in a minute. But that was lovely. Little shimmy down the pitch and then drilling it straight back past the bowler for 4. But again, for Northamptonshire, this is so annoying. 295 now the lead for Surrey. So they're nearly up over 300 as that lead now. As Verdi waits again, Keogh's into him. He's going to lay back and cut. Gets nothing on this. And Rosington takes that one behind the stumps.
It's an unfortunate developing theme for Northamptonshire, isn't it, Radders, over the last few years? This
inability to take the last wicket.
Last wicket.
As Lawrence Booth has just pointed out, death taxes and Northamptonshire failing to take the last wicket.
As here he goes again, Verdi, using his feet, turning this one down into the leg side.
I always enjoy Lawrence on Twitter, actually.
Yeah,
you know, he loves supporting Northamptonshire. He's a proper supporter, but we have let him down a few times over the years.
Waits once again. There's Verdi. He's going to stand up straight and try and paddle this round the corner. Didn't really time it at all. Taylor does the fielding. End of the over. So they're still there. 2:14 for 9. T is in 7 overs time. And the lead is 295.
Only just our dinner, our lunch go down, and they're going to be popping up with tea shortly. But it's been terrific stuff, and this partnership now up to 59 for the last wicket. What does Adam Rossington do now? Well, in the short term, he's taken, I think, James Sales maybe out of the attack. Are we going to see? Well, Save's having a little roll as though he quite fancies a bowl. There's nobody up there at the moment. So I think it could be Luke Proctor. It looks as though it might be Luke Proctor who's going to come into the attack. But there's not exactly a queue of people looking to bowl. Brandon Glover, who's 12th man, would probably love to have a bowl, but can't. He's loitering.
He probably still thinks he can bowl in this game.
He's loitering at mid-on. He's on as a substitute for Simon Kerrigan. In case you're just joining us, Simon Kerrigan bowled beautifully this morning. Picked up 4 wickets in the innings so far, but couldn't complete his last over before lunch because of some sort of strain or other. So he's off the field at the moment.
I've just dropped him a message actually to try and find out what's wrong.
Here's Luke Proctor then back into the attack and bowls to Gus Atkinson, who it's the sort of shot that you see him when the bowling machine's being fed, isn't it? And just in there in the slot and just a little check drive up to mid-off. Beautiful.
I'm going to take that quote and send that to Procky later.
Bowling machine.
The bowling machine, Procky.
I don't want to upset Luke Proctor. He's into his 13th over. He's picked up 2 for 35. Both those wickets yesterday, of course. Is Proctor in bowling to Atkinson, who this time it's like sort of clock golf. He's going round the field at the moment. The first one went to mid-off. The second one's just gone to extra cover, fielded by Harry Gouldston. What about backward point for this one, do you reckon? James Sales there at backward point. Stand by.
In these 2 days, we've seen a lot of really good cricket shots go straight to the fielders.
Here's Luke Proctor turning at the far end. And now, change in the field. They're pushing a man back to sweep on the cover boundary. And Tom Taylor's gone out from second slip to extra cover. James Sales, Harry Gouldston rather, dropping back onto the boundary. And there we go. It's another bowling machine's shot. This time, Gus Atkinson's gone down on one knee to drive that up to Safe Sabe, who is deep there at mid-off. I suppose they're thinking that single wouldn't be a bad idea, but to be honest, at the moment, Amar Verdi almost seems more dangerous and capable of hurting them than Gus Atkinson is. Very well, though Atkinson's played, of course. Here's Proctor in again, bowls to Atkinson, who on drives up to the substitute, Brandon Glover at mid-on. And there's no run.
Every ball in this over has come out the middle of his bat.
Absolutely.
Straight to the fielders.
Yeah, you're right, though. We've seen an awful lot of good shots for nothing in this game.
The field changing again. They're bringing Harry Gouldston in off the boundary, off the cover boundary, back into the ring. And they're bringing in the man from Rob Keogh in from deep square into the ring as well, as Proctor bowls that ball to Atkinson, who just pushes forward defensively. And Gouldston fields in the covers, and there's no run. So 1 ball left in the over. I don't think there's a huge amount of point in worrying about giving a single or stopping the single. I say both at the moment.
Shows
playing
how
with-
well Birdie's batting
Well,
when you're not anymore. You're just treating them both as equals.
with equal aplomb. Atkinson on 38 places this ball from Proctor and just pushes it very solidly up to mid-on, Glover Fields. End of another over from Proctor. They couldn't bat till tea, could they?
Well, I was just thinking, what a feather in their cap that would be if they batted the session.
Well, they've batted
Till tea.
They've batted to another drinks break.
Yes.
Drink stroke sanitisation break. The Northamptonshire 12th and 13th men in there fetching blue tabards like something out of Dinner Ladies. They're out there at the moment. 2:14 for 9. The lead is 295. Atkinson 38, Verdi 31.
And Atkinson's getting a drink from Jamie Overton. Amar Verdi's slowly wandering over now to get a drink as well. But that really would be a feather in the cap. If you could go from lunch till tea. This is Verdi and Atkinson.
Sends a message as well, that would it?
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
Hammer home their advantage,
Yeah.
really. And yeah, I mean, you can tell in the body language. There's a lot of tired bodies there in the Northamptonshire ranks. Not only from today in this heat, and it is a fabulous day again, as we keep saying. But you do start to wilt. It's the mental side of the game now. Like I said, those two openers, they've been pondering this. They've been pondering their first ball now for a long, long time.
Well, if you think we've been out there now since lunch for an hour and 15 minutes, then they were together for what, half an hour before lunch? Then you've had the 40 minutes of lunch, so they've been pondering it for about 3 hours now. So it's a very good effort, this, from Messrs Atkinson and Verdi. Jamie Overton wandering back with the towel and the bottle. They'll have an idea of what any thoughts in that Surrey dressing room, but I would have thought, as you said, just if you can, get to tea.
Yeah,
There's a whole day to go tomorrow.
even if they said we'll come out after tea and we'll swing.
Yep.
If they get out, they get out. The Northamptonshire openers have still had to go out there. That's the most frustrating thing. You walk out, walk straight back in, put your pants on.
Yeah.
I remember Stephen Peters, our former opening batsman, saying that it was one of the worst times for him was when the last wicket partnership put on a stand, because he was someone who liked to start visualising, start applying himself, start getting himself ready while he was still out there, and he stood at slip as well. So he had the combination of the two, and concentrating was tough.
And 3 hours of that, plus being out in the field, mentally, that is tiring.
Sometimes, and this is a thing in cricket that people often overlook, sometimes you're almost more tired by the time you actually get out there because of all the nervous energy that you used.
Keogh coming into Amar Verdi. We're underway again after the drinks break from the David Capel end. And Verdi, who in the last over a couple of times came down the pitch and went over the top once and then all along the floor the second time. Waits again as he's laying back to cut. This one he's got in front of square. Now Sanderson's going to have to give chase. He's going to get there. That's not what he needs at the moment, though. Chasing balls back to the cover boundary, but they'll pick up two more, and that will take Verdi on to 33. 216 for 9, and that lead moves on to 297.
Yeah, it can be a little bit like if you're the next batsman in when there's a huge partnership.
Yes.
You've visualised everything for so long, you're tired by the time you get to the crease.
As forward, once again goes Verdi. Well, that's why sometimes, isn't it, with massive partnerships, they send someone else in because they've been sat there for so long with the pads on.
Yeah, or you have to find a way of switching off, whether that is literally go and lie down or...
As Verdi's driving up towards Proctor. Well, we saw it yesterday with the Stoneman-Robson partnership. Then Stoneman went and Eskenazi went pretty quickly after that. I mean, been sat there all day.
Often happens, and you'll always have when you get out there, the team, the opposition will be chirping. There's always one that misses out. There's always one.
Over the wicket once again comes Keogh using his feet is Verdi and kicks that one away to backward point. So watching on TV the other night, it was the Kent quarter-final and against Warwickshire in the T20, and Sam Billings behind the stumps, as in over the wicket once again is Keogh. That's short, it's pulled by Verdi out towards deep backward square, and they will pick up another single, one more to the total, 217 for 9. And Adam Hose was opening.
Oh, yes.
And he shouted from behind the stumps, he's got the highest dot ball percentage, this lad. And everyone on commentary was going, oh, he must have made that up. And they went to look at it, and he'd done it,
Yeah.
and he had other things up
Really?
his sleeve as well. So obviously Sam had done his stats and then was just shouting them down the stump mic. It was very funny.
It was extraordinary.
Yes.
And I think they might just have turned the stump mic up.
Yes.
It was very. Sometimes it's not entirely apparent what the keeper said. You could hear every word. Presumably they thought it was quite good entertainment.
Yes, it was.
And, it was a good stat.
Yes, it was. Brilliant stat.
2:17 for 9. Josh, I still think Josh Cobb would probably know. He's heavily into his stats,
I mean,
isn't he?
to be fair, these days now, I mean, the way Northamptonshire worked when I was in charge with T20 is that Rips would get sent a full package with analysis on everything. He would dissect the key components and then he would distribute to the team, and it would be a page of the key statistics. So we'd always have something on everybody. I mean, I could never remember them, so they were wasted on me anyway. But.
Here's Luke Proctor running in from the indoor centre end, and that's clipped away for 4 by Amma Verdi. Straight onto his pads. And Verdi just whipping that away past square leg for 4 runs. And it's gone down there in front of the old scoreboard, the little scoreboard, where, as I say, years ago we used to sit up there on the platform. Because somebody has picked it up to throw it back, it's now going to have to be sanitised, so that'll be another little stoppage while the umpire gets his wet wipes out. 221 for 9, Verdi up to 38, equalling the score of Gus Atkinson. The partnership is now 66 for the last wicket.
Well, it's a lovely shot, though.
That 138 partnership, again we're talking about Jefferson and Sydenham, that was Surrey following on. They were in deep trouble, about 200 behind on first innings, and it helped to save the match. 1963. Here's Proctor in, bowls to Amma Verdi. Well, drives up to mid-off, no run.
That previous shot was little like Mohammed Azharuddin.
Yes, there was
wristy, real classy
wrists it way through the leg side for 4. Well, that leads over 300 now.
Well, what are you going for? Because you had Brian Charles Patel for Brian Patel after his innings at his terrific innings at Guildford in the Royal London Cup. What are you going to have for Amma Verdi? Here's Proctor in, bowls to Verdi, plays it out into the covers. Harry Gouldston fields at extra, and there's no run.
Yeah, that just from a sort of coach's perspective and sort of dressing room perspective, Vikram Singh and Anki will just be so happy with this, that these two have done this, and Surrey have had to sort of graft their way towards being in a really strong position now.
Yeah, the lead is over 300. 221 for 9. That boundary taking the lead up to 302. Next ball driven up to mid-off by Verdi. Fielded that there by Safe Zabe, and there's no run.
I mentioned yesterday, Surrey have had some collapses this season, so sort of grinding this out.
Proctor in again, 2 slips in place, and again this little force off the back foot by Verdi up to Gouldston at extra. No run, 221 for 9, so the lead 302. If the wicket falls now, Northamptonshire will need 303 to win, which in itself, if you look at the number of times in the records that Northamptonshire have made 303 in the 4th innings of a match to win, lose or draw, it's not that many. Here's Proctor in. It's worked onto the onside, going for a quick single. Shy at the stumps by Rob Keogh. Well backed up by Safe Zabe, who probably rather wished he hadn't, although obviously it saved 4 runs. But that absolutely stung, because Keogh winged that in at the non-striker's end, just trying to see if he could hit the stumps and end this long and frustrating partnership for Northamptonshire, but Verdi was home. He goes up to 39, 222 for 9. Atkinson 38. The partnership 67 and the lead 303. And we have 4 overs to go till tea.
Yeah, and Verdi's nicking the strike now.
Yeah.
Just going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton in a second into their 3 o'clock news. Coming thick and fast today. And it's going to be Rob Keogh, who's going to bowl from the David Capel end. Safe Zabe now going through his warming-up routine, so perhaps he's going to get a bowl. Perhaps he bowled those 4 balls before lunch to finish Simon Kerrigan's over. Here's Keogh, bowls to Zabe, bowls to Verdi rather. Zabe on the brain. Driven on the bounce back to Keogh, and there's no run. Verdi stays on 39. Well, it's a hugely frustrating afternoon for Northamptonshire here, as the applause of the crowd tells you that it's more runs for Surrey, for Amaverdi, their number 11, who's spanked Rob Keogh away through the covers there for another boundary. He goes to 43, and Surrey now up to 226 for 9. The lead is 307, and these two, Amaverdi and Gus Atkinson, have now put on 71 runs for the last wicket. It's all very, very frustrating for Northamptonshire. They'd had a pretty good morning, resuming on 102 for 4 Surrey. They were 169 for 9 at lunch, with 3 wickets this morning for Simon Kerrigan, but he's off the field injured. And in his absence, Northamptonshire are really starting to run out of ideas. 226 for 9 Surrey. We're coming up to tea, and they lead by 307. So here's Keogh continuing the over. Glorious drive away through extra cover for 4 by Verdi to take him into the 40s. 43 to him. 226 for 9. That'll be on the highlights reel.
Without a doubt. That was a lovely shot.
Here's Keogh. In again, bowling to Verdi, who's defensively back down the pitch. Fielded by Dunstable's finest, who just knocks that ball up with his boot into his hand. Still not a cloud in the sky as Verdi comes down the pitch. Appeal for LBW as when he got there, it took him on the pad. When he got there, he didn't seem to know quite what to do. It hit him on the pad. It probably would have got him outside the line, and being that far, I think the umpire would have been guessing. So not out was the decision. 226 for 9 it stays. The lead 307.
He does have 100 in second team cricket.
Does he?
As well. So, but in terms of sort of first-class cricket, he's into unknown territory now.
Yes, towards the unknown region. 226 for 9. On this glorious sun-kissed afternoon. Last fling of summer, maybe, as Keogh bowls very full to Amaverdi, who plays it back down the pitch. Keogh fields. End of the over. 226 for 9 it is. The lead is 307. Verdi's 43. Atkinson is 38. We've had 111 overs in the innings now, and there are 35 to go in the day, which means we've got 3 more to go till tea. And one thing I would say, 101 overs rather, not 111, 101 gone. And one thing I would say, of course, is that with the length of this partnership, there's every chance that I thought now that whatever happens, we'll be back tomorrow.
Yep, absolutely, absolutely. And I suppose whatever happens, it means that Surrey will go out and have a right old go at some point.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Unless, of course, these two bat till stumps.
Yeah.
But well, the way they're going at the moment, they're looking like they could get through till tea.
Yeah.
I mean, I think Northamptonshire officials will have slightly mixed feelings about this, because if it goes through to the close, it does mean at least that it works out nicely for the AGM.
Indeed.
There was a bit of concern that if the game had finished early, how many people would actually have stayed
for the AGM.
at the ground for the AGM. But I think as things are, probably a few will hang on. It goes through to the close.
Zabe is into the attack, coming round the wicket to Gus Atkinson, and he'll take a single. Just pushes this first one from Zabe up the ground.
Lovely shot. Just half out again. I've been really impressing me. Just looks like a batsman.
39. He's going to have some bowling to do at some point today as well.
Doesn't want to score 2 minutes. No. Tire himself
He's
out.
He's been out there a while now. Zabe will come round the wicket once again to Amaverdi. On 43 here is Amaverdi, driving up towards mid-off. And now it's an orthodox field for Amaverdi. For start of his innings, it was take a single if you want to. As Zabe's in again, Verdi forward he comes, pushes this one out into the offside, and there is no run.
Northampton's highest 4th innings total against Surrey, 316 for 7.
In round the wicket again goes Zabe. This is turned by Verdi up towards mid-on.
That was to win at the Oval in 1994.
1994. As Verdi just surveys the field once more. Zabe's into him. Forward goes Verdi. Little inside edge. Squirts away into the leg side. So 1 ball to go. Then I suppose if a wicket did fall, that would be tea after this over, with the 2 of the change of innings. As Zabe's in once again to Verdi, and Verdi forward. Again, tempted for a second, I think, to try to go down the ground, but then just pushed it straight back up the pitch and Well, Amar Verdi was about to do is walk round the stumps, but then he's just seen Jamie Overton's running out. Now, the only thing with that is neither of them had asked for a towel or anything, but out comes Jamie Overton. So whether this is just a little message 2 overs before tea, I don't know, but he was about to do his walk round the stumps having faced the final ball and then had to go and see Jamie Overton.
Unless it's they've put the welly boot on and it means try and whack every ball for 4 or 6 now. I doubt that, personally, but
I'd be surprised.
Given how well they've batted. But it definitely shows, it probably shows there's a bit of intent and there's some thought going into what to do now.
316 for 7 was say Northamptonshires' best 4th innings total against Surrey. It was a declaration by Martin Bicknell, left Northampton to score 316. They got them for 7, so 3 wickets to spare. Nigel Felton, who's been in and out of the box this afternoon.
The early game that Bicker's captain, was it?
Might well have been. Northamptonshires cricket chairman, who's been popping in and out of the box today, made 87. Alan Lamb, 47. Mal Loy, 66. Kevin Curran, 39. And in there at the end was Andy Roberts, Reggie, leg spinner from Findon, and David Ripley, Runnable Ripley. That was back in 1994. Well, they're not going to be far off that at the moment. 309 would be the target if the wicket fell now. The lead is 308. We have a couple of overs to go until tea. Rob Keogh is about to bowl again to Gus Atkinson, who's on 39, just pushing Brandon Glover back onto the point boundary as Keogh comes in. Nice on drive, but stopped by the bowler. Rob Keogh moving across to his right. And there's no run. Partnership now worth 72 down the leg side, and little sweep there by Gus Atkinson, and runs for him here, to be precise, 4 of them. In fact, he didn't get anything on it at all. So I thought he might have got a little bit of something on it, but no, he didn't. It's signalled as byes by umpire as it runs away down to the fine leg boundary. 4 more onto the total, 231 for 9. That'll please Adam Rossington not a great deal. Not a great deal. It probably has pleased him today, at least not for some time. It was a decent morning, but
230 chuntering down there behind the stumps.
231 for 9. 312 is the lead now. Here's Keogh in, bowls just short of a length, just outside off stump, and worked into the offside down to Brandon Glover. As I mentioned, has been put back onto the point boundary, so he comes in off the boundary to field, but an easy single to Atkinson, who goes to 40. And Surrey up to 232 for 9.
What's equally impressive is Amar Verdi still batting in his short sleeve sweater.
Yes, it's like the Harry Gouldston lucky jumper. Here's Verdi playing defensively out into the offside. Glover's come up into the ring now for Verdi at backward point and fields that when there are now 2 men out. They've got a deep mid wicket and a long on. As Verdi squirts that to forward short leg, off the pad, not out. Appeal for catch without a huge amount of conviction, you felt. Again, just hoping maybe that something may have come in. I suppose they may also have been appealing for LBW, but it was going down the leg side, I think, fairly clearly. Appeal for anything, really, at this stage of proceedings. Here's Keogh, outside the off stump, and cracked away past cover for 4. And Verdi goes to within 3 runs of what will be a maiden first-class half-century. He's 47. Northamptonshire frankly look completely out of ideas. 236 for 9. Atkinson 40. The partnership is up to 81 and the lead is up to 317.
I tell you what, I've just watched that LBW / short leg. It's actually a bit closer than you think.
Was it really?
It was dismissed quite quickly. I might show it again.
Yeah,
it was dismissed pretty quickly, but yeah. Anyway, it's happened now.
I'll be honest with you. The one where the previous over, where whoever it was used their feet and came down the pitch, and that was an LBW shot. I thought that was quite. That was pretty straight.
I think this. Yeah, it just seemed you've been guessing though, wouldn't you?
Yeah, absolutely. But these days on the old DRS,
I know they do.
Probably would have done the old upstairs bit.
Yeah, but fortunately or unfortunately, we haven't got that here.
Yes.
So. And actually, that 316 for 7 I mentioned, the highest 4th innings total by Northamptonshire, that's the only time Northamptonshire have made over 300 in the 4th innings against Surrey ever.
Well, the lead's now 317.
Exactly.
So, yeah, amazing. So, the other thing here is, I suppose if you get through this over, and Verdi and Atkinson are both near 50s as tea approaches, as this one's cracked off the back foot by Atkinson, down to backward point, Zabe continuing. Now this will be the last over before tea. Zabe's in round the wicket to Atkinson, who's forward, hitting the pad, running away into the leg side, and there's no run. Surrey went to lunch at 169 for 9. 236 for 9 now. So, and that was a new ball. New ball taken straight away. So these two have done a fantastic job. Atkinson waits again. Zabe's into a quicker one. Atkinson looking to force out through the offside. And he'll get a single here. And that sort of sums up the afternoon in many ways for Northamptonshire. Just one more to Gus Atkinson. He'll move on to 41. Little bit of a misfield up there at mid-on. Enables them to get through for a single leg. Brings Verdi on to strike on 47. This is jeopardy. 3 balls till tea. Amar Verdi, 47 not out. This will be interesting. 237 for 9. Zabe is round the wicket to Verdi. Verdi's forward. Plays this one down into the leg side. Mid-on and mid-off are up. As he'll have a little survey of the field once more, will Amar Verdi. Round the wicket once again goes Zabe. Forward goes Verdi, playing this one back up the pitch, and there's no run. 237 for 9. Verdi 3 away from a maiden first class 50. Zabe's into him, tosses it up, and Verdi, he drives that towards mid-off, wants a single, areas and one there. He's been sent back, and it's all sort of happening in slow motion, and he's safely home, is Amar Verdi. So 237 for 9. I'm just watching the players. I don't think that is tea, because everybody's staying out there at the moment.
Again,
9 down.
9 down, of course.
Of course, 9 down.
Done it again to us.
There we are.
In that case, it's going to be a very short last session.
It is.
Yeah.
Hardly worth turning up for.
Well, there we are. There was me building up the excitement for the Verdi 50 before tea. Well, we're staying out there because they're still 9 down.
How absolutely extraordinary.
Amazing, isn't
now,
it?
this, I mean, I'm sure somebody, I don't know whether anybody would have kept this sort of record, but
I know what you're gonna say.
Has it ever happened before that lunch and tea have both been delayed because the same team
are 9 wickets down.
and without any rain interruption or anything like that?
Amazing, isn't it?
I would say it must have.
It
but
must, yeah.
It's still amazing, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I'm struggling. There's now a great council of war out there. There's Adam Rossington, Tom Taylor, who's coming back into the attack.
One falls over.
Luke Proctor's gone down on his knees. Ben Sanderson's looking unsympathetic. And I think umpire Saggers is just suggesting that they get on with it. He's just giving it the little rolly hands thing to say...
He's got his dinner reservation at 6 o'clock, I think.
Well, but the fact is, of course, that we're still way ahead of in terms of the overs. 32 to go in the day. It's 3:15 now. So, but it's gone all very, very, as you say, slow motion. I think is exactly the description that he used in the previous over with that attempted single, and that's what it is. Taylor is back in the attack anyway. He's going to bowl his 15th over, 1 for 54 so far. And here is Taylor, bowls short to Atkinson, who pulls on the bounce to Harry Gouldston in there at mid-wicket. And there's no run, 237 for 9. So the lead is 318. And Northampton's last success was in the 68th over. We're now in the 105th over, so 37 overs ago. Seems a lifetime away. Here's Taylor in bowls. An appeal for LBW. In fact, I think he might have come off bat and pad. It squirted away down to third man. It looked to be angling down the leg side, and Atkinson, though it didn't get any bat on it, it was a leg by. Atkinson was looking to whip it away. It ran off the pad. There was a half-hearted appeal for LBW. It rolled down to third man, and they pick up a leg by. So one more on the total. 238 for 9. So Northamptonshire will now be chasing at least 320 in the final innings. Lunch delayed, tea delayed. Whatever next. Here's Taylor in again. Bowls to Verdi, who is gone, caught behind. So Amar Verdi, unfortunately for him, has missed out on a maiden first-class half-century. And that is tee. Verdi is last out, caught behind off Tom Taylor for 47. Surrey all out for 238, and Northamptonshire, when they come out to bat after tee, will need 320 to win. Taylor picking up his second wicket of the innings.
But well batted Amar Verdi, you have to say, and Verdi and Atkinson done a brilliant. They did basically bat the session there, from lunch till tea. So brilliant effort from those two to get Surrey up to that quite a substantial lead now, of course, of 319. But very well played, Gus Atkinson. 41 not out as well, Alex Wakely.
Well, they both deserve this applause. They put their team, in a position where they're right on top in this game. A couple of early wickets here, and Northamptonshire are fighting a massive uphill battle. But yeah, I mean, I was so impressed with Atkinson there. For a young man, I've been impressed all the way through. But for a young man with no real batting previous there, he came out there and just looked like he fitted in, like he'd done it 1,000 times before. A great sign for the Surrey future, as I said earlier.
Yeah, and he'll get his feet up for 20 minutes and then probably be taking the new ball, although they might give it to Ricky Clark, I suppose. But yeah, but 238 all out then, Radders, and 320 it will be for Northamptonshire to win.
Which is more than they've ever made in the fourth innings against Surrey, to win, lose or draw. 13 extras in that innings. Verdi last out, caught Rossington, bowled Taylor for 47 off 121 balls, leaving Gus Atkinson alone and unbeaten. 151 balls he faced for his 41. The partnership worth 83 for the last wicket. Just quickly run through the bowling figures for you for the innings. Ben Sanderson, 24 overs, 8 maidens, 1 for 42. Tom Taylor, 14.3 overs, 1 maiden, 2 for 54. James Sales, 13 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 35. Wicket yesterday evening. Luke Proctor, 14 overs, 3 maidens, 2 for 40. Simon Kerrigan, of course, off the field since lunch. 29 overs and 2 balls, 8 maidens, 4 for 36. Outstanding from him. Rob Keogh, 7 overs, 3 maidens, no wicket for 20. And Safe Sabe, 2 overs and 4 balls, no maidens, no wicket for 2. So 238 all out. The target 320. Tea is being taken here at Northampton. We'll go off in search of a cuppa, and we're back with you for the start of the Northamptonshire second innings in a quarter of an hour's time. Well, good afternoon. Welcome back to the County Ground at Northampton, where play is just about to get underway in the final session of the third day's play in this county championship match between Northamptonshire and Surrey. And Surrey able to go absolutely flat out in this final session. They've batted themselves into a hugely strong position, 238 all out. Surrey dismissed thanks to that last wicket stand of 83 in 37 overs for that 10th wicket between Gus Atkinson, who finished 41 not out, and Amar Verdi last out for 47, caught behind by Adam Rossington off Tom Taylor. And that leaves Northamptonshire needing 320 to win. There are 31 overs today. We've got all of tomorrow if need be, so time isn't an issue. 31 overs, as I say, left in the day's play. But Northamptonshire have never made this many runs in the fourth innings against Surrey in any number of previous meetings over the years. 120, in fact, games these two sides have played against each other over the years. And in those 120 matches, Northamptonshire have never chased this many runs in the fourth innings, win, lose or draw. So it's going to be a tough one. Emilio Gay and Ricardo Vasconcelos out in the middle. And I'll ask Mark Church, who's with us, to get things underway after what's been, for Surrey, Mark, a terrific session, afternoon session.
Yeah, just good batting from Atkinson and Verdi there, and they did basically bat the session from lunch till tea, so terrific effort. And I think Gus Atkinson's ready down there at long leg to open up from this David Capel end next over, but it's going to be Topley with the first over. So 320 to win as Topley's left arm over the wicket to Vasconcelos. Wow, that's wide outside the off stump. Went wider, and that'll be signalled wide, and a tumbling take by Jamie Smith. It swung, but it kept going and taken by a tumbling Smith. So that's the first run in the chase. Alex Wakely, former Northamptonshire captain, alongside, of course. So that's one of them ticked off, Mr. Wakely.
Ticked off. It's going to be a tough ask this for Northamptonshire. Someone's going to need to do something very special here. A big not out at the end of the day or tomorrow.
Vasconcelos waits for Topley. He's letting this one go outside his off stump. The thing here, I suppose, from a bowling perspective, is as Rad has put it beautifully, you can just go out there for 31 overs and give it everything, can't you?
Yeah, of course you are. If you're from a Surrey, if you're in Surrey's shoes now, you're completely on top. You just come off the field at the end of the play, having left nothing out there. They're on top. There's going to be a lot of chat. The bowlers can run in. They'll feel fresher naturally because they're on top. And you're going to see some fighting cricket, I think.
As this one again just swings late at Vasconcelos from Topley, trying to get it up there to the bat straight away, and Vasconcelos playing that one down into the leg side. Fascinating, really, because before lunch we were talking about Northamptonshire will get this last wicket and they'll go in feeling pretty good about everything, having sort of got Surrey all out this morning, and now Surrey have gone in at tea time with a lead of 319 as Topley's in and beats Vasconcelos, pushing forward. There's a definite bit of swing there for Rhys Topley, and Vasconcelos pushing forward and it going past his outside edge. So even though, this morning coming to the ground, you thought, well, Surrey are in a good position because they've got the runs on the board. We were saying Northamptonshire kept themselves in it this morning. Then all of a sudden that partnership, and you bat a whole session as well and go to tea. It's like,
it felt like it just took the game away from Northamptonshire. Maybe proven wrong, but that's the way it feels at the moment.
As Topley's in, and Vasconcelos is forward. Nice looking shot to get off the mark and pick up a single. But the other thing you would say is sun shining is meant to be like this tomorrow, and actually the way that Verdi and Atkinson played against the new ball, not a lot happened. So Northamptonshire will be keeping their fingers crossed that what we've seen with the pitch so far, it has got easier.
Although, like you said, Topley is getting this ball to swing already in this first over. There's a lot more movement in the air than the Northamptonshire bowlers got. Very different types of bowlers, of course. But I think the thing as well from a Surrey perspective is they've got 4 fresh seamers, 4 seamers who look fit and ready to go. Plus, obviously, the spin threat, as we were talking about earlier.
So first ball for Emilio Gay, and he's playing Topley very solidly off the back foot, out into the offside. Topley does the fielding off his own bowling, and there's no run. Yeah, but we'll know where we're going to be tomorrow by stumps tonight, really.
Oh, yes. Yeah, without a doubt.
Much better idea of what we're going to see tomorrow.
partnerships, I think, from a Northamptonshire perspective, that's the one they've got to talk about. 2 or 3 partnerships, give them a chance.
Topley over the wicket to Gay, and Gay's forward and turns leg side. And Amar Verdi, after his career best 47, does the fielding, and Gus Atkinson making his way up after his career best innings of 41 not out from 151 balls. He's making his way up to open up from the David Capel end. Oh, Kieran's got an ice cream.
He has, I noticed this.
And it's all melting down his hand.
It's taunting us, that though, isn't it? That's teasing. Bad form.
And we had the whole saga of the ice cream van down at Bristol last week, where it was there for the first couple of days, and then on the third day it came for 10 minutes. Took one look at the sort of shortage of spectators and the weather, and drove off again. And as far as I know, the only member of the Northamptonshire party to partake was the head coach.
I was about to say, if I had one person that I could put my money on, it would be the coach.
Yeah, the head coach had a very, very large-looking cone. Well, he went for the healthy option because there was no chocolate flake in it, so it was just the ordinary cone. But
he's just kidding himself.
Well, they ran out of flakes, didn't they? There was a shortage of flakes for a while.
Maybe an enforced absence of flake. Then here's Gus Atkinson running in away from us. David Capel in bowls to Vasconcelos on his hip, and that's turned away to long leg for a single. Vasconcelos to 2, and Northamptonshire to 3 for no wicket, chasing 320 to win. And I mean, there was no sort of subterfuge about this. He sat there in front of the main scoreboard on those grey seats at Bristol, and in a very leisurely fashion guzzled the whole thing. In front of the vulgar gaze, and then, having eaten it, went back in for his lunch. Here's Atkinson, 2 slips in a gully, and Gay playing this just behind square for a couple of runs. Again, it goes down there to Topley at long leg, and they may get buzzers here. In fact, they are, because it bounced awkwardly for Gus Atkinson, and Amar Verdi hadn't managed to back up, and so he gets an ARF, an all-run 4. Takes Gay off the mark, 4 to him, and Northamptonshire 7 for no wicket. And you can tell that the supporters are a bit subdued, because usually the one thing that's guaranteed to get supporters and spectators up and at them is overthrows. They love their buzzers. Not a murmur.
Just after tea, though, everyone's just waking up again.
Yeah. Well, it's chaos out there, because Jamie Overton, as the fielding was being done, had snuck out to just give Hashim Amra a couple of bits of tuba grit for his arms, and then all of a sudden it was over. So Jamie didn't know where to go at that point.
Here's Atkinson running in again, bowls to Gay, who again turns it almost identical stroke to the previous ball. He's going to get just the 2, I think, this time, barring overthrows, as Topley just sends in a rather more gentle return to keep up Jamie Smith. But so far so good for Northamptonshire. Nicely turned away off his pads by Gay, who moves up to 6. And Northamptonshire up to 9 for no wicket.
I pride myself on being quite disciplined about most things, apart from ice cream.
Really? Is that your weakness?
Give me one, I'm done.
Really?
That's me. Literally, the tub of whatever, I'm in.
The ice cream here used to be, probably still is, very, very good indeed. Here's Atkinson over the wicket, bowls to Gay. 2 left-handers, of course, opening, and he just plays that up towards mid-off. Intercepted there by Ryan Patel. And there's no run. Yes, certainly have known colleagues of ours who would sort out their journalistic schedule and make sure that they come to Northampton just for the ice cream.
Really,
it has been known.
impressive.
It has been known.
I've been known to take out an entire box of the ice cream on a stick invented by Roger Moore. I can do a box of those quite happily on my own.
Here's Atkinson, and again bowls outside the off stump. And again, that just dies in the pitch a little bit, and nasty one for Jamie Smith to take. Bounced in front of him. Stays at 9 for no wicket. Surrey bowled out for 238. If you're just joining us, they were 102 for 4 this morning. Northamptonshire having a decent morning session, reducing Surrey to 169 for 9. But then the last pair, Gus Atkinson and Amar Verdi, batting to all intents and purposes through the second session to add 83 for the last wicket in 37 overs. Here's Atkinson outside, wide outside the off stump. Good take by Jamie Smith, diving away to his left, and the end of the over. Gay is 6, Vasconcelos 2, and Northamptonshire 9 for no wicket. A mere 311 more runs to win.
Yeah, nice start, isn't it? I say the same a little bit about Surrey to start with in the first innings. Not making the batsman play enough is the only criticism. But they put that right pretty quickly in the first innings, and I'm sure they'll be talking about the same thing here.
Well, and it's sort of like a broken record, but you've got Ricky Clark stood in there at first slip, and you know what you're going to get from him straight away. So if one of your opening bowlers doesn't quite get it right, then he'll come straight into the attack. It's going to be Topley, third over, coming into Vasconcelos, and Vasconcelos letting it go wide outside the off stump. Again, a little bit of swing, but it's too wide from Reece Topley. Vasconcelos not offering a shot to that. Jamie Smith taking it away to his left. So Ricky Clark at first slip and Will Jacks at second. Laurie Evans in the gully. Cameron Steele's away at cover point. Lurking in the covers is Ryan Patel. Jordan Clark at mid-off, the captain at mid-on. Purdy at square leg and at long leg Atkinson as Topley is into Vasconcelos, who's turning this one up towards Hashim Amla at mid-on, and he'll get a single. And the throw from Hashim Amla, I think, just maybe caught Vasconcelos on the heel there. Those two were having a long old chat this morning. Vasconcelos with the single, but Vasconcelos was coming back from the nets and Hashim Amla was going, and they stopped and had a very long chat this morning. So.
I did mention yesterday that there was some talk about Ricardo going back home as such to play some overseas cricket. I don't know where they both play their cricket back home actually, but
he was Ricardo Vasconcelos was playing for Bullant, just inland from Cape Town.
Topley's into Gay. It's good leave from Gay.
When he started his first class career, he was playing for Bullant because he made some first class hundreds for them.
Okay.
It's nice to see actually, and then they were sort of, I think, mainly talking about batting because both of them had their bats and they were sort of playing some shots. I remember seeing that. You're talking about young Carson at Sussex in that India County 11. During the lunch break on the second day, Virat Kohli took Carson to the nets and got him to bowl at him the whole of the lunch break as this one's left alone outside the off-stump, watched by Shastri, and then they walk back with Carson in the middle, nattering away about. It was brilliant.
But it goes back to
brilliant.
But it is brilliant. It goes back to what we were saying yesterday about the whole business of tapping into the vast resource that is your fellow professionals, whether it's in the bar afterwards or whenever it is. And mentioning that Nick Cook has always greatly lamented the lack of communication after the day's play between the two sides, lack of socialising.
Topley's in. Gay's taking this one off his toes down to Gus Atkinson. Atkinson does the fielding. Nice solid start this from Gay and Vasconcelos. Vasconcelos comes back onto strike on 3, but yeah, it was lovely to see that. And John Lewis sort of marched Carson over to Carson was playing in the game, marched him over to the nets during the lunch break, left him with Kohli and Ravi Shastri, and he bowled that the entire lunch break at Kohli, and then all three of them wandered back. It was great to see. As waiting once more is Vasconcelos for Topley. Over the wicket he goes, Topley. That's wide outside that off stump again, and Vasconcelos doesn't have to play at that. Topley turns round and marches off, and 3 overs gone on the chase of 320 then. Northamptonshire, 28 overs to go today and a whole day tomorrow, and they are 11 without loss.
I think from Northamptonshire perspective, they don't need to worry about the score. For them now, it's just batting time. Got a target, be here at close, and then tomorrow it's the first session, the second session, and they're not going to win this game quickly. We've seen that this pitch is going to take some time to get there. It'll be after tea tomorrow, if they've got any chance at all.
Here's Gus Atkinson beginning the 4th over of the Northamptonshire second innings. 2 slips in a gully in place, and Emilio Gay letting that go through. And again, it's wide outside the off stump. I think it probably went wider after it had passed the batsman, but again, it was well taken by Jamie Smith diving away in front of Ricky Clark at first slip. He's had a little bit of goalkeeping stuff to do in the innings so far, Jamie Smith.
I wonder if we might see a bit of Verdi tonight as well with the newer ball.
Is he a spinner who likes bowling with a new ball?
Does,
Say some do, some don't. Here's Atkinson in again. Bowls to Emilio Gay, who's on the back foot, pushing that up to Amla at mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, there's been a few occasions during his career where it's, start of the second innings, he's taken the new ball straight away because it's been spinning. So he's quite happy to do that.
Yeah, I agree. I think he will do it, especially if the game just drifts a little bit, doesn't really go anywhere. Get the spin on to try and make something happen.
Atkinson from the David Capel end, running in, bowling short to Emilio Gay, who stands tall, punches that away off the back foot, and that's going to race away to the cover boundary for 4. In fact, it races away a good deal further than that. It's gone under the covers. It's probably gone through there and towards the old bowls pavilion. 4 to Emilio Gay. Lovely shot. 11 to him. 15 for no wicket.
Cracking shot. Hasn't quite settled yet, Gus Atkinson. Might still be sort of
tired,
thinking about his batting and knackered after his bat. So
I was going to say, he was in there a long time. Just while they're getting the ball back, quickly update with what's happening elsewhere at Trent Bridge in Division 1. Lancashire, who are chasing 444 to win against Nottinghamshire, 34 for 1. And it's attritional stuff at Edgbaston this afternoon, which I'll tell you about in just a second. As Atkinson is in, bowls to Gay, who plays that up to Amler at mid-on, and there's no run. Warwickshire needing 296 to beat Hampshire. I mean, time isn't an issue because they've got all of today and all of tomorrow. A 77 for no wicket in the 38th over, so 2 and over, but they haven't lost any wickets, so that again is boiling up really nicely. That's been again a classic sort of slow burner there at Edgbaston. At Chester Street, Glamorgan are still battling away against Durham. Here's Atkinson bowling to Gay, who plays it again up to Amler, just dribbles up to Amler at mid-on, and there's no run. Glamorgan 242 for 6 in their second innings, so still 164 runs behind, 4 wickets standing, but at least they're making Durham work for their wickets in the second innings. At Derby, Leicestershire 528 all out, Derbyshire 221 for 5. And record-breaking stuff down at Hove, not for the first day, to be said, is Atkinson in again, wide outside the off-stump. Gay lets it go through to Smith. End of the over, 15 for no wicket, 11 to Emilio Gay, 3 to Ricardo Vasconcelos. Atkinson's bowled 2 overs for 11. Yes, at Hove, Middlesex have declared at 676 for 5, which is the highest total that Middlesex have ever made in first-class cricket, passing the 642 for 3 against Hampshire at Southampton back in 1923.
wow.
Really?
Remember it well. And in reply, Sussex, so far so good in the third over, 9 for no wicket. Good luck.
I've seen poor old Maxie Holden, one of our old players, missed out.
Yes, I see.
What's everyone else chalking up the runs? I've been there, Maxie. It's a horrible feeling.
Topley coming in over the wicket to Vasconcelos. That's a good shot. On his toes, punchy, through cover point. That whistles away for 4. That's a lovely shot from Vasconcelos, in complete control there. He's on to 719 without loss. Yeah, I'm just looking at Ricky Clark. I think he'll be into the attack the next over, probably from this David Capel end.
Yeah,
Ricky Clark.
I mean, we've seen 2 beautiful shots from both batsmen now, forcing the ball through the offside off the back foot, and just a bit too much width on offer, I think. Either the batsmen are having to play, or they've been able to free their arms, and it's good captaincy, I think, if you get Ricky Clark on here. Make the most of that new ball.
Topley's in again to Vasconcelos. Ardy on drive. Doesn't really time it. Round comes Hashim Amla to do the retrieval work. So another 301 required by Northamptonshire at 19 without loss. Gus Atkinson having a bit of a drink down there at long leg. But you can see Ricky Clark's doing all his stretching exercises in there at first slip at the moment. Keeping an eye on Verdi as well, who's away in the covers, because he'll be full of beans after his 47. As in comes Topley again, that's better. And Vasconcelos pushing this one out into the offside.
Full of beans, but not full of chicken.
No, indeed. No, indeed. A lack of it was the news that filtered through last night. But yeah, Vasconcelos. It's also the fact that he got that 47 with the bat. Probably feeling a bit like it's his day. Whether if they do bung the ball to him a bit later on this day, he'll be full of confidence.
They say that, don't they, about all-rounders in general. Generally, one attribute promotes success in the other one.
Topley's in again. Vasconcelos up on his toes, cuts this one out towards cover point. Steele does the fielding.
Yeah, it's like when you got Trescothick and Hildreth on debut against Somerset and went out and got some runs as well. It proves it's all the same with always the same with all-rounders.
Us genuine all-rounders.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I like the fact that you can't remember whether you got off the mark first ball or not.
I'm pretty sure I didn't.
Right,
I think I'd have remembered
right,
that.
Okay.
I just remember I was shaking, I was so nervous.
Over the wicket once again comes Topley. Forward goes Vasconcelos. Nicely played. Just opens the face, guides this one Down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Very nicely played by Ricardo Vasconcelos. He moves on to 11, 27, 23, apologies, 23 without loss, Northamptonshire. But again, in complete control there, just let it come to him and guides it off down to the third man boundary rope for 4. Vasconcelos needs somebody to move, I think. Yeah, somebody's sort of just sat just over Topley's left shoulder there. So being asked to move along the row as Topley in again. Vasconcelos plays around that front pad. Big shout for LBW. It's the first one we've had. And shake of the head from Mark Newell. And end of the over. 23 without loss. Vasconcelos 11 and Gay 11. It was a concerted appeal, but turned down very, very quickly by Mark Newell.
Yeah, it looked to the naked eye relatively close, actually, but I'll wait and see the replay.
You do feel that Ricardo Vasconcelos is due, probably overdue, I think, certainly by his very high standards. We're saying since getting his 185 not out to beat Glamorgan on this ground earlier in the season, he's played 12 county championship innings. This is his 13th, and his highest score since then has been 66. Got one other 50, a couple of 40s, 30s. So he's been solid and consistent, but he likes big hundreds. And he's been, after making 2 in the early stages of the campaign against Kent and against Glamorgan, hasn't threatened 3 figures since. Well, it is indeed going to be Ricky Clark coming into the attack to bowl from this David Capel end, this angled approach, and he's in bowls to Emilio Gay, who drives nicely up to mid-off where Amar Verdi fields and there's no run. 2 slips in for Ricky Clark. Then a point, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and 2 men back on the leg side boundary. There's a deep square just in front of square and a long leg. Clark bowled beautifully in the first innings. Finished up with 3 wickets. Here's Clark in again outside the off stump. Let go by Emilio Gay, and there's no run. Yeah, Ricky Clark in the first innings, 15 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 34. Accounted for 3 middle order wickets really. Zabe Rossington, big wicket, and Harry Gouldston. And as Alex Wakely was saying earlier, big attribute that Ricky Clark always has, is that he tends to make the batsman play. That's perhaps, from Surrey's point of view, what there hasn't been quite enough of so far. Bowls that, hangs that wide outside the off stump. Emilio Gay lets it go through to Jamie Smith. It's an extraordinary day here. We really haven't seen a cloud all day. This is just complete contrast to Bristol. I say when we had 3 days when we just didn't see a glimpse of brightness. It was just uniformly grey, and today it was cloudless at 9 o'clock when I got to the ground just before, and it's still cloudless now. Here's Clark in, bowls, just shapes that back into the left-hander towards his off stump, but pushed out to backward point, and there's no run. Emilio Gay and Vasconcelos both on 11. If Northamptonshire could get through to the close, there's another 25 overs to go. If they could get through to the close tonight, maybe having lost 1 wicket, I think they would feel that they're at least still in the game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and the wicket, it looks okay, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It does look okay. I'm hesitant to say that given what's happened in this game, but
Not a lot has happened so far in the innings. Here's Clark in again. And oh my goodness, that's a... Well, we go back on good leaves and bad leaves. Emilio Gay left it. It shaped back in, as the previous one did. But that was a very good leave from his point of view, but it was dangerously close to the off stump, and gasps, and maybe an exclamation or two from behind the wicket. But gosh, that was close to off stump. But it wasn't as though Emilio Gay wasn't warned, because the previous ball just shaped in a little bit to Gay. That one maybe did a little bit more. Here's Clark in again, bowls together. That's wide outside the off stump, doesn't need to play it. Watches it into the gloves of Jamie Smith. End of the over, 23 for no wicket. Vasconcelos is 11. Gay is 11. 6 overs gone and 25 to go in the day. Time just after 4 o'clock local time.
Yes, and I suppose the other thing is we saw them, Northamptonshire, immediately after lunch take the new ball, and then we saw Verdi and Atkinson virtually battling top. Well, they did. They batted the session. And not a huge amount happened with that new ball. So what Northamptonshire will be hoping is that the pitch has sort of maybe just gone to sleep a little bit. But every time we've said that, something's happened, hasn't it? But
it's really hard. It's really hard to predict. I mean, it does. I mean, just by the nature of the scoring shots, we've had some forcing shots, which we haven't really seen against the new ball.
Yeah.
Which maybe suggests that the wicket's getting slightly better. Obviously, it's been baked in the sun for the best part of 3 days. But I mean, it's a long way to go, and generally here wickets fall in clusters.
Yeah.
And it's a theme, as we've spoken about plenty of times, that Northamptonshire, unfortunately, have developed in recent times, and it's something that they've got to put right. Especially if you've got to win this game, it's about taking this partnership. They've got it to 20, take that to 50, take that to 60. But then when you get there, it's them being ruthless and getting 150 partnership, because that's what's going to win Northamptonshire the game of cricket.
Just going to update BBC Radio Northampton in a second, as Rhys Topley's just having a chat with his captain, Hashim Amla, at the end of his mark, before he runs in again. Northamptonshire facing a long chase, but they've made a decent start. 320 is Northamptonshire's victory target. They've got the rest of today and all of tomorrow in which to do it. And openers Ricardo Vasconcelos and Emilio Gay have put on 24 without being parted so far. First part of the day, well, the morning session belonged to Northamptonshire, reducing Surrey from 102 for 4 overnight to 169 for 9. But then frustration for the county as Gus Atkinson and Amar Verdi, Surrey's last wicket pair, put on 83 for the last wicket in 37 overs, boosting Surrey to 238 all out before Tom Taylor finally broke through to get the last wicket. It means that Northamptonshire need 320 to win. They'd never made that many in the fourth innings of a championship match against Surrey before. Now, needless to say, it will be a very good time for them to do it. 320 is the target. Northamptonshire 24 for no wicket. So that's the situation as far as BBC Radio Northampton's
A
concerned.
little bit of breakfast at Tiffany's as well.
Yes, we're just about to burst into song. My cricket reports have that effect of making people want to burst into song. I could tell you what song it is, but there's a family audience. Here's Topley in again, bowls to Emilio Gay, who's propping forward onto the front foot, drives it back down the pitch for Topley to field, and there's no run.
Radis Mikey has added to the analysis we were looking for 18-year-old seamers.
Oh, yes.
And we've got Sales at 18 years and 6 months old, and Ollie Stone was 18 years and 7 months old.
Good shout. Good shout. Yeah. No, thank you very much indeed for that. Saved me a job tonight. Here's Topley bowling to Gay. He's just on top of the bounce, runs it down into the gully where Laurie Evans fields. And there's no run. Thank you very much indeed for that. Yeah, Ollie Stone. We should have thought of that.
Yeah, pretty obvious actually.
Yeah. When he said Sales, I was thinking of. Surely he can't be talking about David. He did take some wickets. I seem to remember. And I'll have to go and look this up now because the next over. I seem to remember he got a fourfer in a first class match. Certainly against, was it Sri Lanka A or something like that? Yeah, quite early on in his career. I may be imagining it. I'll have a look. Here's Topley in again. Bowls to Gay, who's forward, playing it back down the pitch. Topley's not to bend down to pick it up, just lets it run up to Amar Verdi, who comes in from extra cover to field, and there's no run. Funny feeling that was a game where Northamptonshire had a lot of homegrown players in the side. I remember, I think, doing some stuff. I think they had something like 6 Northamptonshire-born players in the side in that match. Obviously, David Sales not one of them, being product of Car Sholton in Surrey. Here's Topley in, bowls again to Emilio Gay, pushes it down to backward point, and there's no run. I'll have a quick look at that one. End of the over. 24 for no wicket. Vasconcelos and Gay both on 11. Northamptonshire need another 296 to win.
I'm just thinking there, imagine if Surrey had the likes of Ali Brown and Sales batting together. The power.
Wowee.
That'd be worth watching, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Quite happy he came up here, actually.
Goodness me.
So are we all.
Yeah.
I was just looking that Vasconcelos and Gay put on 43 in the first innings in 17 overs. So they got off to a solid start in the first innings, these two.
Same again, there wasn't it? Sorry, weren't quite on the on their A game to start with, and then they really, really were superb after that, actually, weren't they?
Ricky Clark coming in over the wicket. Oh, that's a good one. That's the outside edge, and Vasconcelos has gone. Nice bit of bowling from Ricky Clark. And Vasconcelos had to play at that little thin outside edge. Ricky Clark again. Vasconcelos goes for 11, and Northamptonshire are 24 for 1.
Great bit of bowling. He's been there or thereabouts, hasn't he? Right from the start. But going across the left-hander, that even came back a bit, and it's just what it does. You're never quite sure whether to leave or to play, and it's a bit of a prod. It's actually a very good delivery when you look at it. Maybe even left him after it bounced, but that's just the start that Surrey needed, and that's one of Northamptonshire's big wickets. So Surrey players will be very pleased with that one.
Yeah, 24 for 1 then in the 8th over. That you can see now, if you're opening the bowling for Surrey and you don't start quite right, and you can understand why Gus Atkinson didn't, because he's been out there batting, he's probably tired. But we can exchange in the batting order here.
Harry
Goldstone at 3. What an opportunity this is.
That must mean that it's Luke Proctor and Simon Kerrigan are both carrying niggles.
Yes,
I would imagine.
So Goldstone's made his way out at number 3. But you just whip Ricky Clark straight into the attack. You've seen him take the new ball this season as well, but it was at that Hampshire game where, Northamptonshire, I was mentioning it yesterday, for 90 odd after lunch on the first day, and didn't start well with the ball at all for an hour. Then Ricky Clark came on and Jordan Clark came on, and that was that really. So it's a wonderful thing to have up your sleeve.
I think it's a great thing as well having an experienced captain there, because it can be a tough thing to do.
Yeah,
you don't want to damage a youngster, and I certainly found it hard, especially if you've got 4 bowlers who all want to bowl. If you've got a senior bowler especially who starts badly, and you think, we don't want to waste this new ball. Yeah. But to plug him after 2 or 3 overs, it can be a tough call. Yeah. And having someone like Amler, who obviously isn't going to mess around there, and I'm sure that Atkinson understands that, he knows it's, and I'm sure he'll come back again.
Oh, absolutely.
It's a really good bit of captaincy, and they got the breakthrough from it.
So, Harry Goldstone at 3 for Northamptonshire. Ricky Clark from this David Capel end made the breakthrough, 24 for 1. First ball for Goldstone. When he's gone past his outside edge, just shaping away at the last moment. Ricky Clark's into this rhythm again now, and it's just about hitting that spot time after time after time. I don't even have to think about it anymore. It's just probably just complete autopilot now.
What is it they say, 10,000 hours to perfect a skill? I think he's probably, at 40, he's definitely done his 10,000 hours, I think.
Without a doubt. Goldstone settles again. 2 slips gully for Ricky Clark, comes over the wicket to Goldstone. Goldstone's playing this one off the back foot, out into the offside. There's no run there as Jordan Clark comes bustling up to do the fielding from cover. Still good number of spectators inside the ground. There's some very brave souls that have been down in front of the...
Baking.
Although I said that would be where I was all day, but they've had a long day down there in the sun as Clark is in. Goldstone's pushing this one off a goodish length out into the offside.
Do you reckon the world's gone into chaos over the last few days? Everywhere sold out of after sun, sun cream.
Oh, absolutely.
Blow up swimming pools.
Lilos, those will have gone. Paddling pools. There'll have been a run on paddling pools.
Would have run out of water.
Barbecues, gas. Yeah, everything will have
coal.
Yep.
The trouble is, it's all going to finish by Thursday.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing. So by Thursday, it'll be a run on umbrellas.
Get the cagoules out.
Exactly. As over the wicket comes Clark again to Goldstone. Goldstone's forward. Plays this one back up the pitch. Ricky Clark bends down, picks up, and there's no run. But no, it's been lovely, and tomorrow's looking very good as well, which is good news.
Well, it's good news, and I think we're going to be here, which is
best
news of all.
I think, yeah.
Unless something very untoward happens.
It'd have to be pretty dramatic now, because for Northamptonshire to get another 296 tonight, as this one's left alone outside the off stump by Goldstone.
Oh, I like your style, Mark.
Thank you. As that's taken by Jamie Smith. End of the over. Goldstone yet to get off the mark. Gay 11, and the wicket Vasconcelos for 11. Caught behind off Ricky Clark. So Ricky Clark has his first wicket of the piece. Of course, took his 800th career wicket yesterday.
That's a fantastic achievement, isn't it?
Yeah, he was actually genuinely chuffed about that. Really chuffed about that.
As well. Don't forget the runs he scored in that time as well. He's been a phenomenal, and the catches.
I was going to say
that's just one of the. He's been a great servant to I'm not going to say the county games, the English game, after he played international cricket. Played quite a few international games, actually.
Yeah.
Great servant.
Absolutely. Here's Rhys Topley about to start his 5th over, running in from the far end, the indoor centre end, bowling to Emilio Gay, short of a length, and Gay in behind it, playing it back down the pitch. Topley fields, and there's no run. Yeah, the memory hasn't quite gone then. So Northamptonshire versus Sri Lanka A, 1999. David Sales did indeed take 4 for 25, coming on as second change.
Yes, he's bowling seamers.
Yeah.
Wow.
6 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 25, including Herath, who was playing for Sri Lanka A, and Jayawardena.
Wow.
Outside the off stump, left alone by Emilio Gay. But yes, indeed, Northamptonshire were playing 6 Northamptonshire-born players in that match. No peaking. Numbers 1, 2, 3 in the order, and 6, 7 and 8 in the order. See how many you can get.
And was that 90?
99.
99.
And there's no sort of trick questions. They're all, they're all reasonably well known. There's nobody sort of nipped in for the odd game.
Oh.
Good leave again by Emilio Gay. Well, I say good leave. Rhys Topley may beg to differ. It was very close to off stump, but again, left-handers, advantage left-handers often have, it seems. Back to the likes of John Edrich, very good judges of where their off stump is, and on that occasion, Emilio Gay getting it right. I'm not sure the previous over against Ricky Clark was necessarily one of his best leaves, but he's still there.
Bailey?
Which one? Which gives it away, really.
Gives it away now.
Rob. Well, it wouldn't be Rob.
No, not Rob.
Staffordshire.
So Toby?
Toby Bailey. Here's one. It's Topley in again. Bowls to Gay, pushes it out into the covers. Verdi fields no run.
99. I've got to get this, trying to think of the era, the dates.
But Toby Bailey you can have.
Okay.
Good shout.
Bailey. So numbers 1, 2 and 3.
1, 2 and 3, all
1, 2 and
Northamptonshire
3.
born. And 6, 7 and 8. We're also Northamptonshire born. Well, you've got number 8 because that was Toby Bailey.
Yeah. Okay.
Here's Topley, and again bowling outside the off stump, and Emilio Gay not needing to play that and doesn't. Lets it go through to Jamie Smith.
99.
Well, I'll give you a clue. One of them has been on the field during this match.
Rips?
D. Ripley.
Born in Leeds. So
I was going to say,
No, that's it.
can't be Rips.
No.
On the field in this match.
during this match.
Up until lunchtime yesterday.
Russell Warren.
Russell Warren.
Russell Warren. So
Okay.
there's 2, 4 to go.
I didn't even know Russ was born in Northamptonshire, so that says how.
Kingsthorpe boy. Outside the off stump, and again Emilio Gay just lets it go through to Jamie Smith. End of the over from Topley.
Would it have been, was it before Rob White's time? Would Rob White be there?
It wasn't before Rob White's time. He's not one of them, and he wasn't born in Northamptonshire. He's born in Essex, born in Chelmsford. 24 for 1.
I'm not doing very well at this, am I?
Well, I'm trying. I'm not going to be of much help, I don't think.
You've got all right, 2
Might have to
brothers.
have some clues.
2 brothers.
2 brothers.
2 brothers.
Including a test player.
Oh, here we go.
2 brothers.
2 brothers.
And there aren't that many Northamptonshire born test players.
Ricky Clark, it will be, from the David Cable end. And Gouldston on strike. Oh, I know. As this one's punched off the back foot. Are they? Would I see
Nice
them
shot.
on the pond? As this one's cracked off the back foot by Gouldston to get off the mark. Swans.
You may well do.
There we
Ah,
go.
of course,
swans.
yeah.
2 swans.
Alec and Graham,
Yep.
2 signets.
2
So
swans.
You've got those 2. So you've got 2 to get. A batsman and an all-rounder. Batsman has played international cricket. I phrase that carefully.
Okay.
All right. Settling himself down over his bat once again is Emilio Gay on 11. Nice shot from Gouldston to get off the mark there as Ricky Clark is over the wicket to Gay. Oh, Gay's taking this one off about middle and working it leg side. And there is no run.
And the other one, the all-rounder, was on the ground yesterday. I don't know whether you saw him, but he was here yesterday. I said hello to him.
All-rounder on the ground.
25 for 1.
99, so... Was Malloy there? Malloy?
You can definitely have Mal Loy.
Mal Loy will be there, won't he?
International cricket. Didn't
Yeah.
play Test cricket, but played international cricket.
Assuming Mal wasn't here
ODIs.
yesterday.
No, Mal wasn't here, at least not that I saw. Yep, so you can have Mal, so 1 more.
Ricky Clark in over the wicket again to Gay, and Gay's forward and plays this one down into the gully region.
Still employed by Northamptonshire County Cricket Club.
All-rounder.
Yep. So he was definitely on the ground yesterday.
With long hair.
With long hair.
Kevin Ennis.
Kevin Ennis. Very good. There's your 6.
Very good, that.
That's a good quiz.
Very, very good. I saw Alex one the other day, actually.
Yeah, he's one of the match referees, isn't he?
Yeah. As Ricky Clark's going to come round the wicket now to Emilio Gay on 11. I'm just glad for it, because I always worry when I think, have I imagined that? And you saying that, did I imagine David Sales taking 4 against Sri Lanka, Ray? That's like me, I dream about things like that and then get slightly concerned that I just...
4 for 25.
Interesting field this now. Short mid-wicket catching. Slip and a fourth slip, really, Ricky Clark coming round the wicket to Emilio Gay, and Gay's forward, and again plays this very late down in front of him.
He does, doesn't he? He plays it so late. It's almost like he's hitting the ball straight down into the ground.
Yeah, I watched a bit of that Kane Williamson innings in that World Test Championship. Oh, unbelievable.
Just complete dead bat, but
with
full control,
yeah,
isn't it?
Absolutely. It's extraordinary.
Isn't it just great to watch? You watch the best batsmen when they're on top of their game.
As round the wicket once again goes Ricky Clark, and this one's turned away by Emilio Gay into the leg side. We'll pick up a single. I was listening to an interview with Kevin Peterson, and he was saying he said batsmen sort of, as they settle down over their bat for getting ready for their first ball, they know how they're feeling. He said he knew sometimes it'd feel awful and he was all over the shop. Other days he'd just settle down and I'm on here.
There were days, like I can say, where obviously Kevin Peterson is one of the best players England have ever had and the world have ever had, actually. But there were times when you got out there and you just felt fatigued, you felt slow, you felt like your eyes weren't quite there. For no reason. Nothing's any different.
No.
You want it just as much.
And then,
you're concentrating just
other
as much.
days you sort of settle down and straight away feel great.
Or you go, I'm not quite sure, and you hit one off the middle of the bat and think,
excellent.
And you're away.
Yeah.
It's
funny old game.
It is.
Ricky Clark in over the wicket to Gouldson. Gouldson forward and playing this one up towards Hashim Amla. End of another tight over from Ricky Clark. So we've got 20 to go today. Gouldson has 1, Gay has 12, 26 for 1. Another 294 required by Northamptonshire.
I think the best batsmen, they're the ones, they work out how to score regardless of how they're feeling. You look at someone like Alistair Cook, who managed to get himself into the same bubble, the same frame of mind every time he batted. I never managed to do it. I was inconsistent with the way I felt. I know someone like David Sales was sometimes like that. Someone who could be so brilliant and other days off his game. And the real top, the real elite, they seem to find a way of doing it regardless. Even when things are really tough, they find a way through it.
Yeah, dirty runs. They talk about dirty runs, don't they? When you're not feeling great, but you still manage somehow to get them.
Change of bowling at the far end, the Lynn Wilson indoor centre end. Reece Topley is giving way in the attack to Jordan Clark, who picked up the wicket of Vasconcelos in the first innings. I'll tell you one thing about that, just looking at that Sri Lanka A game in 1999, and I won't ask you this because it wouldn't be remotely fair, but I bet I'll give you all of today and all of tomorrow without looking it up to get Northamptonshire's new ball pair in that match. Is Jordan Clark starting off round the wicket to Emilio Gay, plays it up to Laurie Evans, who's in there fairly tight at mid-wicket, and there's no run. Actually, it's not a bad fielding position. I have seen Emilio Gay, I think, caught there this year, just on the very tight in on the drive at short mid-wicket. I think it's a good bit of field placing, good bit of research by one imagines the Surrey coaching staff. Other than that, we've got a slip and a gully, a backward point, extra mid-off, mid-on, a square leg and a long leg, and that's driven again very close to the man at short mid-wicket. It was in the air for a little while, but it's running away up towards the boundary. Runs for him here. They're going to come back for 3. And Emilio Gay completes 3 runs. So just in the air for a second, but fairly comfortably eluded the man in there on the drive. But it just goes to prove what he's there for. 3 to Gay, 15 to him, and Northamptonshire up to 29 for 1. It's the new ball pair in that match. Richard Logan, who's now I think chief executive of National Counties.
Would it?
Heavily involved with that.
Am I never going to get it?
Can I throw one left?
Go on.
In this might be Carl Greenwich.
No. Carl came here in 02.
02,
so
was it? Well, not that
weren't
far
away.
off,
No, I think you will struggle with this one. Robin Sutcliffe.
No, I wouldn't have thought. No.
From Hertfordshire, I seem to remember. Very big, tall opening bowler. Here's Jordan Clark bowling again, this time to Harry Goulston, who plays it out into the covers. Ryan Patel fields, and there's no run. Yeah, Robin was a big, tall seamer from Hertfordshire. Played a game or two, and sadly they took him on the staff, and he was injured more or less straight away, and didn't play for the county again. There's some decent figures in second team cricket, but
Richard Logan played some one-day cricket for Surrey.
Yeah, he had 2 careers at Northamptonshire.
Yeah.
He started off here, and was a Staffordshire boy. He started off here, helped Northamptonshire win the under-17s championship in 1997. Here's Jordan Clark outside the off stump. Goulston, let's get through to Jamie Smith. In fact, the under-17s and under-19s, Northamptonshire did the double that year in age group cricket. Then he went at a spell with Northamptonshire, went off elsewhere, and then came back here, which would have been, I'd have thought, when you were...
very much so. I was just coming through in the second team. Logie was one of the senior figures there. Who would be that sort of era? Would it be the normal new ball bowlers? Is that sort of Kevin Innes, Pemberthy,
Darren Cousins,
Taylor?
PT was just coming towards the end there. Here's Jordan Clark, and that's a beauty. That's a beauty. Beats Goulston outside the off stump and goes through to Jamie Smith. Yes, Darren Cousins, I mean, he had his great year was 2000 when Northamptonshire won Division 2, first time that the divisions were split, and he had a terrific year that year, good year the following year, then sadly injury just dogged him a little bit.
One of my favourite human beings, Darren
Cousins. Yeah, he's a top
absolute
man.
belter.
Talk about a wholehearted trier.
Yeah.
Here's Jordan Clark in again, bowls to Goulston, plays that up to mid-off, fielded by Amler, and there's no run. End of the over, good testing one from Jordan Clark. 3 runs off it, 29 for 1. Emilio Gay is on 15. Harry Goulston has made a single. Yes, he was... I'm trying to, off the top of my head, I can't remember how many it was, but he had an awful lot of operations, didn't he? Before he left Essex, came back with Northamptonshire off the back of a number of ops, and had a few more really good years before sadly his injury caught up with him again. But my goodness, he left nothing on the pitch, did he?
Well, he was ever present in I played a lot of Bunbury cricket for David English, and Darren Cousins was a permanent fixture in that team. He had went through some testing times actually after he finished cricket, and trying to find his role in life really.
Yeah.
He fell on some hard times, but in between that, what a character! Some of the great stories.
Good
one of the best
bowler
people
as
to
well.
share a beer. Yeah, he really
Good
was.
bowler. What was it? When Kirtley was here, Radders, what was that like when Kirtley Ambrose was here?
Well, I mean, he was an absolutely sensational bowler. It would have been nice every now and again to get maybe a few thoughts of his thoughts on the game.
Yeah.
But in all the years that he was here, I don't think I interviewed him more than once or twice.
Right.
He just didn't want to talk to us.
He doesn't.
And things have changed a bit now. Obviously, he's on the other side of the microphone, as it were. But he just, and fair enough. And I remember talking to David Cable about this and getting sort of slightly exasperated and saying, "Why?" When he said, "No, it's just the way he is. He's a great guy." I said, "Well, I'm sure he is, but it would be nice to, to sort of get a chance to find out firsthand." But my goodness, what a bowler!
Now this is an interesting field. So we've got a slip. We've got a man catching on the leg side at mid-wicket, short mid-wicket catching, and then Ryan Patel as well as sort of a deepish short leg really. As Ricky Clark will come round the wicket to Amelia Gay, and Gay forward again, plays this one down in front of him, and it rolls into Laurie Evans. Because was it 92 winning the one day?
Yes,
yeah, and Ambrose was part of that side, wasn't he? 92, and Alan was that when Alan Fordham got that 100?
Man of the match in the final,
brilliantly in the final.
Yeah, he was Curtly Ambrose in that season. His bowling, I think it was against Yorkshire here in one of the early rounds, was I think the best spell of one-day bowling I've ever seen.
Yeah, this one's tucked away by Gay off Ricky Clark down towards deep backward square.
That was also the occasion when he went missing on the night before the final. It was the Cricket Writers Club dinner the night before the one-day final, as it always used to be. And Steve Coverdale, chief executive, was on our table, and he got a message halfway through the starter to say Kirtley's not at the hotel. And I mean, he hadn't really gone missing as such. He was I think he just turned up late or something.
Yeah.
But Stephen was very agitated and went off and had to make lots of calls the days before mobiles, and just about returned in time for the end of the main course.
Strolled in.
He was there.
Over the wicket then comes Clark to Gordon, and Gordon's playing this one off the stump, straight back up the pitch. And Hashim Amla does the fielding, stood up there at mid-off, and there's no... I remember, for some reason, I remember that final in '92.
Yeah, it was Leicestershire were quite badly hit by injuries, and there was some talk even of Jonathan Agnew coming out of the press box, and Peter Willey even coming out of retirement to play, but... we didn't mind. Beat the old enemy Leicestershire in the final was very, very sweet.
Over the wicket once again goes Ricky Clark. Forward goes Goulston. Down into the gully it goes off a thickish edge and a good diving stop. Would that have been Alan Lamb as captain?
Was, yes. Yeah. That was Lammy's, and it was at the time also when there was all the legal stuff going on with Sarfraz and Imran Khan, and they were interesting times, those, one way or another, but it was very, very pleasing to see a side that probably should have won a lot more. When you look down that team, it was a very, very strong side, and they got so fed up with the word underachievers being bandied about. But and Nigel Felton, of course, was in that side as well, who we saw a bit earlier on. In fact, he basically won the semi-final against Warwickshire Edgbaston, low-scoring match.
Deep backward square's gone in for Goulston as forward goes Ricky Clark. Right up there. Just for a second, Goulston looked like he might be shaping to go around that front pad for a second. But in the end, the bat came down straight and played it back out into the offside. So 30 for 1.
I'm just going to nip off because I need to do a piece about Peter Arnold. So I shall just nip into the other box and do that.
Of course.
And leave you with it for a bit, if that's all right, Mark.
30 for 1. So another 290 required as Ricky Clark comes over the wicket again to Goulston. Goulston's forward, plays this one out into the offside. Good examination this for the young man, and he's getting through it. End of the over, 30 for 1.
Yeah, for me, it's great to see two Northamptonshire young batsmen at the crease. You know, they've got a chance, an opportunity here. What an opportunity to make a name for themselves. Ricky Clark, though, just probing away, isn't he? They've made them play all the time, not giving him anything. 4 overs, gone for 3 runs in that time.
Couple of maidens and a wicket.
Yeah, it's just exactly what you come to expect of Ricky Clark. Interesting to Emilio because it looks like they're definitely going to try and bowl straight at him. They've set 2 catching mid wickets and the deep square leg. Now, it's a weakness, but it's also a strength of his. He's very strong through that area. He likes to go across and cover his stumps. But obviously, just got to be very careful.
Well, they've set it up again with Evans lurking in there at a short mid wicket. Forward goes Emilio Gay to Jordan Clark. Plays this one down into the leg side. Yeah, something about Rory Burns these days, where Rory Burns, when he's really on song, he'll everyone thinks he's flicking balls, and he is taking balls off middle stump. But anything outside it, lets it go, waits to straighten up, bang.
It doesn't, as long as you know your game, and it's all about knowing where your off stump is. Doesn't matter what you do in between that. If you know where your off stump is, you're in good order.
Emilio Gay waits again. Jordan Clark is in. Gay, there you go, whipping into the leg side. Round comes Ryan Patel to do the fielding. The other thing that's been interesting here is, Topley and Atkinson opened the bowling. It's the same as the first innings. As soon as Jordan Clark and Ricky Clark have got together, runs have dried up as well. Jordan Clark's yet to concede a run. He's only in his second over, I know, but he's yet to concede. Oh no, apologies, he's conceded 3 runs. But together, these two just keep it so tight.
Oh, it's a lovely luxury as well because you can be aggressive. Obviously, the opening 2 bowlers are attacking options. And you know these two, you know the job they're going to do.
It's in again, Jordan Clark. Emilio goes in behind a short ball. Plays it up towards Ashley Mamlat.
It is one of the nicest things I remember as a captain when you know you've got a 4-pronged attack plus your spinner. In county cricket, we often don't have that because of the nature of the squads and injuries. There's often someone in who's either a younger player or someone who's finding their feet. But those few times where you know you've got your best possible attack on going, you add in obviously from a Surrey point of view, you've got Jamie Overton as well. Great problems to have if you're Vikram Solanki.
Yeah. well, at the start of the season, Kemar Roach as well,
Yeah.
who was doing his stuff. Round the wicket again goes Jordan Clark, driving his Emilio Gay up towards mid-on. The disappointing, Surrey have had a couple this season. Sean Abbott played one game and looked dynamite, and then he injured his hamstring in that game. Then they got Jameson in, and he went down at the Aegeus Bowl. So we never really quite saw the best of those two, unfortunately.
I think Abbott could have been a really good. If you had him for a long
that
extended
one game
period,
he played,
he could have been a seriously
absolutely. As in round the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. This is pulled by Amelia Gay, all along the floor, out towards Ryan Patel at deep backward square, and in complete control of that shot, picks up a single. Onto 17 he goes. Gouldstone comes back onto strike on 1. Yes, and Jameson sort of off the back of the World Test Championship and played a bit of 2020, but then I think he only bowled 4 overs or something like that, and then went down at the Aegeus Bowl, poor chap. And he'd spent most of the last 5 weeks at the Aegeus Bowl. He's just come back. He's in over the wicket once more comes Jordan Clark, and this is turned by Gouldstone into the leg side. Reece Topley does the fielding. Tight over again from Jordan Clark. Just a single off it. Northamptonshire with, what have we got left today? 18 left today, a 31 for 1.
Yeah, last 2 overs have been very good. Majority of the balls, as we're saying, targeting the stumps. I think that's the way to go. You know, at some point there has to be a bit of variable bounce. The older the ball gets, one might keep low, one might jump off a length. But the one thing I will say is that this wicket looks fairly good.
It does at the moment. We've had since lunch, really.
Yeah, it has. It's been fairly placid the whole game, but then as we keep saying, there's just been these periods where something happens. There's been a cluster of wickets, or it starts spinning, or it starts seaming just for a short period. Whereas at the moment, this looks pretty good. So the batsmen in there in the Northamptonshire sheds will take a lot of confidence from this.
Well, we've had 2 wickets since lunch.
Yeah,
that's it. So.
We went through a period maybe 3 or 4 years ago where every pitch just went dead. You'd play really good cricket for 3 days, and often it would fizzle out into a draw. Now this isn't going to happen, but we went through 3 or 4 games in a row where the same thing happened, and you just couldn't get anybody out on the last day. It didn't spin, it didn't seam, and it was slow. This is very different. There is going to be a result one way or the other. We know that. But from a northern, you never know. You never know.
Well, and the other thing is weather's going to be exactly the same tomorrow.
Yep.
Sun will be out tomorrow.
I said it in the first innings. If you can get bowlers back into their third spells, then you know you're on top, and that's when you can cash in.
Yep.
And if the Northampton batsmen can do that, they'll be in a great position.
Well, Ricky Clark's continuing from the David Capel end. Ryan Patel's gone behind square on the leg side, catching now for Amelia Gay, and there he is, but it's into the ground and up again. I just thought for a second he'd flick that straight to Ryan Patel, but it was into the turf and up again.
I think this is a good field, because if you are trying to target the stumps, if you've got no one behind square, you know that anything slightly leg side, you can just flick it, it's a free shot. But now Emilio's got to really think, and if he is going to try and hit the ball through there, he's got to be very, very careful.
Yeah. That went straight to Ryan Patel as Ricky Clark round the wicket he comes to Gay again. Gay's driving, that's a nice looking shot. Get a single. Oh, Jordan Clark, it's got underneath him as he slid to his right. It's got underneath Jordan Clark, and that'll run away for 4 runs. So nice shot from Emilio Gay.
Nice, very nice shot. It's not what you need though, is it, if you're Jordan Clark? Just bowled a lovely over in the heat, having to chase one to your right from mid-off.
And then have to run all the way back to get the ball as well.
The embarrassing walk to the boundary,
21 now to Emilio Gay.
That was a lovely shot, though. Full control of that cover drive.
Yep. He looks a very, very good batsman. As in round the wicket once again goes Ricky Clark to him. Gay solidly forward, playing this one down into the legs. He reminds me a bit, do you remember Wavell Hines?
Yeah.
He reminds me a bit of Wavell
Don't tell him
Hines.
that. He will love that.
Sorry.
We'll never hear the last of it.
But just the way, again, you probably noticed me, I thought when batsmen set up, it reminds me. He does remind me a bit of Wavell Hines.
He's a very, very, very promising young talent. He's got something about him that I haven't seen for a while. He wants it. He wants it more than anyone I know. He annoys a few people with his confidence, but I love that. You know, he'll ruffle a few feathers because it's his way or no way, which can be good or bad, but he wants it so badly, which I love.
Good for him. As round the wicket once again comes Ricky Clark, and this one Gay's pushing down towards backward point, and there's no run. Mr. Rad is back.
Yes, thanks for that, Mark. I was going to into another studio just to do a little bit for BBC Radio Northampton about Peter Arnold, who,
Of course.
if you're just joining us, Northamptonshire oldest surviving first-class cricketer, sadly passed away yesterday. Flags are at half-mast around the ground, and just had to go and do a little bit of a tribute to him for BBC Radio Northampton's Drive show.
Absolutely. There's Patel lurking behind square on the leg side catching, and Laurie Evans at mid-wicket catching. As Ricky Clark is in again, Emilio Gay drives, Clark gets a fingertip to it, rolls up towards Hashim Amla at mid-on. Again, I think Amar Verdi will get a bowl tonight.
Yeah.
And it will be fascinating to see him with the ball in his hands.
I think he'll be on this end straight after Clark. Maybe a couple more for Clark. Or is he getting ready?
No, I'm not sure what he's doing. He's just sort of down on one knee. Maybe
staying in the shade.
Maybe that's for the statue that's going to go at the gear over for his 47. As in round the wicket once again goes Clark, left alone by Emilio Gay, and there is no run. End of the over, 35 for 1. Gouldstone has 1 and Gay's on 21.
The stonemason's in already.
There they are.
Was that his pose ready for it?
But by the time we get back, there will be one, I'm sure. Well, the exciting thing was when I went to the test match, I was told to queue up by the Burns Gate, because you see, when you're a captain and win the championship with Surrey, you get a gate named after you.
Do you really?
You do, yeah. It's very lovely thing, that. So there's
what happens when they run out of gates?
Well, that's what we were wondering. They have to put another hole in the wall, I think.
See next time, sorry, win the championship, you see somebody heading towards the wall with a sledgehammer.
Sledgehammer, yeah, exactly.
Is Jordan Clark coming in again and bowling outside the off stump to Harry Gouldstone, who followed that and could so easily have got a nick but didn't. Goes into the gloves of Jamie Smith. Stays at 35 for 1. What a lovely idea.
Yeah, it's a lovely idea, isn't it?
That's super. Talk about setups. I was just talking on BBC Radio Northampton about Peter Arnold, and one of the things I sort of said to him about, he was playing at a time in the 1950s when there were so many good fast bowlers around. I mean, fortunately, he had one of them, Frank Tyson, his own side, so we didn't have to play him. Here's Clark, turned away nicely by Harry Gouldstone, out through mid-wicket, runs for him here, chased back towards the boundary by Rhys Topley. And they amble through for a couple, 2 more to Gouldstone, and Northamptonshire up to 37 for 1. But, Truman, Statham, Alan Moss, any number that you may want to name. And he said, well, the thing that helped him was the fact that he got a very small backlift. It was a little sort of slightly jabby, but it worked against the quick bowlers. It meant that he wasn't getting yorked all the time. And he had to say, for a few seasons, late 50s, he had a very impressive record. Here's Jordan Clark, whipped away by Harry Gouldstone again, but this time straight to Topley at mid-wicket, and there's no run. There is a short mid-wicket as well, as there had been for Emilio Gay. Laurie Evans is in there on the drive. But he scored 3 centuries in 55, got 1,000 runs in 56, which was a wet summer, and 1,000 runs in 58, which was another wet summer. So
uncover pitches there.
Yeah, absolutely. So decent player. Here's very full length appeal for LBW as Jordan Clark thought he got his man. Very full length, almost Yorker length, and Gouldstone caught on the crease, but fortunately for him, I think it was just swinging down the leg side. I'm assuming that's what the umpire felt. 37 for 1 it stays. Gouldstone on 3, but an anxious moment for him.
Looked very full, didn't it? Almost Yorker length. Interesting to see that one.
Unless he got a little bit of bat on it as well. Here's Jordan Clark in bowl short to Harry Gouldstone, just to let him know what he thinks about that. Ducks underneath it. Honour is satisfied as it goes in the gloves of Jamie Smith. We have 16 overs to go after this one, so looking at a finish a little bit late, but not too late. Because if Amar Verdi comes into the attack, we might not be too late at all.
Quicker.
But good news, as I say, I think we're going to be in tomorrow, which is excellent. Here's Jordan Clark in again. Bowls to Gouldstone, appeal for LBW. This time he's gone. And he just came across his stumps and he looked somewhat disconsolate, but I don't think you can have any argument about that. And Harry Gouldstone, the move to put him up the order to number 3, hasn't worked. He's gone LBW to Jordan Clark for 3, and Northamptonshire 37 for 2.
Yeah, that one did look out, unfortunately. Again, though, They've been brilliant, these two. They've posed questions. They weren't quite on at the start with the opening partnership. Both Jordan Clark and Ricky Clark have come on, and it's been a different game. There's been questions asked at both ends, and again, I keep banging on about it, but it's the amount of balls that the Northamptonshire batsmen are having to play. And on a wicket like this, where it's slow, it's not really bouncing much. That's exactly where you've got to be.
Well, just looking again in that first innings, Vasconcelos was the first to go off Jordan Clark, caught by Ryan Patel. I know that was a hook shot that Ryan Patel took out on the boundary, but the runs are completely dried up at that point because Ricky Clark and Jordan Clark have come together exactly the same in this second innings, and as a combination they're terrific together. They really are, the two Clarks.
Well, they've certainly done the job here for Surrey as Rob Keogh comes out to bat at number 4. So Bedfordshire joins Bedfordshire.
This is a tough time to bat now, though. You know, you're tired. 16 overs to go. The light's slightly fading. You start to feel like that. It is a hard time for them.
And I suppose, looking at it now, we're in the 16th over out of 31 in the day. So we're basically halfway through the session. So there's still best part of an hour to go potentially to bat through, and there's certainly the opportunity for Surrey to make some more inroads. That was the end of the over, 37 for 2. Rob Keogh obviously yet to face a ball. Emilio Gay is on 21. And Jordan Clark, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 6.
So it's Ricky Clark to continue from the David Capel end. And Gay will be the man on strike. Mr. Wakely doing a fine job there to our right-hand side. So Keogh...
It's like Ask Wakers, isn't it?
It's great.
In a new feature.
Sometimes I feel like I'm at the zoo.
Did you not realise I've got headphones on? I can't actually hear.
I know, it's magnificent. As round the wicket comes Ricky Clark then to Emilio Gay, and Gay is pushing this one down into the leg side. It's like we were saying yesterday at the outgrounds where can I have a scorecard, please? Oh, I'm not selling them. Oh, I thought you were.
It's all with good intent.
Absolutely. Do you know where the toilets are? Yes. It's brilliant. Clark comes marching back towards us.
So we were at Grantham this year, sitting in the tent there. But all inquiries I referred to Mr. Bracegirdle.
Yes, well, he'd know where everything is.
As the home man.
Absolutely. There's Clark charging in again. Down below us, comes in round the wicket to Emilio Gay. He's tucking that one away for 4. Just drifted onto his pads. Just trying to get him to go round that pad, but that one was on about leg stump and nicely put away by Emilio Gay.
Yeah, that's where he wanted. That's his bread and butter. He's compact. What he's trying to work on is he's trying to have his 3 shots: the pull shot off his legs and the cover drive, and that's what he's trying to stick to. Yeah, he's been impressive actually in the last couple of years. Before he came into first team cricket, he scored big runs in second team cricket. Previously, school cricket at Bedford School, and he's one of those who's just forced his way in just by the amount of runs he's scored. And he's earned the right to have an extended go at this, and I think he's a very good player and one for the future.
Shapes up nicely as round the wicket goes Ricky Clark to him, and that's an inside edge onto pad. Lovely bowling from Ricky Clark. This is good stuff from Clark. Emilio Gay there didn't really get forward.
Yeah, that's the minor criticism you can give someone here. For Emilio, sometimes he doesn't get the biggest stride in, but it's tough. Not everyone has to be perfect. There's some very fine players that haven't got big strides in, so it's all about finding your own way as a batter. We can't all be. There is no textbook for everybody.
Well, Joyce Cothick hardly ever got forward, did
exactly.
he? Just his balance was perfect. As in round the wicket goes Ricky Clark, slow one this time, and Emilio Gay plays that one down to backward point. Nicely bowled again from Ricky Clark.
Reminds me of seeing Graham Pollock, the great Graham Pollock, right at the end of his career when he was into his 40s, and watching him bat at Cape Town in one of the games against one of the unofficial Australian sides, and he just sort of straddled the feet wide apart, and there was just a minimal movement forward or back just of the body. The feet stayed where they were. Crikey, hit it hard.
Yeah, he's an extraordinary player, wasn't he? As round the wicket once again goes Ricky Clark, and that one Gay again tried to work down the leg side, got nothing on it, taken by Jamie Smith away to his right. I read a brilliant book by Ashley Gray called The Unforgiven, which is about the West Indies players that went on the South African tours and what's happened to them, and some of the stories are absolutely tragic, to be honest.
Heartbreaking, isn't
it? But I then went onto YouTube to watch. There was a documentary about the tour, obviously playing the the likes of the great man you were just talking about. And it was terrifying watching the West Indies bowlers. It really, you know, Sylvester Clarke piling in, and round the wicket once again comes Ricky Clark, and forward goes Gay, plays this one up towards mid-on, and there's no run.
Well, this match, I remember it so well. It was New Year's Day, 1987. It was my first visit to Newlands, and Carl Rackerman took the second new ball, and South Africa had already got quite a lot of runs. And first 4 balls from Rackerman with the second new ball went to 4 different parts of the ground for 4.
Right.
And Pollock didn't get he got 60, 70 odd off the top of my head, but it was memorable. I'd always wanted to see him bat live, because obviously seen him bat on telly, but I'd never seen him bat live before. And I got tickets for all 5 days of the match, and I thought, actually, nothing I'm going to see in the next 3 days is going to be better. And I didn't bother, and I was very glad I didn't, because Mike Haseman, bless him, who's obviously one of our media colleagues now, good player, but limited. And he batted, I don't know, 8 hours for 120 or something. And I think I probably made one. That was a good decision. Here's Jordan Clark running in, bowling to Rob Keogh, who's pushing that up to Verdi at mid-on, and there's no run. Yes, I've made some bad decisions, but that was probably quite a good one.
It was just the footage of those West Indies bowlers piling in, and obviously South Africa weren't playing international cricket for well-known reasons, but it was just a young Ezra Mosley as well. Wow. And then, of course, he came back and ended up playing for the West Indies.
Here's Jordan Clark in again, bowls very full to Rob Keogh, who again drives up to mid-on, Verdi fields, and there's no run. Shadows obviously lengthening now. The shadows of the pylons stretching almost from one side of the ground to the other, coming up to 10 to 5. We still have 15 overs to go. Not quite 15 overs, is it? Oh, it is 15 overs, 14 and a bit. Here's Clark in again, bowls. And Rob Keogh having a bit of a nibble at that, and then after the ball had gone past the outside edge, he pulled it inside the line. Try to fool you there, Wakers. Don't think you were fooled.
No, I mean that's Rob's weakness early on. Rob is the kind of player who generally wants to get a start. He generally gets himself in, and he has the habit of scoring big runs at the start. He can push just outside the off stump at balls he doesn't need to play at, and that's that nervous energy. It's that trying to get yourself in such a focused mindset. You just got to relax as well at the same time.
Here's Jordan Clark again, bowls to Keogh, forces that one away off the back foot for 4. Runs down to third man. It was safe enough, well wide of man at second slip. And 4 to Keogh. He's off the mark. 4 to him. 45 for 2. The other thing I know, technical thing with Rob Keogh that Phil Rowe's spoken about a lot is, which I know he's worked on again very hard, is this business of just slightly falling across and his head just going the other side of the ball. I know Phil has spoken at some length about this on commentary, and it is something I think noticed down at Bristol that seemed to have just crept back in a little bit. But I know he's worked incredibly hard to try and avoid doing that, and just his balance getting slightly wrong. Here's Clark in again, and that's again pushed down, nicely in control of that, steered away, well wide of second slip, chased down to third man, but there isn't a third man, and it's 4 more to Keogh. He goes to 8, and Northamptonshire up to 49 for 2.
Yep, and if you're his batting partner, you say it doesn't matter how you get them.
No.
Look at the scoreboard.
I think the second shot was better than the first one.
Yes.
Actually. The first one I think he wasn't entirely in control of. The second one, I thought he was pretty much in control. That was a proper guide down to.
Yeah, for me with Rob, it's all about balance. When he's moving late, he's not still when he actually makes contact with the ball, and that's where he can sometimes find it hard to know where his off stump is. When he's stationary on contact, he's generally in good positions then.
Jordan Clark in again, bowls to Keogh, came a long way across his stumps, and Clark's got his hands on his head, and he knows very well, as I'm sure Rob Keogh does, that if he hadn't got a bit of bat on that, he would have been in fairly serious trouble. As it was, he got enough bat on it to go down to fine leg where Laurie Evans fields, and they come through for a single. It's the end of the over, and it's the 50 up for Northamptonshire. Greeted with rapturous applause around the ground, 50 for 2. Gay is 25, Keogh is 9, another 270 runs required, and 14 more overs remaining in the day.
Yeah, and well, Verdi's just nipping off, which would make you think he's going to go on and have a bowl. And Nick Kimber's out there doing a bit of 12th man duties.
Yeah, maybe Ricky Clark one more over.
I think
what
he
would
just
that be? Seven
I
on
think
the
he
bounce.
signalled that to
Did he?
Hashim Amley. Yeah, one more from this end.
Unless he gets a wicket, and
Yeah,
then
he
it's the
did,
sun.
then
Oh, I feel fresh
absolutely,
again.
I feel good here. Not going anywhere.
Keep me on, Skip.
So Nick Kimber goes into the covers. Jordan Clark and Ricky Clark, the two Clarks, having a chat about all sorts of things there. There's hand movements and Ricky Clark's holding the ball and showing Jordan Clark something. So the long old chat between these two. Of course, it was Jordan Clark bowling at Rob Keogh in the previous over. Keogh's the man on strike here to Ricky Clark. 50 for 2 then. Northamptonshire as Ricky Clark comes over the wicket to Rob Keogh, and Keogh's forcing off that back foot out towards cover point. Didn't really time that. And the fielding's done out there at cover point, and there is no run.
Big Reece.
Yeah,
Topley
big
didn't
Reece.
look too happy there at backward point,
No,
did he?
Do you know what? The reason I didn't say, I sort of delayed slightly, I was thinking, is that Reece Topley at backward point? But it is Reece Topley at backward point. And he's, I don't think I've seen him there many times. So here comes Ricky Clark once again. Runs away from us, comes over the wicket to Keogh, who's letting this one go outside his off stump that just shaped a tiny bit back at him. All sorts of oohs and ahs from behind the stumps. But yeah, lovely day it's been today. Lovely evening now as well. I should think the old barbecues will be out tonight in force.
I thought we'd have smelt them by now.
Yeah.
Usually this time in the evening, it's the worst thing actually about fielding, because about half 5, 6 o'clock you get all the smells, the music in the pub starting.
Yes, yeah. As Ricky Clark is in over the wicket once again to Keogh. He's forward and playing this one up the ground. Again, Clark's going to target that front pad of Rob Keogh. Just having a look at elsewhere. Lancashire 84 for 1 against Nottinghamshire, so they need another 360 in that one. Warwickshire 103 for 1 now against Hampshire, so another 193 needed by Warwickshire. Full days to go tomorrow, of course. As in over the wicket comes Clark again, and Keogh's playing this one off the back foot. And Glamorgan's still going, 306 for 6 they are in their second innings. And Dan Duthwaite is 93 not out, and Andrew Salter is 70 not out. They still trail by 100, but
It's a good little rear
pretty
guard
good
action
effort
there,
that
isn't it?
from Glamorgan today at Chesley Street. Gloucestershire already lost to Essex today by an innings and 3 runs. Clark is in again to Keogh. Keogh forward, pushes away into the offside. Kimber gets his hands on the ball. Leicestershire 5-8. Derbyshire, bit of a recovery here. 273 for 5. And Dahl 102 and Guest 102. So great partnership from those two. And they were in all sorts of bother at 56 for 5. So now 273 for 5 against Leicestershire. So that's a very fine partnership from those two gentlemen. Sussex 56 without loss after Middlesex declared on 676 for 5. Some runs there as forward comes Keogh, plays this one out into the offside. And Kent already today beating Worcestershire by an innings of 56 runs. End of the Ricky Clark over. Another Clark maiden, 50 for 2. Keogh 9, Gay 25. Those are all the other scores from around the country. But yes, down at Hove, the start that Sussex have made would make you think it's quite a good pitch. 676 for 5 declared, playing. And don't forget, that's only day 2 of this one.
Yes.
57 without loss.
Wow.
Well done, the groundsman.
Yes, very
Yeah.
good. This time of the year as well.
I tell you what, that's but what a glorious day to be. I mean, it wouldn't really matter what was it. I think with Hove's one of
The
those
deck
grounds.
chair.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter what's going on the pitch. It's almost academic, really, because you can just slump there in the deck chair,
Oh, I'd have slept through most of that. to be honest
hit
with
the
you.
ice cream van. Or as I say, the aforementioned Tony Gregg Cafe with
Yeah.
the hot sausage rolls, and marvellous.
Down to the pier.
Job's a good one.
Yeah,
so
old big wheel thing.
yes, because they've got like a sort of, it's like the London Eye down there,
Yep,
isn't
yep,
it?
yep.
You can go and have a look. I did.
That kept breaking down though.
Was it?
So
Well, it
we're
was-
halfway up it.
He wouldn't have got me up there. I'm not great with heights. Here's Emilio Gay facing a fresh over from Jordan Clark, bowling round the wicket and clipped away by Gay off his toes. down to Ryan Patel, who's down there at deep mid-wicket in front of the main scoreboard, and they come through for a single, 26 to Emilio Gay. And Surrey, Northamptonshire rather, 51 for 2 after Surrey bowled out for 238 earlier in the day.
The aquarium's very good as well. Down in Brighton. I've been there loads of times.
My hotel was actually quite close to the big wheel on the trip there this year, but got a few steps in. Walked to the ground every day, which was very good, very health giving, I'm sure.
I love it when all the grounds where you can just walk to the ground from the hotel is brilliant.
Over the wicket comes Clark to Rob Keogh, who drives up to Amler at mid-off, and there's no run. The best one, I suppose, is Scarborough, where of course trying to get cars in the ground is pretty much pointless. So it's a bit like a club match. The players come through the gates. It doesn't matter who they are, test players or whatever, dragging their bags and come in through the main gate and wander down to the pavilion. It's all part of the.
Did 5 days in a camper van 3 years ago. It was brilliant. What a 5 days that was.
You know, Gareth Berg was doing that here.
Here's Jordan Clark, an appeal for LBW as Keogh comes across his stumps, not out.
In all seriousness, at the start of the year, so he's got his van. Bergie's converted. You know, him and the family and the kids go off all the time, and they take it down to the beach. And for the first few games of the season, Bergie was parking it up and plugging it in here and staying here. Brilliant.
Why not?
Which of the
it is so Gareth Berg as well. It's just strolling out in the morning for a coffee in his boxers, walking upstairs for a shower.
Brilliant.
Was it Roy Palmer?
Roy Palmer used to go around
with that. Used to have a camper van as well.
Well, I can thoroughly recommend the Scarborough camping site. It's very, very good.
Here's Jordan Clark in again. It's turned away by Rob Keogh. Thought about a single, but Reece Topley was there fielding just in front of square. Was quickly to the ball and cut off any possibility of a run. Stays at 51 for 2. Stayed not too far away from the ground, but it was very noisy. It was one of the noisier hotels I've stayed at this year. One or two. Here's Jordan Clark running in to bowl to Rob Keogh, who's across his stumps again, playing it up to short mid-wicket, where it's fielded there by Cameron Steele, and Amar Verdi is now limbering up at mid-on, so I suspect, Mark, you're going to get your wish, and he's going to be into the attack, I think, sooner rather than later. 51 for 2. Northamptonshire won't really want to lose any more wickets tonight. I think if they lose 3 or 4 this evening, then I think Surrey will feel it's just a question of turning up tomorrow morning and could be all over by lunch. Here's Clark again, bowls to Rob Keogh, turns it again to Topley just in front of square. Next to the umpire, end of the over. With Keogh on 9, Gay is 26, 51 for 2. 19 overs gone, so 12 to go in the day. And I think, are we going to see some 12 now, or
it looks like
maybe after the next over?
Yeah.
And I say that without any disrespect to Northampton's lower order, because there's plenty of batting to come. But you just sense the way that the game has gone that they need to have a couple of top order men. I think
definitely.
resuming tomorrow morning.
I think in any game you turn up on the last day of a game with 8 wickets in hand. Still a chance.
Possible, yeah.
Everything can happen. You turn up with 6 wickets, 5 wickets. Suddenly the game is very different, and you know that all you need to do is go bang bang, and suddenly it's blowing wide open. So it is a massive partnership. I think spin's a very good option if you're in the Surrey camp at the moment. Let's see what happens. It hasn't done that much for the seamers. They bowled very, very well, but I think it might see some spin here.
Definitely, and there's some rough patches to work into as well for Verdi. Jax is putting his bits and pieces on.
I've had a tweet in from Whitminster CC in Gloucestershire,
right.
who have completed and won Division 6 in the Gloucestershire Leagues.
Well done.
My cousin Ross Wakely plays for them, who is by far the best cricketer in the family, that's for sure. So congratulations everybody there.
Well done. Enjoy it.
And well done for listening to us and not to the Gloucester game. Well, actually,
Gloucester game was over.
Gloucester game is over, so actually, we're second best, aren't we?
I tell you
to us afterwards.
I tell you what, I bet they were listening to the Gloucester game last week, especially on the last afternoon.
Yeah, well,
he said without the slightest hint of bitterness.
Yes. Well, here is Amar Verdi then, after his 47 with the bat today. Gus Atkinson with 41 not out. If you're only just coming in, those two came together with Surrey 155 for 9. And just after the scheduled tea break, Verdi the last to go for 47. And those two putting on 83 to get this lead up to 320. So Verdi's got runs under his belt today. Now he's looking for some wickets. He's got the left-handed Amelia Gay on strike. He's got his captain Hashim Amla. He's one of his major confidants. Stood up there at mid-on. There's a slip. There's a short leg. It's bringing Reece Topley in from the boundary rope out at deep backward square as Amar Verdi is tossing the first one up to Emilio Gay, who's pushing this one back down the pitch, bowling off spin, of course. Amar Verdi batted in his short sleeve sweater for the entirety of the innings, but not wearing it for bowling.
Got to be a bit of a superstition in
Absolutely,
there, it must be.
Absolutely. As around the wicket he comes once again, and Gay's forward and pushing this one out into the offside. There's Gus Atkinson to do the fielding.
Be a good test for Emilio, this actually. It's something he's worked on over the last couple of years, is finding his way against spin.
Right.
You know, so many young players do. It's tough because you don't face too many good quality spinners in junior cricket. So it's all about working it out for him.
And again, is Amar Verdi. That just straightened a tiny bit on Emilio Gay, who was looking to work it leg side.
That's the thing for me. He's fine doing it to the seamers now, but he's got the ball turning away from him. He's got to be hitting with the spin.
Yep.
He's got to resist that urge to go to the leg side.
Yeah. There's Verdi in once again to him. Oh, that's beautifully bowled. Here we go.
Wow.
Amar Verdi's given that one a bit more air and just goes past the edge. Little bit of turn as well. Nicely taken by Jamie Smith. If there is anything there, Verdi will find it.
That's a ripper, that is.
Verdi will find it.
Oh, just seen that. Yeah, that is a good delivery.
And the other thing is those runs will have given him a lot of confidence as he's in again here to Gay. And Gay's forward, thickish inside edge. Nice first over this from Amar Verdi. Get a single as Topley comes around to do the fielding. One more to the total. Gay moves on to 27. Keogh comes back onto strike on 9. Of course, Amar Verdi will be bringing this ball back into the right-hander, but he does have the one that just goes on as well. He's got a good, quicker one as well, Amar Verdi.
And a good celebration from all the video clips that I've seen.
Absolutely. He's sort of calmed it down a bit now.
Has he? A bit tired
You
now.
used to have to send a taxi to Elephant and Castle to get him back. Ran out the ground. As in again comes Verdi, and sweeping is Keogh out towards deep backward square, and they'll pick up a single. One more to the total. Nice first over that from Verdi. 53 for 2. Yet with Imran Tahir playing for Surrey in the 2020, we really wanted Amar to play a game as well. So see who would have the better celebration of those two.
They try and catch each other from either end.
Never happened, sadly.
Yeah, it's going to be updating BBC Radio Northampton into their 5 o'clock news in just a second. We still have another 11 overs to go in the day, so probably going to be finishing around about 5:45, something like that, just in time for the feast of enjoyment that is the AGM. Thanks, Liz. Yeah, Northamptonshire 53 for 2, chasing 320 to win. In there at the moment, Emilio Gay, who opened the innings, still there on 27. Rob Keogh's moved on to 10. Wickets to fall so far in the innings, Ricardo Vasconcelos, who was caught behind of Ricky Clark for 11. That was 24 for 1. And then Harry Gouldston trapped LBW by Jordan Clark for 3. That was 37 for 2. Gouldston promoted to number 3 in the order. Earlier on in the day, Surrey bowled out for 238, featuring a last wicket partnership of 83 in 37 overs between Amar Verdi, who was last out for 47, and Gus Atkinson, who finished 41 not out. Thoroughly frustrating for Northamptonshire, for whom the pick of the bowlers Simon Kerrigan, who picked up 4 for 36. The target's 320. There are 10 overs to go in the day after this one, and Northamptonshire are 53 for 2.
In over the wicket comes Jordan Clark, and forward goes Keogh. Plays this one up towards Hashim Amla, stood up there at mid-off, and there's no run. Just a few people leaving now, away to our left.
Trying to avoid the AGM.
Yeah, well, yes, of course.
Or get in their early seats,
Get in there early.
prime seats.
They might not be able to get in there at the moment.
Well, where is it, by the way?
that is a very good question.
Yeah, because
Usually it's downstairs.
Yeah, but
I
the Surrey-
don't know where they're going to do it.
As in over the wicket once more comes Jordan Clark, and this is cracked off the back foot by Keogh for 4. Great shot, a little bit short, a little bit wide, and Keogh's jumped all over that. Very good shot from Rob Keogh. He's on to 14, 57 for 2, because it's normally in the room downstairs, isn't it? But Surrey are changing in there.
So I don't think it'll be there. My guess is it's going to be downstairs in the members' pavilion, sort of the members' dining area down
Lovely.
in the.
Even cosier, or even closer to everybody in there.
Lovely.
Quite
Nice.
Quite sure we're going to maintain social distancing. It depends how many turn up. I suspect there might be more on the platform than there are in the body of the hall, as it were.
In over the wicket once more is Jordan Clark, Keogh's forward, playing this one out into the offside. Well, you were there the day Radisai went off to do the members' quiz.
Oh yes, of
Keogh
course.
Oval. Yes, of course.
That, yes.
Which never actually took place.
I know, and you put in so much effort, and so much
absolutely.
prayer.
I was all ready to go, wasn't I?
I have
Got
to say,
there, and the room's just full of spectators who'd had quite a bit to drink all day. Yes. It wasn't the audience I was quite expecting.
I did notice a few drifting around when I was heading out of the ground.
As in over the wicket comes Jordan Clark. This is turned by Keogh into the leg side. And there is no run. And
I felt very guilty not staying to support you that day.
don't you worry about that at all. Well, we didn't last long. Cameron Steele doing the fielding in there at mid-wicket. I sort of wandered in, and it didn't look like sort of members, or if they were, they'd had a very good day up to that point. 57
Have
for
you saved
2.
the quiz, though? Can you use the quiz in
I think
for another
so.
time?
As in over the wicket once again comes Jordan Clark. Forward goes Keogh, plays this one up to mid-on. I say I was doing the quiz. Basically, someone else did all the questions. I was just going to read them out and they give me the answers. So I've still got the bit of paper with the questions on, so I think we're going to redo it at some point.
We'll save it for a certain beneficiary. It could be a good time to use them.
That's, to be honest with you, they were quite complicated,
Were they?
the questions, yes. 57 for 2. It was, there were a couple in there that really were sort of 3-2-1 with Ted Rogers, if you remember that.
I do indeed.
God dear.
I seem to remember there was a sort of a loosely 100 themed
There were
round, wasn't
very
there?
loosely, extremely loosely.
The fact that I got a couple of them right, I felt dirty.
Yeah. And then there was Lambeth, wasn't there?
Oh, yeah.
There was a whole section on Lambeth.
Oh yes, because that's the London borough in which the Oval is situated.
Indeed. Yeah.
Oh, wonderful.
I mustn't say too much, of course, because
You
if
might-
we
you
do
might
it
need
again, I
them
might
again,
give them all away.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure we'll be counting the days. Here's Amar Verdi, who's about to start his second over. He's bowling to Emilio Gay, who's on 27. Bowling round the wicket with a slip and a forward short leg, and he almost Yorks Emilio Gay. Cleverly bowled again, flighted up right up in the block hole, and Emilio Gay jamming down on it, manages to keep it out. Rest of the field, there's a backward point, cover sweeping on the boundary, extra cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and just behind the square, saving one on the leg side. As Verdi comes in again, round the wicket, bowls to Gay, who's pushing forward, back down the pitch. Verdi fields. And there's no run. 9 overs to go after this one. Hampshire just trying to hang on till the close. I see Reece Topley just having a little swing of the arms. Wonder if he might get another burst before the close. Here's Verdi in again, flights it beautifully. And Gay just pushing up on the onside, past the man at forward short leg, and there's no run. He's just lovely to watch, Amar Verdi. He's just got, his action just seems so natural.
And this is a nice start from him as well. Sort of, sometimes takes a bit of time, what pace am I bowling at? But here, he's straight on the button.
Here's Verdi in again, round the wicket, bowls to Gay, who's pushing forward.
He's right over the top as well, isn't he? Did he get a little bounce?
Yeah.
For a
Not
smaller,
the tallest
smaller
chap
guy,
in the world, no.
right over the top.
Yep.
Just rolls.
It's a proper spinner.
Yeah, no, he is. Just rolls down to backward point. Laurie Evans, the man there, who did the fielding. Verdi, who's had a terrific day already. Statue worthy, as we were discussing earlier. Fires that one in a little bit quicker to Gay, who's pushing forward back down the pitch. Verdi fields.
Well, he's worked so hard on his fitness as well, Amar Verdi, and you saw his batting today, and he's always been able to bowl, so sort of beginning to the other two parts to his game as well.
Just a change in the field for what will be the last ball of the over, and the man at backward point's coming up almost a sort of, no, he's not. I was going to say he's coming up almost a sort of deep gully.
I think they
Laurie
wanted
Evans is staying where he is, and he's bringing Ryan Patel up To where?
I think it
Sweeping
was
the
they
boundary.
wanted the silly point in, but they realised that having to get the helmet was
So
not going to be worth
much
it.
ado about nothing. Ryan Battelle retreats back to the cover boundary in front of the main scoreboard, and here's Verdi to complete the over, flighting it up, driven up to, or pushed up to mid-wicket, where Cameron Steele fields. End of the over, 57 for 2. Gay is 27, Keogh 14.
Yeah, helmet's coming out now. So helmet does come out. But yeah, get a nice tidy over that from Amar Verdi. I tell you, tomorrow, as I said earlier, I think Will Jacks might get a bit of a bowl as well. Cameron Steele obviously with his leggies, but Will Jacks as well genuinely gives it a rip. And with that height as well, he can be really difficult, Will Jacks.
I always think of any part-timer that spins it, especially generally because the batsmen have worked so hard to get through the frontline bowlers, that you get the part-timer on, you do slightly relax. You think, I'll get a couple of freebies here. But if someone can actually turn it as well, it poses a totally different threat, because they'll bowl you a junk ball, a drag down, and then you'll get an absolute seed for that. You've got to really concentrate.
Yeah,
You see it time and time again. The partnership breaker, as we call it, can often be that part-timer.
Well, it's going to be Reece Topley back into the attack. As Rad has spotted. So Jordan Clark comes out the attack. Topley comes back into the attack. 5 overs, 2 maidens. None for 12 so far. As in round the wicket he comes to Keogh, and Keogh's working this one off his hip down towards fine leg. In fact, this is going to run away for 4. Nicely played by Rob Keogh. Just flicks it off his hip.
Interesting that he started straight away around the wicket.
Yeah.
You know, that would genuinely mean the ball, he's not expecting the ball to swing as it did in the opening spell. Although I suppose he didn't have to bowl to a right-hander early on, really. But again, it's probably the same sort of theme, targeting those stumps.
Well,
gives you the best angle to do
these
that.
days as well with the left arm seamers, don't you? They're coming round the wicket at the right-hander, trying to hit the stumps. Topley in once again. And this one Keogh just waits for and then opens up the face, guiding this off down towards third man. Bit of a chase for Gus Atkinson. They should get back for 3 here. They will get back for 3. It's good running. Emilio Gay gets back for the 3rd. Gets a ripple of applause in front of us. 3 more to Keogh. He's got a start, and he started nicely here, Rob Keogh, on 21. Gay comes back onto strike on 27. So, of course, these two came together when Gordstone was LBW to Jordan Clark for 3. That was 37 for 2. They've added 27 now.
The way the theme of the game's gone, though, this is now the danger time.
Danger time now.
When things look like things are going relatively comfortably for the batting side, suddenly something's happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Left-handed Gay on 27. Waits for Topley, who's left arm over the wicket to him. He had the grunt of effort there from Reece Topley. Left alone by Emilio Gay. Comes down to do some gardening.
I mean, I didn't have any communication with the players, but I imagine, given the abrasive nature of the square, that the ball won't be staying hard for very long. No. And we saw in the first 2 innings it was definitely a new ball pitch. The colour of that ball from here, from a distance, does look like it's very, very red.
And again is Topley. That's way outside the off stump. Gay has nothing to do with that at all. Just marches off towards square leg.
It was at the start it was a very dark red, whereas now it looks very bright, which generally means it's getting a bit softer.
Yeah, fascinating. But again, with this pitch, every time we thought, now's a nice little passage to have a bat.
I'm not saying anything anymore.
As in, over the wicket comes Topley again. This one's pushed by Gay off the back foot. But again, what I would say is we've only seen 3 wickets since lunch. So one of those, the last wicket pair, Surrey and Verdi and Atkinson, and 2 for Northamptonshire. So we've only had 3 since lunch. So.
Yeah, you'd very much be saying from a Surrey perspective, you'll be saying about, look what's happened throughout the game, wickets happen in clusters. Northamptonshire will be jumping onto that fact that we've only lost the 3 wickets.
Topley in again. Okay, covers up, plays out into the offside, and Laurie Evans does the fielding. This morning, Mr. Sanderson did a lovely bit of footwork off his own bowling where he well, I saw Keith Barker, who obviously played professional football. He did exactly that, left foot, left foot, and then flicked it with the back of his heel straight to mid-off and walked off. It was amazing.
That's just showing
It
off.
was just fantastic. And that was the night of one of the England games, or the day of one of the England games in the Euros. So the Hampshire social media team very sensibly jumped all over that.
Yes, my It's one of those things that you'll sort of remember when people say, where were you? When we talk about the Euro final, I was in Cardiff with the window of my hotel room open on the 6th floor, listening to the reaction from
Everybody
from
cheering.
elsewhere, cheering, booing,
Yes.
whatever. And you could pretty much read what
But
was,
they were cheering at the end.
what was going on. Well,
Yeah.
well, actually, there were quite a lot of England supporters there, judging by the number of flags that were still around the city that night. Surprisingly so. I thought it might be a slightly different dynamic. Here's Amaverdi about to start his third over. Still with a slip and a forward short leg. Bowling to Rob Keogh. Comes right across to the offside and sweeps. And he's going to get a couple of runs. Well fielded out there by Gus Atkinson. Running round to deep mid-wicket. 2 more to Keogh, who goes up to 23. And Northamptonshire up to 66 for 2. The target, remember, 320.
Having lived in Cardiff for 5 years, and I've been to a couple of England Six Nations games and had the day in Cardiff as well. That's an eye-opener, I have to say. Great day out, mind.
I went
Sporting
to the
Cardiff.
Heineken Cup final, Northampton Saints.
Oh, yes.
Unfortunately, the one we lost, and that was what a day out.
Yeah,
that
it
was.
is a terrific. Well, you can walk everywhere in
Yes,
Cardiff,
yeah, I
can't
love-
you? It's
I'm-
great.
Must be one of my favourite cities. I love Cardiff. Here's Verdi over the wicket to Keogh again. He's sort of setting up outside off stump, just pushing that one up towards mid-on, and fielded by Patel, and there's no run. Certainly with that sweep, because he seemed to come a long way across.
Very much premeditated, but
Yes.
he's playing it online.
Yeah.
Something Rob's worked on a lot, actually. Never a natural sweeper over the last few years. It is something he plays more and more now.
Here's Verdi from the David Capel end. Reverse sweep for Rob Keogh, and he's got plenty of that, and it's running away for 4 more. So 4 to Keogh. Again, he set himself for that very early, as you say, element of premeditation, but played it well. Keogh up to 27, so he catches Emilio Gay, and Northamptonshire up to 70 for 2.
I always like to see any batsman putting the spinners under pressure. Someone like Verdi, who does spin the ball, who is full of confidence, the last thing you really want to do is let him bowl.
Here's Verdi. What will his response be? 6 runs from the first 3 balls of the over. He's in again, bowls to Keogh. More runs for Keogh here. In fact, 4 more as he drives that beautifully away through extra cover. That's a gorgeous looking stroke. And it runs away down to the white seats, the old, that used to be the blue seats years ago. And 4 more runs to Rob Keogh. 10 off the over so far. 31 to Keogh. And Northamptonshire to 74 for 2.
That was a lovely shot.
Gorgeous.
Difficult shot to execute that as well, out of the rough. The ball is starting to spin, so you've got to be careful there. But that was just gorgeous.
So this is a really good tussle here. Here's Verdi with runs behind him, not least thanks to his own efforts with the bat. And Gus Atkinson, 83 for the last wicket. Here's Verdi in again, bowls to Keogh, forward defensive this time, plays it back down the pitch, just on the offside of the pitch, and Verdi moving away to his left to complete the fielding. Rubs his fingers in the dust. Gets ready to complete his over. Here's Verdi again, bowling to Rob Keogh. Keogh working that into the onside, but only as far as Ryan Patel in there at short mid-wicket. So productive over for Northamptonshire's point of view. 2 boundaries and a 2. Keogh is up to 31, Gay is 27, and Northamptonshire 74 for 2. 7 overs to go. And, well, the requirement has dipped below 250. We're sort of all day these little milestones. 246 Northamptonshire need to win now, with the rest of today and all of tomorrow.
Yeah, good partnership from these two. It's worth 37 now. Desperately want to be there in the morning as well. That's the other thing.
Yeah, that's the target now with what, seven overs to go. It's a tough one because you don't want to change the way you're playing. You don't just want to shut up shop. You've still got to score runs. Batting in any time is about scoring runs. I remember Alan Lamb, that's one thing he said. Ricky Ponting, that is about scoring runs regardless of the situation.
As Reece Topley is into Emilio Gay, who's turning this one off his hip into the leg side. And Cameron Steele comes around to do the fielding.
But that said, you play a shot that is higher risk and you get out and you walk in and everyone says, "What are you doing?"
Yeah.
So it's just weighing up those options when you're out there.
Yeah, it's important. Sort of 6.5 overs coming up now. context of tomorrow, as over the wicket comes Topley once more to Gay, who's driving into the offside. Doesn't really time that, and Laurie Evans moves round to his right-hand side to do the fielding. Gay does a touch of gardening. Done the hard work here, Amelia Gay. 27 not out, opening the innings. Waits again with that bat raised as over the wicket goes Topley to him, and Gay's forward and pushing this one down into the gully region. Will Jacks gets round to his left to do the fielding. So on the left side of the ground now, as we look out the commentary box window, they're in shade now. But down to our right, still in the sun. Very pleasant. Nice temperature now, I would have thought.
Yeah, definitely.
Out there, this is a nice sort of tanning off time as in over the wicket comes Topley. This one's turned by Gay. Out towards the leg side. Round comes Gus Atkinson. Whoa, that's like an Exocet missile to Jamie Smith there. And Jamie Smith did pretty well to take that. That skipped off the cut strip.
I'm not even sure.
No, he didn't take it. Actually,
I don't
it went
even
to
know
Laurie
where it
Evans.
went.
It went to Laurie Evans.
Did it go to Laurie?
Yeah, just he was backing. I don't think he was expecting it, but actually, I thought he'd taken it in his left glove, but actually, it was Laurie Evans backing up, because it absolutely fizzed off the gut strip from Gus Atkinson.
Maybe sensible from James. Just leave it.
We'll let it go.
Leave it for Laurie.
75 for 2. Around the wicket then comes Topley to Keogh. Keogh's up on his toes, playing a short length delivery into the offside.
Lorienne's bit of comedy running there. Did you see? Sort of running around it like the old Italian Joker in Jeux sans frontières, wasn't it?
Well, he's in the big square box of shade that
He
comes from the floodlight.
Is that seniority? Is he managed to
Yeah, I
pull
think
a bit
so.
of
He's
rank
probably
there?
said, "I'm just going to go and stand in the shady bit." As Topley's in.
He's done a bit of moving, actually, Laurie.
He has.
today.
He's been around the place. He's pushed off the back foot by Keogh. I had the great joy last night of watching him keep wicket on some second 11 highlights.
Really?
That was an eye-opener, I tell you. 75 for 2. Keogh 31. Gay 28. And we've got 6 to go.
Not
on
live,
this
I'm
third day.
hoping. He didn't nip off and play.
No.
Play T20 in the evening for the seconds.
Can I be honest with you? It might well have been. Well, it might well has been. Sat next to him with him showing it to me on his phone.
Oh.
Bless
Oh,
him.
right.
Went through the entire card with, watch this one. So, yeah, it was great. Very, very good. Nice way to spend the evening.
There were probably only 3 people watching that. You, Laurie Evans and Simon Kerrigan.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who will watch if there's any cricket going on the
Yes.
street.
Josh Cobb might be poking his head in just occasionally.
Yes. I think we're not missing any cricket at the moment because they're having a little bit of a drinks break. Have a quick look, see what's happening elsewhere. The runs continue to flow down at Hove, where Middlesex, as we know, declared earlier on that huge, massive score down at Hove, 667 or 676 rather for 5. But Sussex made a good reply, 87 for no wicket, and Tom Haynes, I think he's a very good young player. He's 56 not out, made a very good 100 against Northamptonshire earlier in the season. In Division 1 at Trent Bridge, Lancashire 108 for 1, chasing that target of 444. So going to be tough for them tomorrow, you feel, on the last day, but while there's life, there's hope. And Warwickshire, in the other Division 1 game at Edgbaston, 124 for 2, chasing 296 to beat Hampshire. That's going to be beautifully set up for tomorrow. As is this one, potentially, 75 for 2. Northamptonshire set 320 to win. There's Amar Verdi now with 3 men round the bat. Slip, a silly point, and a forward short leg, and a man close in there on the drive at short extra. Cameron Steele. Here's Verdi round the wicket to the left-handed Gay, who's defensively forward, back down the pitch. Verdi fields, and there's no run. Cameron Steele is limbering up, so may possibly see a little bit of his leg spin before the close. 5 overs to go after this one. Here's Verdi round the wicket, bowling to Gay, who steps back, cuts, and he's going to get a single out to Gus Atkinson, who's sweeping out there on the extra cover boundary. 1 more to Emilio Gay, goes to 29. And Northamptonshire up to 76 for 2. Field changing round for the right-handed Rob Keogh. See what Hashim Amla's going to give his off-spinner. Slip, forward short leg. And again, a man on the drive, and he switches to bowling. He's going to actually bowl round the wicket to the right-hander as well. To Rob Keogh, who checks his guard from the umpire. Jordan Clark dropping down onto the long-on boundary, down below us. In front of the members' pavilion, the Spencer Pavilion. And here's Verdi round the wicket to Keogh's, turning that away past the man at forward short leg. And they pick up, again, an easy single, one more to Keogh. Just rotating the strike, these two, playing nicely. 32, and Northamptonshire 77 for 2. They put on 40. Coming together at the fall of Harry Gouldston's wicket.
Yeah, playing nice actually, haven't they? No risk cricket.
Rob Keogh's done the bulk of the scoring of those 40 they've put on. Rob Keogh's made 32. Leo Gay shouldn't be worried too much about that. He's facing this ball from Verdi, just turning it down on the onside. Drops down on the bounce to forward short leg, and there's no run. Tense, absorbing cricket, as this match has been pretty much throughout. Plenty of surprises. Are we going to have something to surprise us in the last 5 and a bit overs of today? Here's Verdi round the wicket, bowling to Keogh. Pushes it up on the onside. Forward short leg just trots round. That's Will Jacks under the lid there. Moves away to his left to field.
Well, set up for a lovely day tomorrow, aren't we?
It's going to be it could be a very good day indeed. And certainly the weather, I think, is going to play ball. Here's Verdi in again, bowls to Keogh, who's again dropping that down on the onside, rolls up to forward short leg. Will Jacks, the fielder. End of the over, 77 for 2. Keogh is 32, Gay is 29, and Amma Verdi, 4 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 14.
So I'll be asleep in the stand at 8:15 in the morning, I'm sure, again tomorrow with the weather being good. We're going to get a bit of Cameron Steele now.
It's a lovely, lovely day tomorrow. They're just saying the possibility of maybe a sort of a thundery shower much, much later in the day. I don't think it's going to affect us.
Well, we'll be trundling down to Cardiff tomorrow after the game, so fingers crossed not through the rain. Although the car could do with a clean. So it's Cameron Steele with his leg spin. Picked up 1 wicket yesterday, of course, Cameron Steele. His first one for Surrey in Championship cricket when he got rid of Sanderson. Final wicket of the Northamptonshire innings, LBW for 2.
This is, like I said, this is where you've really got to concentrate as a batter, because Cameron Steele may bowl you a bad ball or two, but being the leg spinner, he gives it a rip. He can still bowl that magic delivery.
He's got that very good googly as well, as Cameron Steele. Rob Keogh will be on strike, the right-hander. 5 to go today. Another 243 required by Northamptonshire. 8 more wickets needed by Surrey, as Steele is in and looking to sweep straight away is Keogh. But Ricky Clark was anticipating the shot and gone from slip to leg slip, dive to his left. And I've seen him take those before the wicket, and he's sweeping again. Here's Keogh. Wow, long way outside his off stump. Nicely played. He'll get a single. Round comes Jordan Clark to do the fielding. So Keogh's moved on to 37. Very nice runs here. Amelia Gay comes back on to strike on 29.
He's probably been the only batsman in the game who's come in and been fluent from straight away, really.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's the intent that's been there, hasn't it? No, he's not come out and tried to smash it.
Nope.
Just been very positive with everything that he does.
Yep. Again, it sort of just go back to what I was saying. We've only had 3 wickets since lunch today. So it's been more of sort of a batting afternoon. You know, the Surrey last wicket partnership was worth 83. Optimistic for the batting side, and with the weather tomorrow, as Cameron Steele is in, and that's short and pulled by Amelia Gay. There you are, there's the one that was dropped in by Cameron Steele and put away by Amelia Gay. He'll move on to 33, nicely put away. Bit of a delay here, because Gus Atkinson's had a long old day there. He's got to go retrieve the ball from where the nets are, so it could be 7 o'clock before we finish tonight. Someone could send a taxi for
Well, you can't be
Gus
helped anymore,
Atkinson.
can you? You can't have any help from the supporters throwing
if
it
they
back.
touch it, you then have to get the ball sanitised, don't you? So to kick it back, But nicely put away in the partnership with 49 now. So very good runs these from Emilio Gay and Rob Keogh. Ryan Patel's being moved across into the offside now from the leg side. So he's going to go in the covers, and they're going to get a sweeper on the cover boundary rope for Cameron Steele. That one was very short though, as Cameron Steele is in once again, and Gay's playing this one down into the turf in front of him and up again. And that's actually taken by Jamie Smith, moving away to his right hand side. Spins the ball in his fingers once again, does Cameron Steele. Round the wicket he comes to Emilio Gay, who's forward. Nice soft hands, just pushes this one away into the offside. Verdi comes round to... Apologies, Patel comes round to do the fielding. 86 for 2. Targets 320 for Northamptonshire. Steals in again to Gay, and Gay turns leg side into the turf, and up again it goes, and Will Jacks does the fielding in there at short leg. So another over successfully negotiated by Messrs Keogh and Gay. 4 to go on this, the third day. And Northamptonshire 86 for 2. And I'd have thought at the moment, Northamptonshire dressing room, with these two going okay and only 4 to go tonight, they'll be pretty pleased with this.
Yeah, definitely. I think I've been very impressed again. I think it's, Northamptonshire will know that it's a case of got to make this count now. They've done the hard work here. Be here tonight and then maximise it in the morning. Get through another tricky spell in the morning, half an hour, 45 minutes. And then this is probably the partnership, maybe one more in the game later on that's going to determine the result, because you know that in the fourth innings, wickets can happen in clusters. That generally happens. You look at the England game the other day, and throughout history, that happens on the fourth day of a championship game. So these two need to take it as deep as possible.
This is already the highest partnership of the match for Northamptonshire. As Verdi comes round the wicket onto leg stump, worked into the onside by Rob Keogh for a single, out to Laurie Evans at deep mid wicket, and that is the 50 partnership between these two. 87 for 2, came together at 37 for 2. So good job done by Rob Keogh and Emilio Gay. Rob Keogh's done the bulk of the scoring. Emilio Gay has hung in there, and as I say, if he is worried about it, he really shouldn't be, because he's doing the job that his side needs him to do. It's probably years of watching Northamptonshire. In these sort of situations, you always feel slightly as though you're sitting on the edge of a precipice or walking a tightrope. As Verdi comes in, floats that one up, and that's clipped away nicely by Emilio Gay for 4. Crosses the rope just in front of square, so in front of the west stand, and 4 nice runs to Emilio Gay. Goes up to 37, and Northamptonshire up to 91 for 2. There's a slip, there's a silly point and a forward short leg, but Gay played that one well. 22 balls left in the day's play. 91 for 2. Here's Verdi round the wicket and bowling to Keogh, who's forward, pushing it back down the pitch for Hammer Verdi to field, and there's no run.
I suppose for Verdi from this end, there is the hint of a breeze going across his right shoulder for the left-hander, isn't there?
But the breeze, such as it is, it's just gone round a little bit compared to yesterday. Here's Verdi in again, bowls to Keogh, again just drops it down at his feet. Will Jacks at forward short leg picks it up, lobs it on to Cameron Steele, who in turn I'm sure will lob it on to Hammer Verdi. It was very still on the first day, a little bit more breeze yesterday, and again there's a bit of breeze today, but it seems to be coming from a slightly different quarter. It's not a cooler quarter, that is for sure. Here's Verdi, round the wicket again, bowls to Gay. Again, just pushing it out towards Jacks at forward short leg, and there's no run. Bit of encouragement from Ricky Clark, I think, at slip, and from elsewhere in the field for Verdi. One more ball to go in this, his 5th over. No wicket for 19 so far. Here's Verdi round the wicket again, a little bit short and cracked away by Emilio Gay out to Laurie Evans, who, as Alex Wakely was saying, has found himself just about everywhere today. At the moment he's sweeping on the cover boundary, throws that in, and that's a single to Emilio Gay to finish the over. 38 to Gay, 38 to Keogh, 92 for 2. Northamptonshire chasing 320 to win. There are 3 overs remaining in the day's play, And the partnership now up to 55 for the third wicket.
That final ball, Ryan Patel did very well at silly point to get out of the way.
Get out
of
of the
that.
way, yeah.
Leapt high in the air and managed to get his legs up in the air as well.
I got hit in there actually off the Surrey. The batsman was the Surrey coach, Vikram Solanki, with his wrists, those fast hands. I was silly point, and he went to drive one off Nicky Boyer in the extravagant flick at the end, and I just stood there. I was expecting a nice forward defence, and he just flicks those wrists, and it fractured my wrist actually.
Ow!
I just stood there like this, straight on it, and it's horrible.
That's horrible. No,
batsman with fast hands in there, never like that. On the back foot, you expect it. You've got to jump out of the way, but off the front foot. Didn't enjoy that.
Yeah. As Cameron Steele will continue. And with 3 overs to go today then. 92 for 2. Northamptonshire. Yeah, Vikram was a lovely batsman, wasn't he?
Yeah. Great to watch, actually. He was one of those where I say you just want them to get a 20 or a 30.
Just so you can see a bit of it. Yeah. 228 more required by Northamptonshire. Steele is in and forward goes Gay, and that's hitting the thigh guard. And an appeal from Cameron Steele. Just clearing his throat, I think there. It was Cameron Steele. Crowd sort of most have stayed now. It was a bit like that on the day one most stayed because it's intriguing stuff. On this third evening as Cameron Steele is in and Gay's turning this one leg side. Picks up a single out there towards Gus Atkinson at deep backward square. They'll pick up one more.
I told you, Mark, it's the lure of the AGM.
Oh, yes, of course. Yes, I keep forgetting the AGM. Gay 39, 93 for 2. I've got a meeting tonight. Otherwise, do you know what? I would have been tempted to stay for the AGM.
Well,
I'll film it for you so you can watch it back tomorrow.
Thanks, that's very kind. Or maybe you could ring me up and give me the live reports of what's happening.
well, it saves you having to watch any more Laurie Evans's
Well, there is that
second
as
team
well.
highlights.
It's actually not bad. As Cameron Steele getting ready to come in over the wicket to Keogh. Keogh's going to sweep again here. And he'll get a single out towards Reece Topley in the shade of the floodlight pylon down there in the distance. One more to the total. Keogh's moved on to 39, 94 for 2. Gay comes back on to strike, both on 39 now. Cameron Steele round the wicket he comes again. This one's turned leg side by Emilio Gay. We'll take another single. Sensibly played this by Gay and Keogh at the moment. Gay will move on to 40. Keogh comes back onto strike on 39.
Just looking at the Sussex-Middlesex game, where there's now been 779 runs for the loss of 5 wickets in that game.
Yeah, that's not ideal. All for watching someone have a net, but as waiting over his bat once more is the right-handed Keogh. 39. Yeah, Sussex 103 without loss now, in reply to the 676 for 5 declared. As this one's tossed up by Cameron Steele. Oh, it was a full toss, and it was uppishly driven by Keogh. Now, it's beaten the dive of Hashley Mamlin, goes away for 4, but just for a second, I thought he'd hit that a lot closer to Hashley Mamler up there at mid-off, but it's away for 4. Keogh moves on to 43, and Northamptonshire are 99 for 2.
Almost managed to york himself there, didn't he? And ended up just sort of chipping in the air, but it wasn't in danger. It flirted with danger for a tiny bit, but he was okay. And he's played very nicely. Majority of his balls have hit the middle of the bat, actually.
Oh, he has played on it. Well, extraordinary, really. 103 without loss. Tom Haynes has got 73 of them.
I mean, I'm just feeling now that you don't want to be in the Middlesex shoes because you're probably fielding now for the rest of the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's 2.5 days probably if the
676 plays 850 as in over the wicket comes Cameron Steele to Keogh, who's nudging into the leg side. That single will bring up the 100 for Northamptonshire. So this has been a pretty good session for Northamptonshire now. 100 for 2. End of the over, 2 to go tonight. So 220 more required by Northamptonshire. 2 wickets down. It's been a very interesting afternoon. Really has been. And Malverde will bowl the penultimate over of the day from the David Capel end.
What's that desperate game down at Cardiff a couple of years ago, because I think it was in the beginning of the 2019 season. Glamorgan 570 for 8 declared, Northamptonshire 750 all out. And Glamorgan just batting out time 70 for 1.
That's the deadest wicket I've ever played on. There were a lot of strops from bowlers throughout that game. It wasn't only flat, but it didn't bounce. It didn't have any carry. It didn't spin.
Apart from that, it was absolutely fine. Here's Verdi starting the penultimate over of the day. Round the wicket to Rob Keogh, who turns that out to deep mid-wicket for a single. Fielded out there by the ubiquitous Laurie Evans. One more onto the total, 45 to Keogh, 101 for 2. Mind you missed out.
I did.
Baskin Sailor's got 184, Newton 105, Keogh 150,
No.
Cobb 60, Rossington 70, Buck 53, Wakely 18, Cameo 18 off 43 balls.
I had to try and console myself that at least I got 18. Imagine getting naught there.
Oh.
Here's Verdi round the wicket, edged by Emilio Gay on the bounce to Ricky Clark at slip, but a little bit of a moral victory there for Amar Verdi. There are 3 men round the bat. There's a silly point, forward short leg, and Ricky Clark there at slip, and he did find the edge. Fortunately, Gay playing it with soft hands, and it went to slip on the bounce. Here's Verdi in again, bowls to Gay, who whips that away just behind square, fielded there by just a little juggling act there by Reece Topley, and he thought about a single, but Rob Keogh sent him back. The very last thing Northamptonshire would want in these sort of circumstances is a run out. 101 for 2, 9 balls to go in the day. Here's Verdi in again, bowling to Emilio Gay, who's just right across his stumps. Back foot plays it on the bounce to forward short leg, Will Jacks. Also played really well today, battled hard for 50 as he did carrying on where he left off last night. Again, very valuable innings in the context of the match. He's had a good game. Here's Verdi, flights that one up to Emilio Gay, pushes forward, smothering the spin, pushes it out past Patel at silly point. Fielded by Cameron Steele, who's on the drive there at short extra. 1 ball to go in the over. And here's Verdi round the wicket, bowls to Gay, short, and Gay rocks onto the back foot, cuts it away out to the man, Laurie Evans, on the extra cover boundary, and they come through for a single. So Gay taking the bowling for the final over of the day, 102 for 2. Gay is 41, Keogh is 45, and Verdi's work for the day, at least with the ball, is done. 6 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 22.
Yeah, and 1 over to get through for Keogh and Gay, and then that's been a pretty good afternoon for, final session for Northamptonshire. And I'm sure that sort of the chat will be that we were saying 3 wickets since lunch today. So same again tomorrow. If you can get through that first hour again tomorrow, if you're Northamptonshire, then it's on, I think.
Well, they said earlier today, it did look like it was swinging, seaming, and pretty much it looked pretty good, the wicket, actually. Throughout this game, it's been hard to predict. I still feel that Surrey will get 1 or 2 here. They're riding, and for Northamptonshire, it will be about obviously get through tonight, and then that tricky time in the morning. It's all at 10:30 in the morning. If there is any dew around or anything, it's going to do it early on. And then if they get in, it's being ruthless. Whoever those batsmen are that get themselves to 20, 30, take that on to 60 and take that on to 80, and someone basically has got to bat through. One of these two really needs to be there at the end. And Northamptonshire have got a chance, but Surrey will know 1 or 2 wickets changes it very, very quickly.
It's going to be a great day tomorrow. As Cameron Steele with the final over of the day, coming round the wicket to Emilio Gay, who tucks this one through mid-wicket. He'll pick up a couple here. And 2 more to the total. 2 more to Emilio Gay. He moves on to 43, 104 for 2. Gay will settle himself down over his bat once more, slipping a short leg in there, catching as round the wicket comes Cameron Steele. That's very short, pulled by Emilio Gay out towards deep mid-wicket. Laurie Evans doing the fielding out there again. 1 more to Emilio Gay. So he's down at the non-striker's end now with 4 balls of the day remaining. Great day's cricket again.
I see 4 members of the Northamptonshire board on the balcony at the far end outside the indoor centre. girding their loins, ready
Yes.
for the meeting.
Themselves stretching for the AGM as Cameron Steele tosses this one up. Shout for LBW. Nothing given by Martin Saggers. That's the other one. I think probably height as much as anything. Didn't look right, did it? Somehow.
I think Cameron was the only one really optimistic
appealing,
there.
yeah. Really did go for the appeal there. Cameron Steele, 3 to go today. Cameron Steele is in once again to Keogh. Keogh's forward again. Shout for LBW, but it just rolls down to backward point. And again, umpire Newell, little shake of the head.
Just keeping the crowd entertained, ready for tomorrow.
Keeping umpire Newell on his toes with 2 balls to go.
Ooh. Quite tight though. I've just seen the replay.
Really?
I think that's the first one I'm seeing now.
Right.
It didn't look quite right though.
Just got to be careful here that Keogh doesn't get the third one in sort of the same spot again, really.
No, the first one was actually quite close. Second one wasn't.
Now Ricky Clark's getting the helmet. He's going in at leg slip. So Clark's gone from slip to leg slip. And short leg in there as well now. No slip. Cameron Steele is over the wicket. Keogh's down the pitch to him and then pushes it down into the leg side. So 1 ball to go today.
It's been great viewing,
Brilliant.
hasn't it? This whole game has been brilliant.
Game. Really great game of cricket, this. Lots to come tomorrow now. Anything still possible as Cameron Steele's in, and the last ball of the day is tucked away by Rob Keogh out towards deep mid-wicket. Well played, Rob Keogh and Amelia Gay, because Keogh finished 46 on out, Gay finishes 44 not out. And Alex Wakely, I think the Northamptonshire dressing room will be pretty happy with that. 106 for 2.
Yeah, I totally agree. I think these two here have played really responsibly. Rob Keogh came out and probably the first batsman that's managed to look fluent throughout from the start. Emilio Gay batted with real responsibility and real maturity, actually, and his role will certainly be to be there at the end. He'll try and bat all day tomorrow. I think Surrey did brilliantly to get up to the target that they did. They applied themselves really well, and that maybe showed the way for the Northamptonshire batsmen, and it has set up an absolute cracker of a day tomorrow for us.
Yep, unbroken partnership of 69 through to the close. We'll hear the applause shortly, I'm sure, and indeed here it comes for the 2 Northamptonshire batsmen as they walk off the field along with the Surrey side. And, well, what a feast of cricket we've had from these 3 sides. It's been gripping throughout. You spend so much of your time sitting there with head resting on hand, absorbed by what's going on. And it really has been a terrific game so far. And as Mark says, plenty more to come tomorrow. The match will resume at 10:30 tomorrow morning with Northamptonshire 106 for 2, needing another 214 to win. 8 wickets in hand, all the time in the world, another 96 overs, so that's not going to come into it. And I certainly don't think the weather's going to come into it. I wonder where your money is, listening or watching at home. One thing's for sure, we shall be back on duty just before 10:30 tomorrow morning to bring you the denouement of this gripping county championship match. Northamptonshire 106 for 2, the target 320. That's the close. From me, Andrew Radd, from Mark Church and from Alex Wakely. Have a super evening. Please join us again at 10:25 tomorrow morning for the last day.